Greetings, 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 and salutations, everyone. Shout out to the Nerd Herd family. Guys, I'm so glad you all are here. Uh, I got caught in traffic. I mean, the commute was absolutely insane today. But before we get into anything, thank you all for being here. I appreciate you so much. I have an amazing guest today. Trust me, your girl was working overtime to make this happen for you. And, you know, God is faithful, and we are going to give thanks first and foremost here. You know what I always say: we ain't inviting nobody in. We ain't inviting nobody in who ain't supposed to be here. So, me, the Nerd Herd family, and this entire channel is protected by God, by Yeshua. No weapon formed against us shall prosper. Any tongue that rises against us in judgment shall be condemned. And I cast you away, Satan, back to the depths of hell from whence you came, never to return again. For I'm a child covered and anointed by the blood of Yeshua, the Christ of Nazareth. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. Anything that is not of God and positive cannot dwell here. You cannot even enter here. So you are put on notice. Go back from whence you came, because I rebuke you back to the depths of hell from whence you came. Nothing shall interrupt or disturb this here. And I mean that for this and every broadcast. This covers every broadcast on the Dopest Nerd channel. Friends, family, countrymen, lookers, haters, everybody, come on. Except for the devil. Be seated. Those who are allowed in, those who are covered by God, those who are invited are allowed in. Everybody else, get thee behind me, Satan. Get thee behind me. Guys, I am so happy to be here today with someone who is so fundamentally important to me and all of this. And let me just put my phones on silent, because you know how the hateration goes. Shout out. Let me put my glasses on. Y'all know I'll be out here trying to act like I could read these small words. I got to figure out how to enlarge the type. Now, wouldn't that be? Oh, here they are behind the computer. I see we got super chats coming in already. Shout out to you all that are coming in with the super chats already. I appreciate it. Your signal is acting up bad. Yeah, listen. I think I'm not going to put a word on it and say who it is. I just know that no weapon formed against us shall prosper. Thus saith the Lord. I know that the enemy would love to conquer what we're doing here, but he has no dominion. And any tongue or actions that rise against us in judgment shall be condemned. I do see us a little slowy and swaggy, but I'm definitely, hold on. I got to do some housekeeping business. Shout out to the dopest mod in the land who keeps your sister on top of this, that, and the third, and is always in the cut for me. Show your girl some love. Y'all see the ticker on the bottom of the screen. If you should be so inclined, and if you should care and respect the work that our good sister, the dopest mod, Renee, locked hair, don't care herself, does, by all means, show your girl some love. Her ticker is on the bottom. It is $Butterfly Blue, BUDDAFLYBLUE. And of course, the dopest nerd right there. If you should be so inclined, by all means. Oh, good. The signal is good. Okay, great. Baby, do I have a show for you today? Let me tell you something. Who God bless, let no man curse. And people will try to come against you. Offense may come, but woe unto him from which it comes. Woe unto him from which it comes. I apologize wholeheartedly for my tardiness. Yeah, I know your girl, though. You know, I told y'all this Kairos time ain't my thing. I'm on this Chronos time ain't my thing. I'm on Kairos time with God. So throw some blue butterflies in the chat for your girl Locke, the dopest mod in the land. If you should be so inclined to throw some carrots in, by all means, throw them in. Let me shout out this super chat right now. Shout out to Barbara J. Let me post you, my sister. I appreciate the love. And by all means, guys, be inspired by the acts of your brethren and sisterin. If you should be so inclined and you would like to send love, You're absolutely welcome to do so. Shout out to Barbara J for the $10 super chat. Love to Natanya and chat family. Sending love to her chat, her nerd herd family members. That's what it's all about. We love you right back, girl. Thank you so much for starting us off right. Guys, I have someone here for you today. What can I say? What can I say? I feel overwhelmed and fluttered, but I'm going to get to it. You know, we always got housekeeping business we got to do. You know what the routine is? That'll walk up in here with your shoes on up in my spot now. You know, I don't play that. So take your shoes off by the door. Grab a pair of fuzzy socks out of the basket. Make yourself comfortable. Jump on the couch. Stay a while. We got some, look at that. Spirit of the Lord is in the house. Knock the one down. That one been up there. That one been up there. Spirit of the Lord is in the house. So haters and demons, that's your message. Be gone. This ain't for you. Skedaddle now. Scram. Do a Michael Flatley river dance down the internet superhighway. Go that way. We got business to attend to here. And we will not be dismayed or we will not be distracted by any of your foolishness today. This person is so vital and important to everything that's going on. We have a lot to talk about today. And this person is even more important because this is someone who stays away from the fray, is the best way I can say it. He stays beyond the fray. He doesn't get involved in all of the minutia of life. He has stayed. And here's the thing, when we all endure things, we handle it the way we handle it. And no two things will look exactly alike. Everybody's methods are their own. And we're not going to judge anybody. We're not going to criticize anybody. We're not going to do any of that because everybody's entitled to mourn and handle their stuff the way they handle it. And I just want to give love to anybody who has endured trauma. If you've endured trauma and you need someone to talk to about that, or you feel like you may be triggered by today's conversation or any conversation we have here, I ask that you seek a trusted friend or family member to be able to be there with you as you go through it, as you journey through it, so that you don't have to, oh, thank you guys. I see, hey, family, hey, everybody, to journey with you so that you don't endure and it doesn't re-trigger or re-traumatize you. We do not want that, and that is not our objective here. But things that are said here are important. Like you notice that I don't just come on here with no whole lot of riffraff and stuff now. I come on here when I'm supposed to. And I'm sending something to the dopest mod. That's for you, sis. I just sent you something. And let me send my brother something. We're getting better at it. It still takes a while and it still takes a little learning curve, but we're getting better at it. And that's what it's all about. This is not an easy thing to do. I know it looks like it doesn't take anything. And for some people it doesn't because, you know, quality may not be of the utmost of importance to them. But for me, as for me and my house, we're going to aim to do the very best we can at all times. We're going to aim to do the very best that we can at all times. And for me, it is more important. You notice that there are a lot of people that are commenting, oh, Jag is saying, what up, sis? You in the house? Oh, what's the dealie, mama? There are a lot of people that are reporting, and they report redundantly every day. And it is almost like verbal, you know, got to be careful with these YouTube guidelines, but it's bloviating. The actual verbal term for it is bloviation. When you say a bunch of words, and if you say 1,000,000 words, you could have said what you had to say in 72 words. It's a lot of bloviating. I'm not interested. I would much prefer come here when I have something substantive to bring you and to say, and that is how I'm going to continue to exist with you. I don't want to come here and waste your time. There are more stories that are important to me, and I find them. Hold on, let me speak to our guest. Hold on one moment. You guys talk amongst yourself, and the dopest mod is here with you guys. Give me one moment. Sorry about that, guys. Our guest, we gonna wait a little minute. They had traffic too. Listen, that traffic from your office or your bedroom to the living room, or from your bedroom to the office, is crazy. You run into all kinds of things in your house, with your family, everything. But in the meantime, in between time, let's talk about a few things, because some things have come to my attention, and they are absolutely and wholeheartedly worthy of honorable mention. I actually took the liberty of jotting some things down because they were points that I didn't want to overlook or miss, and they are very important. So, one of the things with the case updates, you've heard a lot of talk. There have been a lot of people that have. There have been quite a few people who have. I'm going to turn one ringer on just because I don't want it to be off when our guest calls, but I'll turn it down. As y'all know, I've had calls while I was live. But there have been a lot of people who were testifying about all of these different interactions they've had with Puffy. I can't call him Diddy. All of these interactions they've had. And a repetitive theme, regardless of who it is he pulled out a gun on me. He pulled out a gun on me. He put the gun on his lap. He was waving the gun around. He said he was going to murk me, unalive me. He said it over and over again to a multitude of people. They tried to spin every person who testified for the prosecution as to, well, didn't you shout out to my brother Set in the West? What's the deal, Odell? They always tried to spin it on, well, why did you go back? And why did you, post this on Instagram? And why did you say he was your buddy or your friend or whatever? And here's something that, the Most High God revealed to me. I promise you, I was sitting on my bed and God called me into conversation and said, if they get to a point at any point where they don't know how to tie that RICO and racketeering up into a bow, you are the bow of the racketeering. Because some people find it hard to think like, they're like, oh, Diddy ain't no thug. He be dancing in shiny suits. He be jumping around. He this. And you very well may be right. But he was able to wield this uncanny power over people. He was able to manipulate people, coerce them, force them into unwanted situations and unwanted all types of stuff. There you go. Somebody said, let me put that on the stage. What up, Martha? What's the deal? Martha said he was a shiny thug. That's exactly right. Sis, Martha gets an apple. Martha gets an apple and a gold star. He was a shiny thug. But you know how he was able to add the thug to the shiny C? Because here's what his problem was. He was always the shiny. He was back when he was jumping around with Kwame and them effing polka dots. He was a dancing, high stepping, dancing all around. And mainstream society didn't take him serious. Everybody keeps saying he made me do this. And people are like, well, how's somebody going to make you do this? How's somebody going to make you stay in a relationship? He was able to get the moniker thug on and coerce all of these people, forced them, enjoined them into criminal activity and to do this, that, and the third. Because back 25 years ago on December 27th, 1999, he shot me in my face and got away with it. Even though there were hundreds of people. She said, what's the black dot on your face? Is there a black dot on my face? It shouldn't be. Should be some. If it is, it's something on the screen. Somebody said, there's a black dot on my screen? I don't see it. Where is it at? Now, you know, if you look at one of my videos from about a few weeks ago, God visited us right on live, and he did knock that one just now. So that might be the good Lord. But let me see if I can find one of my things for my glasses to wipe the screen. That might be the good Lord. That's something black on the screen because I don't see anything. But I always love a second set of eyes, and that's why I love my people. Shout out to my girl Sam, Soul Stylist. Let's see what I can do about this. How am I looking now? Black dot gone? Because I don't see black dot. You guys may be able to see it, but I don't. You let me know. Let me know, guys. But how he was able to tie up, how they're able to tie the racketeering up into a bow and seal his fate, the reason he was able to coerce so many people and enjoin so many people in criminal activity, to get their D-rugs in his name, to use his name, their names for prescriptions for him, to do this, to do that. Let me show you my little dress. But to do this, to do that, to do all types of stuff. The reason he was able to manipulate. Okay, my girl sent me a picture. Oh, I don't know what that is. Is that on your camera? Do you guys see a black thing on the screen like this? In the center of the screen? What y'all showed me before? I don't see it. But it could be the hackation. Yeah, it might be your camera, sis, because other people are writing they don't see anything. The reason he was able to wield and exact terror on people for the better part of at least for the last 25 years, is because he shot me in public and got away with it. So this shooting someone in the face and to have that woman scream for 25 years, Puffy shot me in my face, he did it, and for them to still let him and continue to let him get away with it, that's what gave him the street cred. That's why people don't want to play. Because think about it. Why would somebody think that a famous celebrity would pow them? Why? Why would they think that this famous person is going to pow me? Why would somebody do that? If Matt LeBlanc said that, or if, Keanu Reeves was like, I'm going to pow you if you don't go sleep with this person, people would be like, Keanu, if you don't get out of here. A lot of other people. But you know why everyone does what he says, no matter how ridiculous it is? Because he powed me in the face in front of hundreds, almost thousands, almost 1,000 people, and got away with it. And his star grew, his wealth grew, his trajectory grew, his position in the landscape grew, his everything grew. So, baby, God told me this today, and I promise you, I did not think about it because I was living in a bubble of what I was experiencing. I was living in a bubble of what I was experiencing, but that bubble has expanded through this court case. And shout out to all of the people reporting effectively and doing so in a succinct and classy way so we can hear the information, get the information. Shout out to, I forget the gentleman's name, I have it, that reports from the courtroom so that we all have the transcripts. Shout out to him. First of all, God bless that man's soul. He's doing the Lord's work. The only reason the shiny thug is able to make all these people do it. See, people are fooled. We have been fooled. Listen, they talk about magic. The master magician of life does the sleight of hand. He jumping around in shiny suits and got you looking across to the West Coast at this big guy by virtue of the fact that he's big and burly and telling you that that's the thug. While he jumping around in shiny suits and wielding pow-pows all over the place and threatening people and making them freak off and making them do this and making them take D-rugs and making them do this and make inner city press. Thank you, Kimberlina 68. Thank you, my love. Thank you, my love. Somebody said Khadisha Lynn is in here. Where my girl at? Did they say Khadisha Lynn was in here? Did I read that wrong? What did I just see? Where my girl Khadisha Lynn? Oh, shout out to Kicking It with Auntie Leah, baby. How you doing, my love? Listen, when I saw the name Khadisha Lynn, but I missed. Is Khadisha Lynn here? If you are, shout out to you, my love. But shout out to everybody who's doing their thing. The only reason he was able to have this criminal enterprise thrive for so long is because they let him get away with shooting me. And so not only does he have a price to pay, so do they. They have a price and a responsibility to this thing. That is why Matthew Russell Lee, thank you, Dana V. See, that's why I love my Nerd Herd family, because y'all, this is our show. We all producing this simultaneously. Shout out to Dana. Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press. Thank you, sir. You are doing the Lord's work, and I appreciate it. Oh, absolutely. Thank you, Barbara. Shout out to Khadisha Lynn. I thought she was in here. Anybody know her? Tell her to come on over, girl. But it's not lost on me. And my girlfriend told me that Khadisha Lynn was making a video, and it apparently the shooting in the nightclub came up in the transcripts, because I kind of tap in and tap out. I tap in and I tap out. So if the district attorney, if the U.S. attorneys ever get to a point where they feel like, oh, thank you, the saga reveal. Yes, I do. Thank you, my love. I need that. That's what I'm talking about. I love my family members. Shout out to you. Locked, the saga reveal, gold star. Everybody that you following Locked, hand out them gold stars. And gold stars to the whole family, because y'all doing your daggone thing. Let me check on our guests. And listen, guys, I want y'all to be patient with our guest, because he is having some trepidation. But he came to me this time and said that this is what he wanted to do. He called me, hit me up, and was like, he's ready to do it. I said, well, I'm going to promote it, but I'm not going to put your face. He said, no, put my face, and sent me a picture and was like, use this picture. And I still had Nirvana, mystery it out, because we've had other almost interviews and they didn't happen. And so, let me take a swig of this refreshing agua. And guys, please, just a segue, a little non sequitur. Please take control and take good care of your health. It's summer. It's going to be hot. They are dropping heavy metals on us. Please, please. Consume agua, water. Drink more water than anything. I don't know if you guys heard that the Coca-Cola company, bottling company, and the Pepsi-Cola bottling company now have nanoparticles in all of their beverages. So that's from sodas to iced tea to orange juice and lemonades. Be careful of what you're consuming. Be careful of what you're consuming. Is that my guest? Where's my guest? Yeah, we got to take some caution with my guest, because, this is a big deal and this is a different thing. They've stayed beyond the fray for a long time, and I don't want to shake or stress them or sis. Locked, call our guest back, please. And let them resend the link as well, and let him know that he can come on anytime he's ready. We're going to have some grace and some patience with our guest, guys, because this is a huge deal. And yeah, I want you guys to take good care of your health. And I want you to look up the research. There are scientific reports that just came out showing that a lot of the water, bottled waters that you guys are drinking, is tap water, aka what we used to call it up north in New York is city gin, and you don't want none of that gin. On another note, and this is not met. You know what to do, Locked. When you get a moment, drop it in the chat. This does not constitute medical advice. But be careful of the water that you're drinking. There is a water bottle company. I am not getting an endorsement from them, but it is called Eternal. There was a ranking system done of all of the bottled waters. Eternal ranked one of the highest. It had like an 80 something ranking. Most of your run of the mill waters that you drink on a regular basis, all of those great value, you shouldn't do great value anything. Y'all shouldn't consume great value anything. And God bless your soul if you do. Because that ain't, I'm going to leave it at that. However, listen, baby, don't drink no tap water. Do you, Michelle? You said your tap water is better than the bottled water? No, no, ma'am. It is not. Let me bring you up to the screen. It is not way better than the bottled water. And let me tell you why. Tap water is full of, they did scientific studies showing that tap water has fecal samples in it, multiple different fecal samples, lots of DNA, a whole lot of medication, a whole lot of steroidal medication, psychotropic medication, estrogenic type of medication. There are a whole lot of things. There are parasites the world over. There are all type of things. Metals, heavy metals, rust from the aging pipe systems, and they are bleached clean. Bleached. You think because the water is clear that it's your clear water? No, no, ma'am. So don't say that. Now, what you can't, I would listen, baby. I was just getting ready to say it. And this is why I love my nerd herd family. Yes, Angel, I was just getting ready to say it. Well, they put salt water in the bottled water too. Here's why. And I thought you were saying you should put, when you drink water, especially if you're getting older, up in my age group, you should put a little salt in your water. A lot of people, when you start noticing those dark things around your eyes and the puffiness around your eyes, that's not just your eyes are tired and your eyes are getting older. That's a sign of edema. And that's a sign of swelling and excessive water retention. You know why? As we age and our hormones start to get out of whack, you retain water because you are taking water in, but it's not being absorbed into your cells and used adequately by your body. So there is a little thing that they do. You have to put salt into your water. You know why you put salt in your water? Because wherever salt goes, water will follow. And so thus you will get the nutrients and the water into your cells the way you need them to. So please just put a tab of salt into your water and drink that, because wherever salt goes, water will follow. And if most people's suffering from edema because you are taking all that water in and it's not being used by your cells, it is just collecting in your body. And too much water affects your heart. It's the silent killer, y'all. Heart disease. So be careful. Also, maintain your dental health, because your dental health will send you to an early grave. All them cavities, and don't just go pulling out teeth either. We're going to do a show on, there are products now that can remineralize your teeth and get you back where you need to be. So be very careful. Be very careful. Our guest, I'm praying that our guest doesn't have cold feet, because like I said, he's had cold feet about 4 or 5 times before. So hold on a second, guys. I'm gonna go. Oh wait, maybe that was Locke that was texting me. Is that you texting me, Locke? Hold on. Okay. Thank you, sis. I appreciate that. I'm gonna go silent for a minute, guys. You guys are here with Locke. You know what to do. Sorry about that. Yeah, I know I was muted, guys. I was reaching out to our guest, who I hope he's not having cold feet. And in a few minutes, I'm going to announce who the guest is. Locke sent him the message as well and information. So we spoke to him a little while ago before we came on the air because we hadn't gotten him. And his schedule makes it so that, as we get older, he was sleeping. So give him some grace. He's going to be on here in a little while. And Locke can confirm everything I'm saying. She was on the call as well. We're going to give him some grace and pray for him. Pray for his strength because this ain't easy. This is not his walk in life. This is not the road he traveled. So thank you, my love. How you doing? Everybody say hi to the dopest show producer. Your girl is all grown up. She got a car now. Can you believe it? The dopest show producer got a car now. She is all graduated. She's just so grown up. It is such a refreshing, beautiful thing to see and to witness. All praises to our Father God. I'm so pleased. I'm so happy. She has a car. Her car is so her. It is so darn cute. Oh my. Her car is so cute. Child. Where's what? Whenever you need, oh, here it is. Okay. I was going to say, whenever you need one of those little blocks to y'all see this private summer coming over me, I got to put my little fan on. But shout out to everybody who was here at Frontline and Center. And I know there are a lot of people here because they want to know who it is. I know there's a lot of what I call looking AHs that just want to come look see. I'm not mad at any of you. I understand the dichotomy of interest. It's not just relegated to the people who support you. It's a little of everybody. So I'm not mad at that. I'm not one of those people that, if you don't agree with me, get off my channel. Absolutely not. You won't find that here, except for the devils now. Y'all get thee behind me, Satan. Skedaddle down the internet superhighway. Go that way. But I know there are some looking AHs that are here just to go carry news and things. So everybody has a role to fulfill in life. Listen, I even say, people are like, oh, that person's a Judas. I said, listen, if you trust the spirit of the living God, if you trust our Father God and his son Yeshua, yes, sis, that's who it is. You are so smart. If you trust our God, then every single person has a role to play, even if it's bad. Even if their role was not something of a positive light, they still have a role to play. Because would we have salvation for it not been for Judas to sell our Lord and Savior Yeshua out? If Judas didn't betray Yeshua for those silver shillings, would we have the salvation and thus the forgiveness of sins that we have? Everybody has a role to play in this. So, baby, please keep that in mind while you're judging folks. Keep that in mind while you reading folks for filth. I was in a store yesterday. Shout out to, I got a new friend. I won't divulge what store, but I was in a phone store yesterday, and I have a new friend. He is so dope. He was the person that was helping me. I was doing something for my business, and he was helping me. He was extremely professional. And I had to go over 2 days. The first day I went, when you're dealing with the business line, it takes a little longer. It's not like a personal line. And so there are steps and different things that have to be done. But this person handled me with so much grace and everything. And then I think I was there the first day, because y'all know in the phone stores, child, you got to be in there forever. But it was pleasant. I roll with the punches. He was so pleasant. And then probably, I think I was in there for 2.5 hours, and probably an hour and change in, he was like, I don't mean no harm or anything, but I just want to let you know, I'm a fan and I know who you are, and just we praying for you. And I'm always, listen, when I tell you I be shocked that people know who I am in the street, I am shocked. I'm always astounded that people recognize me. I just be like, what up, joy to the world? What's the deal, mama? Yes, sis, you are right. That's who it is. That's who the guest is. See, my bestie boo just guessed who it is. She called me early. I wouldn't tell her. I said, be there at 3 o'clock. And normally I would tell her, but I was like, you got to be there at 3 o'clock. She just guessed it. But we're gonna give him some grace because he asked for that, and I'm a grace giver. Yes, I was in there the first day for about 2.5 hours, and still had to come back the following day. But I'm pleasant, and he was just so cool. And it's funny because I kept noticing people just looking me in my eyes, like looking at me, and I was like, maybe they like my outfit. I don't know. And you know what's funny? People keep saying that. Now, Shay, people keep saying that. And it's crazy. That is the one thing that I have not relegated myself to. I don't think of myself as famous. I just think of myself as me. So when people say that, I'm always astounded. I'm always astounded. I appreciate it. First of all, his candor was super dope. His name is Q. He is shout out to Q. You know who you are, bro. Super dope. Handled us with care. We ended up having to, because it was kind of in the evening when I arrived, and it took so long. Thank you, Auntie Leah. I appreciate that. Thank you, my boo. I appreciate that. I try to be. I am a humble woman, and it's just I don't try to set out to be this, that, and the third, honestly. But yeah, I'm always astounded when somebody recognizes me. It's just weird. And at first he was like, I'm a fan. And I was just like, I said, you know who I am? And he was like, yeah. And he just was the utmost professional and all of that. And I respect that. I appreciate it. And I love it. And all of his colleagues were super dope. Yes. Yeah. Sam, you're right. That's who it is. Oh, maybe the phone is just texting back. And all of his colleagues, you good, Vaughn? All of his colleagues were so gracious and so dope. We came back the following day, just so cool. We were talking about the game and just all kinds of stuff. And one lady, it's funny, when I was coming in the second day, there was a woman walking out, and her energy was like her husband held the door for me and Vanna, and she looked like, and I was just like, okay. I just walked in and went and took care of my business. And it was almost, how somebody's energy passes you and they feel they have to come back and have your energy or let you know they make this presence known. And that's what she did. She circled. Now, she should have been going in her car and gone by then. And a little while later, she circled right back. As I walked in, whoever was at the counter, I passed them on the way in. But whoever was at the counter with the guy who helped me, he was wrapping up with them, shaking their hand, and they were walking away. And then I was like, look at the perfect timing. Look at God. Won't he do it? And he was like, hey, you back? What's up? And we were laughing and talking and stuff. And he was filling me in on other things in the case updates I didn't even know. And then the lady came back in, and she just, when I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, sisters and brothers, we have got to, what up, K-Leg? What's the deal, mama? We have got to pay a, oh, 5:30. Happy birthday to K-Leg. Sis, everybody give some love to K-Leg, our sister. Happy birthday, mama. We love you so much. No problem. We love you so much. We love you. Thank you. Throw some Jamaica flags up in there, guys. She gonna spin back on the happy birthday, my love. Happy belated birthday. It is. Have fun and you come on back when you're ready, baby. We love you. And so she spun back and came back in the store and walked up to the gentleman at the next counter. Like I said, everybody was pleasant in there. I'm great at reading energy. Everybody in there was so pleasant. She came back and she was like, what did you do? And then she's flipping on the guy. He was like, oh, no, I was just trying to be, show you what was available to you. And this, that. I didn't ask you for that. And she talked to this grown black man like he was the dirt on the bottom of his shoe. I want the manager right now. And he was like, I was just giving you what you was. I didn't ask you. Did I ask you for that? I got it at home. Ain't nobody asked you for that. She flipped on him. Well, guess what? It was a promotion that gave her free Hulu. Now listen, y'all, listen. They done ran the 52 fake out on us. The internet was that place where we went to escape commercials, where we went to escape all the extras, where we could just come be and enjoy whatever it is that we want to enjoy. TV was the land of commercials, this, that, and the third. Now, this gravitational pull has shifted, Hadron Collider at CERN or whatever, and now the internet is the place with all the commercials. Although I'm not complaining, because the commercials would pay us, but sometimes them gone too far. And all of the services that we enjoyed on the internet for free, it's like cable all over again. You got to pay for everything to stream this, that. So they will nickel and dime the daylights out of you. Like, you can, who's this calling me while I'm on live? Hold on. You know how you just know it's some shiggity, but you just like, oh, because I'm not one of them people that run from answering my phone. If you call my phone, I'm going to answer it. There's no guarantee that you're going to speak to me, but I will answer. I knew that was some bullshiggity, and I still answered it foolishly, but whatever. Back to what I was saying. When we walk in with a closed heart, we can't receive anything that's good for us. Sometimes somebody's doing something for your benefit, and you can't receive it. She told him, I want your manager right now. Talk to him. He said, okay, I will get him now. And I was just like, sheesh. But you know how you can tell someone's putting on for you? She was putting on for me because her husband held the door for me and Nirvana. And I was just like, what? And hey, Natasha St. Cyr, did I DM you? I DM'd somebody today. I got to check, make sure it was. No, it wasn't you. But what up, Natasha? How you doing? Thank you, my love. She could not receive the blessing that was being given to her because her heart was closed and she had animosity over, there are some women who don't want to see their husband do a kind gesture for another woman. She had such resentment for her husband holding the door for me and Nirvana. Now, Nirvana, honey, I was just my regular self. I looked like this yesterday. Nirvana, baby girl, baby girl, let me see you do your dance. Let me see you twirl. Honey, when she stepped out that door, Auntie Sam, right or wrong, baby girl was, Sam said, remember how thirsty the principal at Vanna School. Y'all see how the hackation came to throw me off the thing? I wagwan, yes, sir. Ooh, baby. I'm sorry. It's the hackation. But let me put this comment. Remember how thirsty the principal was at Vanna School when she found out who you were? Nobody knew. I don't tell them who I am. I don't tell them who I am. I don't tell anybody who I am, especially when it concerns my daughter and my kids. I want them to live free of because this carries a thing with it. You know what I'm saying? Some people may support you, but others will then be, and I never want that on my child. Were you trying to show us New York at night? LOL. Huh? What's New York at night? Yes, we rebuked that. You see how the hackation knocked me off? Child. Listen, I was on Murad Morali show the other day. He did an interview with me. So help me. They knocked me off like 8 times. Anybody who caught that Murad Morali live stream, I think it was on today's Sunday. It was probably like Tuesday or Wednesday. It knocked me off about 7 times. So you'll see where he did a little video where who came on after me was the gentleman who was the S worker. What was his name? I think the Punisher. Was that his name, the Punisher? And he wrote the book In Search of Freezer Meat, which I want to read. Quite a title. But I was on prior to him. So help me God. About 7 or 8 times it knocked me off. He was like, I cannot believe this is happening. This has never happened. I said, it's the hackation. Watch my channel. It's the hackation. They do it to me all the time. It's, but I never want people to find out who I am because I don't want it to negatively impact my children, especially my daughter. I don't want it to negative. Some people are in my corner, but everybody's not. Some people can't they don't care about me. They can't stand me. So I don't want that to impact my child. And this woman was, no, it's not Murad. Murad is actually in Saudi Arabia doing a Hajj. He came on afterwards. I guess when he saw how many times they knocked me off, and maybe his family, it seems like his family is very active and involved in. You must go whenever you guys get a chance. Go back to that Murad Morali episode and watch it. It looks like Locked put it in the chat. He did the shorter snippet of the guy, the Punisher, but on his longer live, I was on that probably about not even half hour before the other gentleman came on. Listen to me. I think it spooked him. He kept saying, "Oh my God, I've never seen this before. My God, what you're saying is true." I said, "It absolutely is true." But imagine, this is what happens when you're an empath and when you have an empathic gift and a prophetic gift. It's not that there are people, when you tell them things, sometimes it sounds crazy to them because we have the gift of foresight. We have the gift of vision so when God reveals things to us, sometimes it might not be revealed to other people for another 10, 15, 3, 25 years. Can you imagine me saying all these things I was going through 25 years ago, 13 years ago, 8 years ago, 12 years ago? People looking at me like, she gone. She's out of her mind. But redemption had to come 25 years later for me. How many people have that kind of patience? How many people have that kind of patience? Not many. The hope is that we go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs by then, and then we're out of here. Is this my guest? What's going on? Y'all, I hope my guest didn't get cold feet. I'm going to check on my guest again. I hope they did not get cold feet. And if nothing else, I hope it's not something worse. I hope it's not a compromise or something, but let me check. I'm trying to give my guests some grace. Dana said, nothing about you reads like you're out of your mind. Case in point, Dateline. You speak with assertion and precision always. Thank you so much, Dana. I appreciate that. Thank you ever so kindly. And I'll be honest, it's, first of all, I'm humbled by that. I'm very humbled by that. Thank you so much. However, there is a paradigm shift happening. So I'm going to say who the guest was. And the guest asked me to, matter of fact, let me put his picture on the screen because this is the picture he sent me. He called me the other day and he was just like, yo, what's up? I was checking on you and how you feeling and da da da. We hadn't talked in probably maybe about a month or so, a month and a half, maybe a couple of months. And he was like, just checking on you, this, that, and everything, and how you been and all that. FaceTime me. And we chatted, and I was so happy to hear from him. We chatted, we talked, and I was like, what's up? He's like, yo, I'm gonna come on. I'm ready to come on. I was like, you should let me. You gonna come on? Don't front on me now. Oh no, I'm gonna come on. I'm ready. Sis, I'm not gonna do you like that. I'm coming on. I was like, okay. I was like, whoa, this is gonna be amazing. This is great. You need to come on. I said, I'm gonna promote it. He said, I said, but I ain't gonna say who it is. He was like, nah, don't hide it. Put my picture up there. I said, what? I was like, nah, I'm gonna just promote it and people will come. He's like, nah, he sent me a picture that he wanted to be used. So let me send the picture to the computer, and this is the picture he chose. I even had Nirvana make the thumbnail and obscure his face because this is not the first time we were scheduled to do an interview. This is about our sixth time. I would say seventh, sixth or seventh. And I understand a few times he got cold feet. We talked about it. I even said, listen, what's up? You compromise? What are you, why are you fronting on me? What's going on? And nah, sis, I would never do you like that. This, that, the third. But I understood that although we experience the very, so as right now, I see people putting it in the chat, you know who it is. Julius Jones, the man who I got shot with 25 years ago on that fateful night, December 27th, 1999. The man who Shine shot. That's who our guest is. He called, that's my bro. He called me and said, he's ready to talk. So I get. Now I'm hoping he's not compromised. I'm hoping nobody saw the picture and was like, oh, I know who this is. Let me get at him. What, I don't know. I'm believing it to be cold feet like it has been a couple of times, but all the other times I've like held it back because I never want to put undue pressure on him, stuff like that. But, you know, I also have a PTSD is very real. Thank you for saying that, Joy to the world. PTSD is a real thing, and it can impact, we all take our courses in life. It can impact how you deal with stress, how you deal with the, you know, impending feeling of relinquishing your anonymity. See, he has the benefit. People know his name, but they don't know his face. Now, the people in New York, they know who he is. He's known. However, you know, time has gone by. So a lot of those people that was out in the street, that was known, this, that, the other, you know, them people is somewhere doing their thing. Let me put his picture up on the screen. I'm going to airdrop it to the computer. And this is the picture he sent me. He said, put this picture up. And I still said, Nirvana, obscure his face. Because that's my protective nature. I always want to protect. You know, I don't know. And then here's the thing. There's an integrity thing as well also, because I don't do clickbait. And I would never advertise someone's presence and then for some reason they don't show. And now I'm looking like I'm doing clickbait. And you know that's not me. I don't play that game. So I'm going to introduce the world to the man who has been in the shadows for 25 years. My brother, Julius Jones, while he hasn't come up on the link yet, I'm going to show you the picture he sent me to okay, it's saying invalid file type. Sometimes you got to do a screenshot based on whatever phone or however something is sent. I've had to do this before. Let me screenshot the picture. And shout out to my brother for being ready when he was ready. You understand? I'm not one to pressure anybody because I know what this feels like and what it looks like. And like I said, the gentleman who helped me at the phone store, listen, shout out to Locke for putting this up. Let me just put this up real quick. For mental health assistance, you can call or text Lifeline at 988 or visit lifeline.org. If you are the victim of trauma, if you have ever dealt with trauma yourself, if you have ever had a family member, Natasha St. Cyr, my God, thank you for bringing that up, darling. We will be covering that very soon. Yes, I did. And she is the whole devil. But her actions and that lawsuit ties in everything that has been going on for these cases as well, because that is the stuff they've been doing. But so I screenshotted the picture. Let me resend it. Um, yeah, if you feel triggered, if you feel in fear of your safety, if any of our conversations re-trigger you, always understand that you can tap out, you can consult with, you can call a dial 988, you can consult with someone that you know and love that you trust with your safety. And then you can revisit this at a later time, if such a later time exists, that you are in a place where you feel comfortable and you are ready to watch this show. I don't ever want anyone feeling triggered or re-triggered um, by interacting with any of the show materials that we do here. This is for information and educational purposes. We are not here to bring harm or re-trigger anyone. And I promise you, it is never my intent to make anyone feel traumatized. I won't do it. I know what it feels like. PTSD is, baby, it can be debilitating. And trust me, I know because I was debilitated by it for quite a number of years, but I continue to push through. Everyone pushes through and deals how they deal. Let me introduce to you, while we're waiting for the man, this is my brother. Oh, I just put that picture up. How I just came down. This is my picture, Julius. This is my brother, Julius Jones. We are waiting for him to come on. When he feels safe, he may not feel safe. I'm not exactly sure what the delay is. We're on, he should have been here. However, I am praying his strength and healing, and that he will understand and see that this is a safe place. And he knows that, like, this is not a new thing. We've been down for a long time. This is not anything new. And healing is just that. I don't want you to let anyone make you feel like your healing doesn't have merit, or that your healing should come at the pace that someone else says that it should come at. I had the perseverance and strength from God to push through in spite of what I was going through, to do my healing in tandem with speaking out. Everybody doesn't have that. Everybody doesn't have that. This is our special guest, our mystery guest. This is Julius Jones. He is the other gentleman. There were 3 of us shot that night. Julius and I were shot where the bullet entered our body. Another gentleman, Robert Thompson, was grazed. And we've talked about it. I said, where is Robert Thompson? I've never been able to find him. And Julius said to me, he was an old dude when we got shot. He was older than us. I said, what? He was like, yeah, that man was grown. We were in our 20s. He said that dude was grown, like 20 years older than us then. So who knows where he is? And I didn't even know that. Julius was the one that told me that. And we talk. This is my brother. We talk. And I wanted to give him the grace. I asked him from the very beginning, did he want to talk? He said yes, quite a number of times. He was supposed to come on the TISA with me. He couldn't do it. And I get that. Listen, he was supposed to come on to Art of Dialogue with me. We were going to do a follow-up. He couldn't do it. And I understand that trauma works like that. You can tell yourself you're ready. You can get to a point where you're ready. You can go to the place. You can get in your house. You can get dressed. You can say, okay, I'm going to finally go do this thing. You can put your clothes on. You can lay your outfit out, set it out, say, this is how I'm going to do it. I'm going to stand like this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to say this. You could go through all of that, get to the door and turn back and go home. Take all them clothes off, get on the couch with a pint of ice cream, and that's your day. I don't judge that. At least you tried. Perhaps telling me he was ready was him trying. So I'm praying. We ain't rushing nowhere. Y'all know how we be up here. Okay, let's see. Asheo, sis. But when I tell you I love the dopest mod, y'all don't understand. The dopest mod is just, whoo, child. Locked is on the money, okay? I know y'all can hear us interacting behind the scenes. Locked is on the money. And we're going to pray his strength that he comes on. I'm still holding out hope. I believe in him. I know he's going to be here because, listen, he didn't just, he never went this far before. He never sent me no picture and say, use this picture to promote it. This is big. And so I believe in him. I believe in him. And I believe that he is going to come on. Anxiety is very real. Leilani, thank you for pointing that out. Shout out to Leilani Arrington. Leilani said, hope he's okay because anxiety is real and it's very hard to gauge. It is. Sometimes you tell yourself, because that's what life is. Life is a series of psyching ourselves up to do that which we have felt in fear of doing. Life is that. And we can go through all of these moves where we're like, okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. And then right at the last minute, something happens that takes us there or takes us from there or does something in some way to us. And we just feel re-triggered and anxiety will get in the way. But we holding our hopes. We're holding our hopes that our brother is going to come on and have this chat. And it's, listen, it's, you know, bro, it's informal. You're in a safe space. We just going to talk about, we could talk about fish fries and whatever. It don't matter to me. Like I told you on the phone, we don't have to discuss the case if you don't want to. We will only discuss that which you want to discuss. No pressure, no any of that. Yeah. No pressure. This is very, listen, honey, baby, dishing with the D. Now you didn't said a whole mouthful, girl. She said all of that is very mentally exhausting, baby. And all of this, it still is very mentally exhausting. Oh my goodness, it is. It is why you don't see me. People are like, oh, come up and you know, you should do updates every day. No, I'm gonna leave that to the others. See, it's attractive to y'all because this ain't your existence. This been my existence, honey. I ain't doing no daily updates now. No, can't do it. I'm triggered sometime by listening to the case on someone else's channel. And there are channels that I go to and I watch. I watch Murad Morali. I love how he delivers it. Straight No Chaser. I watch BJ sometimes, a little more dramatic and stuff like that, and interpretive. And she delivers it well as well. There's a few people that I watch. I love Kadisha Lynn's updates when she just does the whole vop, vop, vop. I love it. I love it. Hey, Locke said, we see you peeking through the bushes. You are more than welcome to comment. Shout out to my nosebleed seat people, my people watching on their TVs, my neurodivergents who ain't jumping in the chat. Shout out to you all. Please forgive me. In anticipation of our guest, your girl just got beside herself and forgot. I apologize. I am not forgetting you. I didn't leave you out. Please forgive me for neglecting to acknowledge you. Guys, you know also, like, subscribe, share. How many thumbs up do we have? Well, thank you so much, Danielle. Wow, what a sweet thing. What a sweet thing. Danielle said, just want to say you are a true light. Oh, you're a true light that shines a beautiful light inside and out. God broke the mold with much love. Thank you so much. My goodness. What? Thank you, Danielle Chavis. I appreciate that. Wow. Yes, Today News. I watch everybody you watch. Listen, good coverage is good coverage. Like I'm not one of those people that are like, hey, I don't like this person. No, I'm not that person. There's enough space for all of us in these YouTube streets. There is enough place for all of us. And like I was pointing out earlier to you guys, the reason my testimony, and I was hoping my brother came on because our testimony ties this case into a bow. It ties it into a bow. And so there are still, first of all, let me give a shout out to Leah Gordon. Those of you, and I have to put her, the Natalia Rubin story on my page also. And perhaps matter of fact, how about we do that? While we are waiting for our guests, how about we review some of that information? Because I also want to show you guys some things. But I was reviewing that today as well in anticipation for this show. And every time I watch it, something fresh springs upon me. Like, first of all, she did an overwhelmingly amazing job at putting together her thing. She did a phenomenal job, absolutely phenomenal job. And I just appreciate all of the hard work she did. She was very detailed. She told the story. She cited things. The hackation that occurred, I understand it now too. I definitely understand the hackation that occurred. I do. I get it. I can see the hackation stuff that's happening. God, listen, when I tell you God give me downloads night and day in real time, I'm talking to y'all. God is telling me, do check this, do this, do this. And God is always right. Whew. My God. Right in the middle. Oh, Lord, child. I want to show you guys something. Let me pull it up first before I take you down that. One moment, guys. Talk amongst yourselves. Y'all know the hackation makes this go very slow. No, I did not even press this on. So, what is this? No, you will not. You will not try to sabotage what I'm doing. Ooh, baby, this hackation, baby. This hackation be on one. Lord. Continue to talk amongst yourselves. I want to highlight something. The hackation be trying to give me the business, but here's this. I serve an on-time God, and I'm not going to be dismayed, and I'm not going to be troubled, and you can't get under my skin, and all that good stuff. I won't give over my power. Because the Bible says, do not cast your pearls before swine. The hackation is on one. And the hackation is always gonna, because like I said, here's the thing. Here's the most preeminent thing to always remember with this hackation. They continue to be threatened by me, my story, my presence. They continue to be threatened by that. And understandably so, because what it highlights is that all the things that I was saying were completely true and real, and I'm being vindicated in real time. Like so many things I had to say are being vindicated in real time. So, there's that part. And they understand that the importance and the strength of my voice is such that people are putting. Now look at this. Now, boy, this hackation nasty work. Now I done just pulled up this thing, it switched it to something else. Why? But and I know the hackation did it because the title that I searched for is still in the top of the thing. Here we go again. This is it. Thank you very much. The hackation has a problem with somebody. Why is my phone sliding? Is it vibrating? The Most High is up in here again, y'all, because baby, my phone just was sitting here this whole time, stacked on top of each other. And so help me God, two of them just fell over. And nothing is moving it. There's nothing going on. There's no reason why it should be moved, but two of them just fell over on their own. Okay, one moment, please. Let me go back to this. Yeah, so I'm going to remove this from the screen. Let's look at this thing. Yeah, and you saw the one fell off. That been up here since the show. They be active. Yeah. God is definitely in the room because y'all know this been up here. Oh, hold on. Share screen. This thing been minding its business, sitting up on that wall, featuring itself. In fact, when I go outside to walk, the dopest dog is sitting there. I could see it through the window. I was like, I wonder if people drive by and can, I mean, which it's not highly visible, but I said, I wonder if my neighbors say, like, what she got going on over there? Well, they probably know. I'm sure they're watching, but I digress. All right.
That he had a gun. I want to make this 100% clear. I had nothing to do with a shooting in this club. And I feel terrible that people were hurt that night.
As you guys know,
famous.
those of you, hold on.
I don't have a publicity machine. I don't have $1 million of insurance on my body, or any part of my body for that matter. Does that make me any less valuable?
The Manhattan District Attorney says Grammy-winning rapper Sean Puffy Combs was indicted.
This actually deserves a far more respectful and a better introduction. So while we await, listen, at this point, I don't even know if he's coming. I pray that he is, because he called me and said he wanted to come on. So I'm holding out hope. However, in the interim, I want you guys to see something. Kicking it with Auntie Leah. I know you love it, baby, because I saw your comments in there. I revisited it again, and I saw all your comments. Now, this deserves a better warning. You know, my words, I'm doing 50 million things, and my eyes are moving. Let's put this trigger warning up. Locked. Shout out to Lock, the dopest mod. Locke said, trigger warning, we prioritize your mental health over views on this channel. Please log off if you need to, and we will see you in the next one. This that I have on the screen that I'm showing in anticipation of the arrival of my brother, Julius Jones. This was, and if many of you haven't seen it, I caution you, take some time, maybe perhaps later on today on a Sunday. It's an hour long. This is called the extended version. There's a shorter one, but take some time when you get a moment, or perhaps we will do it on this show. I want you to sit down and watch this. This was done by a remarkable PhD, Leah Gordon. So don't think YouTube is for scallywags, skettels, and crumb snatchers. Don't think everybody on YouTube just looking for a few shekels to throw together. Leah Gordon is, and listen, we come in all walks and of life, all shapes, sizes, styles, everything. And God is no respecter of person. But when I'm telling you that this documentary was so well done, when I say this documentary was so well done, because Leah had to be a child when this occurred, okay? But for her ability to go back and source photos I hadn't seen in years, footage of things from back then, conversations, snippets, like her research. And that's why I highlight the PhD portion, because, you know, as a PhD candidate, it requires a lot of research. Baby, when I tell you her filmmaking skills are bar none. I stumbled on this. You see how I'm introducing this to you? I was introduced to it by me and Nirvana. Nirvana had a day off from school that day. I think it was a teacher work day. And we were in the house. She was like, came and hung out in my room. I was in my bed doing my stuff. She was in her room. And then she came and hung out in my room. And we watched a couple, and I had watched another YouTube video, and then it popped on. And she was like, we both said at the same time, we looked at each other and said, the Natalia Rubin story? What is this? This woman didn't know me. This woman I had never met, but she decided, who is this woman that is being overlooked in this egregious case? I need, and she tells the stories of women. She tells women's stories. She said, I need to look into this, and I want to speak for this woman. I need to know who this woman is, and I want to speak for her, because I don't feel like she's been given the level of respect. And so she researched me, and when I tell you, excellent research, and the case, and created this documentary called The Natalia Rubin Story. I'm going to show you portions of it. When I tell you, Me and Nirvana sat in my room on my bed and watched this thing straight through, almost no words. I think I might have said a couple of words because I saw certain people and situations and I was like, oh, I didn't know that. Or I did. And then I told my sister about it and she says, I think you do know that, but your mind has forced it out of your mind, because I remember you saying this to me 25 years ago. And so help me, or at that time, 23 years ago, so help me God, I did not remember it. I still don't remember it thoroughly. But it was in this thing, and her documentary jogged it in my mind. And I was like, what? When did that happen? I didn't know that happened. And when I said it to my sister was like, yeah. And it's a unique dichotomy, which I won't say here in order to protect the innocent. Or let me rephrase that. There's a unique dichotomy here that this documentary showed me and refreshed to me. But I won't go into it in the interest of preserving the integrity of privacy for certain people. I'll call it family privacy. Yes, family privacy. I'll leave it there. But this was well done, and I want to give it the level of respect that it deserves. And so without further ado, Leah Gordon, Dr. Leah Gordon, and she actually, let me just preface it by saying this also. This was so well done. I started reaching out, looking out for her on social media, going to her IG and all this and sending her DMs like, I need to meet you. I need to talk to you and this, that, the other. And we finally linked up with each other and we spoke, and we had an amazing conversation, and she was so humble and shy and quiet. And I was like, what's wrong? And she was crying. And I was like, what's wrong? Like, I was just talking and so excited. I said, I'm sorry. Did I say something that hurt your feelings? It's like, what happened? And she was just inconsolable. And when I finally got down to it and I was like, Leah, talk to me. Did I say something? Like, what's going on? And she was just like, I can't believe I'm talking to you. And I was like, it's okay, honey. It's okay. And she told me about her history and how she had been full speed ahead in her career. And God told her, drop everything, pick up your mat and walk and go to another city and do this work. And to everybody, it looked crazy. Her family, everybody thought, like, what? You're just going to leave everything and go to another city where we don't have people and start all over and do this thing? YouTube? What? It didn't make sense to anybody. This is a degreed woman, multi-degreed woman. But she believed in what God told her and took what God said, and she went. She knew God had her back and she would be okay. And she went to this other city and put down roots and started doing these videos. And baby, she tells the story of lots of women. You got to honor what God tells you. If God gives you a vision, he will make provision. Make sure that when you make these moves, it comes from God, because the enemy knows God's voice and will mimic it and make you think he's sending you. But when it's God, you will know in the pit of your stomach. And she did this. And so when she was so inconsolable, I said, why are you crying though? I'm so happy that we're talking. Why are you crying? She said, you're the first woman whose story, she's done hundreds of women's stories. Go on her channel, sub, tell her the dopest nerd sent you. Tell her Natalia sent you. She's done tons of women's stories. And she said, you're the first woman I talked to. And I was like, oh, why? They don't want to talk to you? Like they're not comfortable speaking to you? And she's like, no, you're the only one alive. Every other woman's story I've done is dead. I was like, that jolted me in. I could finally understand why she was so inconsolable. And when I tell you the effect it had on me, where is my brother? We still gonna give grace. And so without further ado, the Leah Gordon, the Natalia Rubin story. So let me press play. And I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but I might advance and skip to other parts and stuff, and we'll discuss what's here.
The fact that Mr. Combs has been arrested is because some person alleged that he had a gun.
I want to make this 100% clear. I had nothing to do with a shooting in this club. And I feel terrible that people were hurt that night.
I'm not famous. I don't have a publicity machine. I don't have $1 billion of insurance on my body, or any part of my body for that matter. Does that make me any less valuable?
The Manhattan District Attorney says Grammy-winning rapper Sean Puffy Combs was indicted for possession of 2 loaded 9mm guns. One found in his Lincoln Navigator, the other tossed from his vehicle after a shooting at a Midtown nightclub 2 weeks ago. Combs is not charged in the shooting, but his protege, Jamal Barrow, also known as Shine, was. He's charged with attempted murder.
Mr. Combs intends to plead not guilty to the charges filed against him now. We are confident that once all of these facts are carefully reviewed, he will be completely exonerated. Unfortunately, this case has developed a life of its own, has resulted in the filing of charges that we feel are without merit.
The only time I saw any fear on Puffy's face was during the testimony of Natalia Rubin. She described seeing him with a gun. She described the bullet as like a hot sledgehammer hitting her face. Puffy, shook his head at that point in time.
I am the woman who he shot in the face. On December 27th, 1999, I have told everyone ad nauseum since then and never changed what I said. I watched him. I got pow-powed in the face. They all knew he did it. Everybody knew he did it. But he paid off the club bouncer named Sharice.
Sharice Myers claimed that she fell on top of Puffy during the shooting and said that he did not have a gun. But even as her testimony helps exonerate Puffy, it implicated Shine.
I'm telling you that she's lying, and you saying, hey, well, she helping me. But I'm facing 25 years.
And let me just reiterate, Shine is not innocent. Shine shot Julius Jones.
You don't have to do nothing, but don't try to hurt me.
That night.
Although only Combs' associate Jamal Barrow faces attempted murder charges, this is not Combs' first run-in with the law.
I did not force anybody or tell anybody to say anything that would damage or hurt Shine's case. I just wouldn't do that. That would not be my intent. Right now, my life is positive, and I'm going to keep it like that.
The latest legal drama involving rapper and music mogul Sean Diddy Combs. A new lawsuit filed by a producer and videographer on Diddy's latest project.
This is the 5th lawsuit against Diddy since November. The first one, filed by his ex, Cassie, was settled.
In this lawsuit with the producer Little Rod, as a means of threatening him, Puffy said, that's why I shot up the club back in 1999 and let Shine take the fall for it. And that was alliterative, taking the fall as in paying for his crime of shooting Julius Jones.
Now you can sell this $20 yoga mat on Amazon.
I'm not gonna complain about commercials. That's how we get paid.
And compete with hundreds of other yoga mat sellers, or you can sell digital products on Amazon and compete.
This video is to bring awareness. Yes, Lady Classic. Oh, yes, man.
Natalia Rubin is a talented hairstylist and a former beauty salon owner out of Brooklyn, New York City. With a passion for hair and an eye for style, she quickly made a name for herself in the competitive world of hairdressing. However, Natalia's journey to success was very challenging. She is also a dedicated mother to her 2 children and profoundly loves music. Natalia had always dreamed of becoming a singer, but her responsibilities as a mother and business owner often took priority. Despite her busy schedule, she occasionally hung out in the Times Square nightclub scene, but tragedy struck when Natalia and her friends attended a celebrity-studded event filled with athletes, ballers, and bad boy artists such as Diddy and Shine. Natalia and Shine were actually friends. They used to go to the studio together to record, but in the midst of festivities, a fight broke out and shots were fired. Natalia was caught in the crossfire and struck in the face. Unfortunately, the media gave more sympathy to the celebrities involved and not the actual victims of the incident. Since then, Shine has apologized and stated he did not believe it was his weapon who hit her that night.
For the Natalia Rubin, that was my homegirl. We knew Natalia. We used to go to the studio with her, and everything was everything. Although we don't know if it was my gun, that hit her with the ricochet, because it was like fault of a gun. And it was a terrible situation because, like I said, she was my friend, so I'm sorry that she had to suffer.
Despite the odds, Natalia pulled through and survived the traumatic incident, although the man she claims who shot her while in the hospital and on stand was acquitted on all charges.
That smirk. Duping delight.
You think I could book that for like the weekend of the 14th when the soundtrack comes out? If so, bump somebody. All right, thanks. All right, love you, man. I got my MTV out. Savage! I'm a savage! Oh! I'm a savage! Whatever I want, I'm going to get! Whatever I want, I have to get!
Sean John Combs was born on November 4, 1969 in the Harlem neighborhood of New York City. Raised by his mother after his father was murdered in 1974, Combs grew up in Mount Vernon, New York and attended a Catholic boys' school in the Bronx. Over the years, Combs has gone by various names, including Puffy, Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, Diddy, and Love. He allegedly earned the nickname Puffy in high school because of his habit of puffing out his chest to make his body seem bigger.
Now, Diddy, I introduced you as Sean Diddy Combs, but you've changed your name to Love. So where does that fit into the name?
I think that out here in London, you could understand, like, you know, David Bowie, I was always a fan of his, and he was able to give you different artistic personas.
Yeah.
But for me, this is actually, my real life is my art, and so there's been different eras. So there's been the Puff Daddy era, the P. Diddy era. You know, I dropped the P, then it was the Diddy era.
Yeah.
And now, this is the ultimate goal. I have become Love.
Okay.
Combs majored in business administration at Howard University, producing weekly dance parties and running an airport shuttle. He dropped out to pursue an internship at Uptown Records, which led to a future talent director position.
I started like asking questions and getting information on the music industry. I know like music was an important part of my life to the point whereas I was always dancing and I, had aspirations to maybe be a rapper or something like that. But I didn't know where I was gonna go. Instead of just looking at the rapper or the performer, like my eyes kind of wandered to like the people that were on the telephones and the people that were telling the performers which way they should go, and the other people in the suits. So that's another thing that interests my eye besides just looking at the rapper and saying, okay, one day I want to be Heavy D, one day I want to be LL Cool J. I was kind of looking like, okay, one day I want to be like Russell Simmons, or I want to be like Berry Gordy or Quincy Jones. I had asked around and then I was just like, I just want to do whatever I have to do to learn. So I started going to people saying I just wanted to intern for them. First I went to Rush and they didn't really have no room. That's Russell Simmons' company. And then finally, a friend of mine, Heavy D, was on a label called Uptown Records with the owner of that was Andre Harrell. And so he hooked up a meeting with me and Andre Harrell and I just basically asked if I was told him I'd do anything, I'd work for free. But the catch was that I was in school. They said that I could work for 2 days, Thursday and Friday. And Andre Harrell, who's the owner of Uptown, where I was interning at, was about to choose a new A&R director. So I took him out to lunch and I was like, let me give it a chance. And I knew he was making music for a young lifestyle. And so I sat down with him at lunch. I was 18. I was like, basically, there's nobody better to make the music for the young lifestyle but me because I'm part of that lifestyle. Why don't you just give me a chance, a probationary period? So he gave me a chance. And I started working with different rappers like Father MC. And then on his album, I put Mary J. Blige and Jodeci on the album. And the singles that they sang on and rapped on had went gold. So that was good. That was like a good start. So then I had got promoted to director of A&R. And I was 18 then. So I was like, like one of the youngest executives out.
Very.
Ooh, boy, these commercials.
People are always taking pics of me, but they're sleeping on who the real muse is.
Is that Doechii?
Very soon, he was moving up in the chain, but tragedy always followed him after every major milestone he accomplished. In December 1991, when Combs was 22 and an intern at Uptown Records, he hosted a charity basketball game with rapper Heavy D. It was alleged that he was responsible for a stampede that unalived 9 people.
And never gave a dime to anybody.
Yes, a female.
Yes, he had an asthma attack? She passed out unconscious. They can't revive her.
Although a judge ruled that Combs and Heavy D were responsible for the tragedy, the ruling had no legal effect on the two. Combs later settled with at least one injured survivor, but the incident was barely mentioned in the media. Nonetheless, Combs rapidly rose to the level of vice president and successfully produced several key artists for Uptown, but left the company in the early 1990s. By 1992, he was on the verge of starting his own company. Therefore, he started scouting out talent in the local neighborhoods. That same year, Combs had arranged to meet the then upcoming rapper Biggie Smalls after seeing a feature of him in a magazine.
Look in the sky and wonder why most MCs alibis won't comply with my style of rhyme or rhyming or rap. It's not a trap. My rhyme just snap miles and miles for a while. My rhymes are once in a pot. Now I put them on fire.
Biggie, whose real name was Christopher Wallace, has been deemed as one of the greatest rappers of all time, but unfortunately, his career was very short-lived not long after that meetup. During a 2017 interview with Revolt, Combs reflected on the first time meeting with Biggie. He said he was very quiet, but felt Combs had the chance to give him the opportunity of a lifetime.
First time I met B.I.G., I brought him to the soul food restaurant called Sylvia's Uptown in
Listen
Harlem.
to this.
And the first thing that I remember was how like big and black he was. Because I saw a picture, but in person, this guy is really a big guy. You know what I'm saying? And he's really, really, really dark skinned. You know, and this is during the time of like
colorist?
Al B. Shaw and LL Cool J. You know, dark skin wasn't it. He was beyond dark skin. Then I remember him sitting down, and he really didn't have anything to say. So you have this big guy that has this in-your-face rap attitude, but was quiet. And then here's the mind-blowing thing that you would have thought, is that we had Sylvia. This is the best soul food in the world. Like you would actually just come to New York for this soul food. And, you know, I asked him if he wanted to eat. He was like, nah, he didn't want to eat. And I realized that that's how big this moment was for him. And that this, like, he really, like, this was really his dream. It wasn't, he couldn't even eat. You know, he couldn't even say that he wanted to just, for this to really, really happen. And it happened. It was all a dream. True story.
Combs eventually got Biggie on board and claims the two soon became brothers. Although some members of the label have refuted those claims, according to Bad Boy's former president, they didn't have much time to make genuine friendships.
This is Pod 5, the first fully immersive sleep system. Intelligent, adaptive, effortless. It doesn't replace your bed, it transforms it.
But he didn't trust him as much as
y'all keep hearing about D-Rock.
The way
D-Rock
Sean
right
says they were best friends after he was dead.
It was Biggie's friend.
No, I didn't see that during the time we were working with him.
He let Puffy.
I think there might have been a little bit of a hole or a gap when it came time to people being friends. I think Sean wanted friendship too. He might have wanted the best friend thing. Biggie came with his friends and came with everything, and was about to open up to the world with all kinds of new friends and new people.
Nonetheless, Biggie signed to Combs' Bad Boy Entertainment upon his launch in 1993 and dropped his debut album, Ready to Die, in 1994.
First things first, I pop freaks all the honeys, dummies, Playboy bunnies, those wanting money.
This would be his only album release before his unsolved tragic murder. Overnight, Biggie became a worldwide success, setting the bar high for future rap artists. Biggie also restored the New York scene during a time when West Coast hip-hop music was dominating, but this caused tension and an unnecessary beef between Bad Boy Records and West Coast-based rapper Tupac Shakur under Suge Knight's Death Row.
All these people talk about an East Coast, West Coast war, they like the Judas was to Jesus. They only here to cause confusion.
This wars the East Coast and the West Coast started when we went out to New York to do the Source Awards.
and Mr. Knight went on stage, and he's in New York City, and we all know Puffy's from New York City.
Any artists out there want to be an artist and want to stay a star, don't want to have to worry about the executive producer trying to be all in the videos, all on the record, dancing, come to Death Row.
The whole crowd started booing, and then I thought to myself, like, why would you do that?
I'm the executive producer that a comment was made about a little bit earlier. But check this out. Contrary to what other people may feel, I would like to say that I'm very proud of Dr. Dre, of Death Row, and Suge Knight for their accomplishments. And all this East and West that needs to stop.
Many joke that Diddy could only gain success by using samples of old songs or features of other talented artists. What's sad about the division was the fact that Tupac and Biggie were actually friends. According to reports, Biggie would crash on Tupac's couch when he was in California, and Tupac would always stop by Biggie's neighborhood when he was in New York.
You want to set it off? I'm scared to do some freestyle. I'm scared to do some freestyle. But now I'm about to pass the go on because this Tango Ray is getting hella strong. The neighborhood grave digger getting paid so much, the police come, I'm leaving. Peace and love. Here we go.
But when Tupac was shot in Biggie's neighborhood, their beef continued to grow stronger. Despite efforts by Biggie to mediate the situation, it was alleged Tupac refused to believe anything less than his East Coast rival was secretly plotting against him.
I possess his soul, his and Puppy. They know that I was the truest nigga involved with Biggie's success. I was the biggest help. This nigga, I don't write his rhyme, but he know how much he borrowed from me. He know how I stop my shows and let him touch the show. Let him blow up and do his whole show in the middle of my show. How I used to buy him some, give him, never ask for it back. How I used to share. I used to share my experiences in the game and my lessons and my rules and my knowledge on the game with him. You know what I mean? He owed me more. He owed me more than to turn his head and act like he didn't know niggas was about to blow my head off. He knew.
Tupac article had me pissed off, you know what I'm saying? And the rumors are spreading.
Look at Puffy's eyes, y'all.
Like we set him up, you know what I'm saying? And that's crazy. It's just ridiculous.
Look at
Puffy's eyes. But I also understand that if you was to get shot 5 times, mine is just completely spinning, you know what I'm saying? You're real confused about your situation. So it'll cause you to say things that you really don't mean.
Nonetheless, Biggie's impact was so strong so soon that he went on to earn the 1995 Billboard Music Award for Rapper of the Year. Around this time, Biggie started spreading messages to his fans to leave weapons, drugs, and the streets alone. He also started to focus on his own group, Junior Mafia. It was even rumored that he was planning to leave the label while Bad Boy continued to expand.
Check it out. It's the Notorious B.I.G. on High 97. Do me a favor, stay away from drugs and guns. It ain't all good, you know what I'm saying? Take it from me. I done been through it all, being locked up, shot at, stabbed, hustling. I mean, it may look like it's the thing to be doing, but believe me, it's not. When I got in the rap game, I was blessed, you know what I'm saying? So for all those out there that want to be those Capones, those are just movies, you know what I'm saying? You see other people do it, I know you bit of the glitter and you want to be down with everything, but believe me, man, it ain't nothing but a cell or grave, man, for real.
Nevertheless, in 1996, Biggie's road manager helped bring another star to Bad Boy Records. Kuda introduced the 20-year-old Mason Durrell Bethea, aka Murder Maze, to Jermaine Dupri and Combs, who attended a rap conference in Atlanta. Mason was offered a $250,000 deal. Within a week of signing to the label, Mason's stage name, Murder Maze, was shortened to Maze. His debut was a feature on and in the video of 112's Only You with the Notorious B.I.G. Also found huge commercial success after joining forces with the talented Maze. Maze was featured on various hit songs with Combs, including Can't Nobody Hold Me Down, Been Around the World, and More Money, More Problems, which reached #1 on the Billboard Hot 100. By that time, Combs' production company were taking off. The label even signed other acts, including Faith Evans, Total, The Lock, 112, Black Rob, Craig Mack, and Carl Thomas. By 1997, Bad Boy Entertainment had sold nearly $100 million in recordings and made a multi-million-dollar deal with Arista Records to manage the label. But sadly, that same year, Bad Boy's brightest star, Biggie Smalls, was tragically abruptly murdered in a drive-by in Los Angeles. It was about 6 months after the murder of Tupac Shakur, his former rival. The Brooklyn native was shot 4 times while traveling in the passenger seats of a vehicle with his entourage, while Combs traveled in another vehicle with 3 bodyguards. It was alleged that Combs was warned several times not to travel to the area by his security.
Puff's truck pulled up first. Him and his security, everybody got in his truck. When a big joint pulled up, we got in the truck. Puff pull out first. We pull out behind him. He blow past the light. We stopped at the light. When we stopped at the light, I see some chicks like on the curb. Me yelling out the window, yo, mom, what's up? Yo, what's good? And before you know it, a car just rolled up, started popping in the car. Everybody got down in the truck, so that stopped. We all hopped out. Everybody's door open but Big door. Big door went open. We all ran back to Big. He was slumped over the console. And by that time, his truck had came back around.
That night, Mace and several other bad boy artists were left stranded in their hotels. It was alleged that they were being haunted and needed to find a safe way to get out of town.
I actually was trapped in a hotel. It was about probably like 70 or so bloods in the hallway. I couldn't even leave my room.
How'd you get out?
One of the guys.
Why would it be 70 bloods in your hallway after Biggie Smalls died?
Actually, after Big, they was probably looking for more bad boy artists, and I couldn't even leave the room till Gene Dill, the officer had to come get me. I was left in L.A. And from that day, I always said, you know what, I'm out of here.
When you say you was left, what do you mean you was left?
Like I was
Who left you?
I came there with people. I ain't leave with those people. You know how I go.
What is shocking about the tragedy is the fact that Biggie was not supposed to be in LA on the night of his death. This confessional was released in conjunction with the Biggie movie in 2009.
Part two of the Diddy Biggie confessional. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Something that y'all don't know. Breaking news, something that I've never told anybody. This is a secret, something that, will probably be in my book. The day that Biggie was...
Forgive me for scrolling past him, but he works my nerve. I don't want to see him too much. This is the extended play, so it has a little more footage in it than... Y'all could go back and watch this on your own. Well, let me take it to when Mace was in the church. Because Mace also... I give a lot of respect to Mace. He
Huge
also...
commercial.
This is what Ivy League universities you can get into with a 3.6 GPA.
90% of students with a 4.
I give so much respect to Mace.
In 1999, Mace became religious and abruptly retired from the business, leaving a severe dent in the company, especially since his second album had just been released.
Do you remember, who was the first person you told, I'm done with this?
I think Puff was the first person I told.
What was his reaction?
Puff say? I mean, he was actually real supportive. I thought he would be the opposite, but he was like, if God told you to do that, you really need to do that.
Definitely.
Well, all right. Supportive. That's what it's supposed to be like. Well, what...
You spoken to Puff lately? Do y'all talk or what?
Well, actually, we not really on speaking terms, but, I still pray for the dude, and I pray that all is well with him.
Okay. Well, P. Diddy's supposed to be releasing a gospel album. What came to your mind when you
listen to this, guys?
When you heard that, what thoughts did you have?
Y'all want me to answer that?
I mean, yeah.
I mean, can RuPaul put out a gospel album?
Mace right now is
y'all heard
he's
that?
a minister. He was dead serious about it. It wasn't a joke. It had nothing to do with me or him. There was no problem.
He was telling you without telling you. What's the freezing? Hackation again? I wonder why it froze.
For me and him, he was just up here. I just donated a couple of fly suits for him. If he's gonna be a minister, I think he needs some fly suits. So we tricked a couple of $1,000 on some suits. I asked him, if after he opens up a big church and he starts to get a lot of donations, if he could pay me back some of my money. He said he would. But besides that,
he's so
he's
disgusting.
chilling. He's still Mace, but he's just living strictly for God now, which is a beautiful thing.
He always
Mace
wants somebody to
also
pay him
stated
back
that he
something.
felt
Pay me
he
my
never
money.
got paid what he was worth or the respect he deserved.
Now, I could say this because it's not something I didn't say to him. Puff, how do I want to say this? Me and Puff was like, I felt like I did more than I got credit for, more than I got paid for. I never got paid what I was worth, and I never got the respect I was worth. So the disdain that I got for Puff is more like, you trying to keep me here, nigga. I'm not here. All my peers is up here. All my peers are bosses. When it's time, just like somebody raised somebody up, you know, they did work with you. They go from your little man to maybe A&R to something else. He just kept trying to keep me right here. Like he didn't want me to grow at anything. And to anybody, is that gonna bother you?
Yeah.
Especially if I'm producing the work.
Yeah.
Puff would go out and party, and I would be in the studio writing the records, and then I just come back and say, he'll say this is his part or that is his part. But I was the person there creating it all.
You hear it?
Right.
And then, I mean, from the
Counting with
lyrical
people's
standpoint,
work.
Yeah.
where somebody did a beats, and even More Money, More Problems, I came up with that. I came up with the beat too. And I said, Stevie, we need to do this beat and do it like this.
Names?
So just
Stevie.
imagine all of these moments that are taken from you, the records, the beats. You ain't getting the money. You ain't getting the publishing. You ain't getting the respect. And I don't think you're like that.
No.
But everybody is letting you get away with it. Everybody. So me quitting after one album, it didn't take long for me to figure it out. Like, I'm not going to be here with this. I don't care who's here because you're not paying me and you're not respecting me. And that's just the beginning.
All right,
then there's people that try to do bodily harm with me. They will be in the house with Puff. So I'm like, it's a funny game y'all playing behind the scenes. So when people see me, they just see me turned up. They just see me agitated. They just see me aggressive, but they don't know why. Every time something happened to me, it's somebody that's with him. But this is supposed to be the guy I'm signed to. This is supposed to be who I'm getting money with. And I got to say this because when people see me irate and they see me aggressive, they want to, oh, what is Mace doing? Mace is bugging. No, it's a point you get to that you like, yo, I can't let you play because you playing now dangerous games. So imagine somebody doing that and then they over there talking about brother love.
You've probably heard about Boxable's flagship product, the Casita.
Come on in. Because this is so tall, it gives you a tremendous sense of space.
I don't know how much they are now, but they were $42,000.
So everyone loved the look and feel of the Boxable Casita. Now,
put
we're
it
excited
where
to
you are,
announce
they can
that we're
stack
entering phase 2 of the company. That includes single-family houses, apartments, townhouses, and pretty much most residential buildings. We'll take a walk through here and you'll kind of understand what the vibe might be like for a phase 2 Boxable product. We're in a regular house. You can walk through this living room area and then all of a sudden you're in 2 bedrooms. And then we have the connected bathroom here.
These are beautiful.
The system consists of room modules that connect and stack together. The basic DNA of Boxable. Behind me here, we have one of the products that I'm really excited with, and we're calling it the Baby Box. And the idea was to get the lowest cost housing solution possible.
Oh, let's go in. Come on. Come on, then. We've got everything you need. Kitchen, bathroom, living, and sleeping areas. It feeds this side and it feeds that side, so very little wasted core space. And then on the other side of this...
I'm sorry, y'all. I just wanted y'all to see that Boxable. I think that is incredible.
After Mace, a trail of artists also started to want out at Bad Boy Entertainment. Some claimed they weren't being compensated, and others claimed their projects were put on hold or being stolen from more popular artists. Combs' later albums also failed to generate the same praise as his debut. They were heavily criticized, and even comedians at that
You know
time
what, Joy to the
joked
World? I
about
don't think
them.
Biggie knew.
Puffy got a new album. Can't talk about music without talking about Puffy. I know I may get my ass whooped for this, but who gives it? Who don't care? Puffy got a new album called Forever. Forever? What you trying to say, Puff? Forever? You know if the album don't sell, the next one gonna be called, how about 3 more months? Come on!
With everything going on, it was alleged that Combs started to spiral out of control. In April 1999, shortly after the music video of Nas' Hate Me Now featuring Combs being crucified aired on MTV.
Hold on a second. I paused it for a minute. Joy to the World said she thinks that Biggie knew. Here's the thing. I don't think Biggie knew. I don't think Biggie knew. The same way Puffy did clandestine slick moves to betray Biggie, he also did those things to betray other people. And contrary to popular belief, it is my sincere belief that Haitian Jack is not the person responsible for Pac getting shot up. It's Jimmy Henchman, who is another Haitian bad boy. Jimmy Henchman is responsible. So a lot of people get that confused. I'm pretty sure it was Jimmy Henchman. But, you know, there was a lot of ambiguity around there. Haitian Jack was a bad man too, and he had his own lore and all types of stuff. But I truly believe Biggie did not know, and that is how he was able to stay close enough to him, because Biggie's the type of guy, Brooklyn Bed-Stuy dude. If I know you setting ninjas up, you can't be around me. Because I know if you, my grandmother always say, what somebody will do in your presence, they'll do worse to you in your absence. If you stand around me and watch me set somebody up, you know your time is coming soon. Nobody could make me believe Biggie knew that Pac was getting ready to get shot and then stayed around him. I refuse to believe it, because the type of Brooklyn, I know them cats, the type of cat he was, he not staying by nobody that's willing to do that. So consider that perspective. Well, let me put it back on. Here, another one that got some answering to do to the public. Hype Williams, another scallywag.
Combs and 2 others burst into Nas' former manager office and attacked him with a chair, a telephone, and a champagne bottle. Although it was a project he agreed to, he changed his mind after the project was already completed. Nas felt it was a wrong way to do business, especially after it was already done.
Once you commit, once you do a video a certain way at the last minute, you know, that's really not professional to do business like that, really, I thought, you know what I mean?
Combs was arrested on charges of second-degree assault and criminal mischief in connection with last Thursday's alleged attack on Interscope executive Steve Stout, who also serves as Nas's manager and executive produced Nas's album, I Am. According to the police report, Combs and 2 other unidentified men entered Stout's office around 4:30 p.m. and attacked him, leaving him with a fractured arm and numerous cuts and bruises.
Steve sued Combs in June 1999, resulting in Combs paying him an out-of-court settlement. Initially charged with assault for the event, Combs pleaded guilty to the charge of harassment and was sentenced to spend 1 day in an anger management class. But everything started to look bright when Combs was introduced to another rapper from Brooklyn named Shine. The 18-year-old had a voice that was often compared to Combs' former bad boy star, Biggie Smalls. Consequently, 30-year-old Combs took Shine under his wing, even calling him his protege during that time. But sadly, Shine's road to success with his protege ended as soon as it started, when Shine was arrested and charged with attempted murder the same day he celebrated his debut album.
Most people have no idea that the best way to make money on Amazon isn't with physical products. It's with Amazon's other company, Kindle. Kindle was paying me up.
But why'd you go with Bad Boy?
I mean, you know, keep it all the way realer. You understand? It was like the Bulls.
Right.
That's like Kobe coming out of high school and Phil Jackson getting at him like, yo, man,
why don't you come with us, you know, and get the 7th ring? You understand?
Good.
You know, so I was like, man.
Moses Michael Levi Burrow, best known for his stage name Shine, was born in Belize and raised in Brooklyn. As a product of divorce, he
See
spent
when I talk
time
about
in both
his
areas the
modulation
majority of his
between
childhood.
West
His father
Indian
was an
politician
attorney
and
and
Doug?
politician who lived a double life
Noisy.
in Belize. According to Shine, his father was in a relationship with another woman and told him his 2 other kids were made out of love.
Yeah, man, it was, you know, Pops, you know, fronting, acting like he ain't know he had a son. You understand? You know, mother just trying her best to make sure I had food in my stomach, you know. Wasn't pretty.
Really? So your pops was, I want to get the story. Your pops was the deputy prime minister.
Yeah.
And he like basically just owned you,
Yeah, you know, it was, you know, I was a bastard child, you understand? He basically put it like he had my mom's up and that was it, you understand? So just left her there with me and just told her to find her way, you understand?
Really?
She found a way though, you know, because I'm here today.
Shine moved to Brooklyn to live with his mother while spending summers in Belize with his father. He slept on a sofa in their small apartment, and his mother supported them by cleaning homes. In 1993, he enrolled in a New York City College of Technology computer program. He paid for his tuition by working as a bike messenger, buying an 18-speed bicycle and riding it from Brooklyn over the Brooklyn Bridge into Manhattan, where he made deliveries around the borough.
Yeah, man, you know, I was in the streets and I got shot, you understand? And it was like, that was the last straw for my moms, you know?
I'm muting it here because it was through Leah Gordon's documentary. I used to go to New York City College of Technology too. It's a CUNY school, City University of New York. That's another common chord that we have. I'm older than him, but I went to that school as well, which is crazy. Let me tell you, you see how God will intersect your life with someone? Excuse my eating, guys. I feel so peckish right now. Well, let me go back to the video.
She couldn't take it no more. She was like, that's it. You know, understand? She just broke down, you know what I mean, about to go in depression. And I was like, yo, that shook me up. You understand? I was like, can't lose my mother. You understand? So I was like, that mean, you know, don't go outside. Just come straight from school. I even started going to school. Just, you know, go inside and lock myself in my room. You understand? Just for my moms. And that's when I started writing these little raps.
He left New York City College of Technology to pursue a career in music. In 1998, while Shine was freestyling in a barbershop on Church Avenue in Brooklyn, he got his big break.
This kid Austin, he's the unsung hero.
Not Church,
journey.
Flatbush.
I rapped for Austin, right at the barbershop. He was like, oh my goodness. Then he took me to Don Pool.
That was
we went to
Manny's
Mark
shop.
Pitts. Everybody that I rapped for was amazed. So then when I saw Puff at the Sony Christmas party. And I was like, man, I'm the greatest thing you ever gonna hear. So finally I rapped for Puff. And he was like,
I gotta pause it again.
Right. You know,
I have to pause it again briefly to make a notable statement. He tells these little stories, but the one narrative that he forgot to add in was that in order for him, you heard what he said, he went to this person, he rapped for that person. In order for his demo to be shopped, he came to my studio session. Manny was managing him. He came to Manny, whose barbershop he was rapping in front of, started taking him around to shop him. Manny called me one day and said, what up, Ab? What you doing? He said, you at your shop? I said, no, I'm at the studio. He said, word? Remember that cat that used to be outside rapping? I said, the young cat? Yeah, the one that sound like Big. Let me come through to your session, Ab, and let me bring him through. Let him get on the thing. I said, all right, bring him through. Shine came through and got on the mic in my session. He rapped about cohibas. I didn't even know what a cohiba was. He kept talking about cohiba. I was like, what is that? I had to go look it up and realize a cohiba was a Cuban cigar. They took that sample, that session work. He asked me for a copy. That was, back when it was on ADAT. If you were in music and you've been in the studio, you know what an ADAT is. ADAT is analog, like a CD or something else would be digital. ADAT was still analog. He came to my studio session, got on the mic, spit 16 on my song, took the sample of my song with his 16 and went and shopped that. And that's how he got his deal. And then went on to be involved in a shooting with Puffy where me and Julius Jones got shot. Now, you can't make this up. When I was watching this Leah Gordon thing earlier, and I went into the comments, somebody said, oh, Shine said his mom didn't want him to go that night either. And Natanya said she didn't feel like she should have gone. That's why y'all supposed to trust your gut and stay home. Like I said about Judas, if you truly are a child of God, if you truly believe in the living God and that everything God does, he ordains for his purpose and his outcome. If you truly believe in God, there is no such thing as wrong place, wrong time. Now, I don't like having been shot in the face. I would have preferred if God, but it's not any different than Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane when he said, Father God, take this cup from me. And I'm not calling myself, by no means am I aligning myself with Yeshua. What I'm saying is when God is doing a thing, you can pinpoint. There's little stick pins, bop, 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 bop. You can know those things by when you hindsight is 2020. Hindsight is these glasses. When you look in behind, you can see everything laid out clear. Unless you have eyes to see and ears to hear, you can't see it going forward. But those who have eyes to see and ears to hear can see little things and it stands out to them. You've heard me mention those little things when I was getting out the door. My earring fell, went under the fish tank. We had broke the fish tank early that week accidentally. Glass was still there. I tried to get my earring, cut my finger. The dog jumped on me when I was putting my earring in, knocking my earring under the fish tank. All of those are God. When God does all those things, he's saying, slow down. Slow down. Take note of what's happening. I want you to be aware. Something is abound. I want you to be aware. That's what that is. But this whole, oh, you ain't trust your gut. Wrong place, wrong time. No, if you believe in the God I serve, if you believe in God, how could it be a wrong place one time? That's people when people say, Jesus, take the wheel. Boo-boo. You mean the wheel that Yeshua gave you? You got to tell him to take it? You wouldn't have a wheel if it wasn't for Yeshua. You ain't got to tell him to take it. He know you can't drive. He been driving. The audacity of you when Yeshua has been driving for you because you can't drive good. And then you like, Jesus, take the wheel. He looking at you like, he got this look on his face like, really? Come on. We have got to understand, even though we don't like how some things play out, we understand. I understand that 25 years ago, I had to go, even though I was in the church and I got saved and I had submitted myself to Christ, I had to go into a nightclub and be in the pits of where I did not want to be. When I entered the block, remember what I said? There were 2 ambulances there. And I said to them, hold on. What is this? We've never seen this before. Are they expecting someone to die? Those are the ambulances that took me and Julius Jones to the hospital. This was God ordained this. Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane said, crying, pleading, knowing that he was on his way to his own crucifixion. Trembling, he's explained as, sobbing, Father, take this mantle from me, take this cup from me, if it is your will, but thy will be done, Lord. That was the flesh part of him saying, I know what I'm getting ready to go walk into. I know what I'm getting ready to have. What do you think the term your cross to bear means? Because after the Sadducees and the Pharisees and the Sadducees and the Philistines and everybody was beating him and giving our Lord his lashes and crucifying him. They put a crown of thorns on his head, piercing his flesh. They then made him drag the cross to its final resting place where they were going to give him the stigmata and nail his hands and his feet to this piece of wood. and then pierce his side. He knew that that was coming. And he said, even though he willingly laid down his life for our sins to be forgiven, he sacrificed his life so that we may have the forgiveness of our filthy sinner ways. The flesh part of him still said, Father God, please take this cup from me. What he was saying was, please, Lord, I know what I'm doing. I understand the need for me to do it. I understand what will come from me doing it. But this gonna hurt. I'm going to suffer. I am going to suffer before it's all done. Please spare me. And then, with the utmost love for us and our future sinners, because time is not linear. Time is cyclical. Time is cyclical and it's all occurring simultaneously. While we are the present now, we are also the past and the future right now. That's why I keep telling y'all focusing on this chronos time, chronology as in a linear scope of time. I don't exist on that. I see the world so differently because I'm on Kairos time. That's God's time. That's here, now, tomorrow, yesterday, all right now. I don't see the world the way y'all see it. That me, the dog knocking my earring under the fish tank, me picking it up, getting cut, that was the Garden of Gethsemane. Father God, take this cup from me. And yet, because of the strong will in me, I knew something was like, what is all this happening? This is bonkers. I still continue to go because I'm headstrong and I have a heart of, I'm not a quitter. And I already committed and I continued. I can only imagine what my brother Julius is going through right now. I go through what I go through when I see Puffy, but this man Shine shot him. This man Shine shot Julius Jones. So I did see in the comments in the Leah Gordon, people are, oh, I hate what they did to Shine. They took his life. No, boo-boo. When you hear me say Shine, Julie, in Little Rod's lawsuit, he said, let Shine take the fall. No, Shine was the fall guy, as in, I'm going to shake all this off of me. And we both did something, but he going to pay for it. I ain't going to pay for nothing. He allowed society to believe that this guy did everything and never a mistake, because I am very articulate and concise and clear when I speak. It is not my words that are flawed. It is people's ability to hear and receive. It's the people's ability to receive their comprehensive reasoning skills, their critical listening skills that's flawed. I never said Shine is innocent. He ain't innocent. Let me say that beyond a shadow of a doubt. Shine shot Julius Jones that night in Club New York. Puffy shot me. Shine shot Julius. Like I described 25 years ago, I saw the muzzle flash like this. Pow, pow. One was higher, one was lower. Puffy's was slightly lower, which is why it flew directly and hit me in my nose. And Shine's was slightly higher, and it hit Julius Jones in his shoulder. Julius is also taller than me. Y'all see the picture of him? Y'all see this picture? Look how tall this man is. Look how tall he is. I got struck in the nose by Puffy's bullet. He got struck in the shoulder by Shine's bullet. Nobody can't tell me what I stood there and saw. I know everybody's a Monday morning quarterback. I know everybody is Monday morning quarterbacking. But just like Jesus said, Father, take this cup from me. Take this mantle from me. Take it. Take it from me. That's what was happening. I knew. I was like, what's the 2 ambulances? Are they I directly said, you've heard me say it on many, are they expecting someone to unalive here tonight? What is this? We've never seen this before. Y'all still want to go in? They had 2 ambulances waiting. Because while maybe they intended to sacrifice somebody, they intended to sacrifice somebody. It is my sincere belief. I don't for 1 second believe that his actions were by chance. He intended to sacrifice. Shout out to Dana V for becoming a new member. Welcome to the family, cuz. Let me hold $1. That's the welcome. While I believe wholeheartedly that they intended, just like 8 years before, in 1991, December 28th, they sacrificed 9 bodies. 9 people had to be unalived at a celebrity basketball game that he never gave $1 of money over to anybody. Didn't even want to pay the families. Dragged their lawsuits out, I think 13 years or 12 years. And dragged my lawsuit out 12 years. He has a recipe. He want to drag it out so he could harass you. That's why they harass you so much. They send his people after you to harass you, to do things to you, to make you so crazy that you sound bat-ish crazy and nobody's listening to you by the time settlement comes. They will have done so many things to you and you would have tried to react to all those things and it would have made you look guilty and criminal and all that stuff. And that is how he gets to pay people less money. He will wear you down, drag it out, and then try to send his people to harass you in the interim so you can look crazy. So you can be telling people, oh, they're harassing me. They're following me. They're doing this. And then you can be calling the cops like, they're following me. Who's following you? You look crazy by the time the settlement comes. And then they devalue you and pay you almost nothing. Or they have the time to buy out your attorneys and all the people on your team so that they don't lobby and fight for you, which is what I believe. I believe my attorneys were bought out. Not the least of which is one of my attorneys was a former state senator in New York, the highest ranking Democratic state senator in New York. And now, not only is he no longer a senator, that ninja who was embroiled in a scandal, ended up getting arrested, then, or first he was sanctioned from the Senate and charged with crimes. He then thought himself to be some thuggish, ruggish bone. He ended up getting arrested because it came out that he created a hit list and he was sourcing someone to take the people out that told on him. One of my attorneys, that was a state senator, he was one of our family friends. I've known this guy since he entered law. He was my mother's personal attorney. When she used to do her tenants, landlord, I used to have to go to court and I would see him all the time because I would have to go in my mother's place and represent for my mom and go to these court cases when she had to evict tenants or this, that, and the third. Okay? Y'all can look the story up. His name is John Sampson. He was a New York State senator, highest ranking Democrat, ended up in jail. Okay? Created a hit list and was trying to take people out, other politicians and everything that was telling on him. If I'm lying, I'm flying. Look it up. Now, where would he get this notion that he's a thuggish, ruggish bone? Perhaps one of those people contacted him and paid him off. And after getting paid off, he thought he was down with their little squad and thuggish, ruggish bone and tried to live their life. And he ended up going to jail. Now he's like, and listen, this is a man that I absolutely loved. Before he was my attorney, he was my friend. I used to go to court on behalf of my mother for housing, when she had to collect and gather a tenant that wasn't paying rent or destroyed her property or something. I've known this guy for a long time. Way before he became my attorney, 30-something years. And this is what his career, he was the jewel of his family. He was the apple of his family's eye. There is no reason this guy's trajectory became what it did. This guy came from a Caribbean family. If I'm not mistaken, they are Bajan from Barbados. Was it Bajan? Yes. I think they're from Barbados. There is no reason. We're meeting there. Okay, here it comes. There is no reason John Sampson should have turned into that. You couldn't have told me. Now, I did have to tell him slow down a bit because I did see when he started getting like, the kid that's like, look, I'm a nerd. I say it with the total integrity and respect. I'm a nerd. He is a nerd. He's a nerd. So when he started getting all Rico Suave, blase, what's up, my love, beautiful, a black woman. That's how he greets you. Black woman, what's up, black man, black woman. That's how he greets you. When I started seeing this kind of, now you could be swaggerlicious and a nerd, because I was a nerd swaggerlicious. However, he was never swaggerlicious. He was a nerd. Now he was fine. A whole married man with children. He turned into thuggish, ruggish bone. Me can't understand that. Me can't understand it. Nobody can explain to me when this, but perhaps the switch came once he allowed this team to buy him out and he had access to all this money that he could play with. I believe my lawyers were bought out. Listen, I have a very viable case for ineffective legal counsel if I choose. Okay? If I decide to go back and sue them, especially because my other attorney, Deborah Reeser, thought she was going to play me in a recent conversation. I had to ask her for years for my lawsuit papers that show that Shine still owes me money. I spoke to her years ago. It took her 2 years to send me. And here's the joke. I was on the phone with her where her assistant, her law clerk, Ernie, we were on the phone. He came back and she was like, yeah, I got Ernie down there at the courts looking this, that, the other. We're on the phone. She then texts me and says, who the hell is Lana? Oh, when y'all came back?
The health food store down there is closed down apparently.
What do you mean closed down?
It's boarded up. There's nothing outside.
I don't think it's closed down.
It looked like it was nothing out there.
It might just be closed.
Oh.
But what y'all need?
He was gonna go to 7 Honda.
Oh, okay. All right.
You might text me.
Yeah, I'll text you.
Okay. Love you.
Love you too. Sorry about that, guys. The dopest show producer. Let me just put this disclaimer up here. The dopest nerd does not endorse or condone bullying, harassment, doxing, or contacting anyone on behalf of the channel. I am simply explaining how things went. I'm not asking one on my behalf to go and contact this one, that one, whatever, because you know your girl is quite adequate and able to cry aloud and spare not on her own. I'm just simply saying, for my attorneys to have to turn out, and then another one of my attorney, we're on a conversation, and this woman is like, you ever know how you ever been on the phone with someone and you know they're talking for the benefit of whoever's listening? You know, like let's say you talk to your homegirl and you're like, yeah, girl, I don't like what Lisa did. You know, I felt like it was inappropriate, but she grown. I can't tell her what to do. I'm just not feeling it. And, you know, I really feel like I've come to the end of the road with Lisa in our friendship. I don't really want to mix with her. I'm not really feeling her vibe and how she gets down. And that friend is like, oh, wow, really? Yeah, I'm sorry that happened. And this, that, the other. And then all of a sudden, 3 days later, she called you back like, yeah, girl, can you believe that Lisa did that? What was up with that? What you think? And you sitting there thinking to yourself like, heifer, we talked about this 2 days ago. Why are you asking me these same questions? Because, see, I'm not the type that's going to sit on the phone and be like, wow, it's strange. I wonder why she's asking me these questions. We just had this conversation. I said, I'm the person that's going to be like, heifer, you said that to me 3 days ago at 4 o'clock that Friday while we were sitting on the phone talking. We had this discussion. Why are you asking me these same things again? Who are you talking on behalf of? Who's listening? Am I not privy to someone that's listening? Because you asked me the same question. We discussed all of this. See, I'll call you out. I will collect and gather you. I don't have time for play. And I'm not going to play. I'm not going to play with anybody. I will call you out because you have to trust your gut. You know what that is. When someone calls you and they re-ask you the entire conversation that you guys had ad nauseum, they are speaking on behalf of the benefit of some listening ear, trying to persuade whoever's listening without your knowledge that they're trying to persuade them to believe A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So I clocks it and I check them. That's what one of my attorneys did. She's on the phone like, oh no, I'm telling you, I sat next to you and watched you do it. I said, what? See, I know you're sold out. Now I said, what's the price? What's the going rate for your integrity these days? I know you're sold out, heifer, because you ain't sat next to me and watched me do shit. You got bad memory. I wasn't there. This woman told me she sat beside me. She tried to tell me that she told me a thing. and that I knew this thing to be true, and I said it and I agreed to it. And I'm like, that's a lie. That never happened. That's not how it went down. And she's on the phone yelling, yes, I did. I sat next to you. I watched you. I watched you sign it. I was sitting beside you. I said, you hold the fuck up. Nirvana was in the car with me. You know I'm a woman of God. I said, hold the fuck up. Okay? You's a whole goddamn liar. I don't know who the fuck you putting on for, but you're a liar, bitch. I said, that didn't happen because I wasn't there. I said, your ass got amnesia. You lying for the benefit of somebody, but you got amnesia. My ass was on the phone, bitch. I was in the state that the district attorney's office relocated me to. My mama and my son went to the fucking settlement for me. I was on the phone, bitch. You ain't sit next to me and see me signing shit. So I don't know who you lying for, who you putting on for. And not only did I have that conversation with her, I was recording the conversation. And so I sent her ass a snippet. She was like, calm down, calm down. I said, no, F you. You fucking calm down. Who you talking to? I'm grown. I ain't calming down for nothing. You a liar. You're a liar. Then I sent her a snippet of her lie, our conversation, and I sent it to her. I said, what's the going? I said, F you. You a liar. Click. I sent her a snippet of that. I said, what's the going rate for your integrity, bitch? Because you was a liar. And you sold out. Somebody then got to you. She was putting on for the benefit of having a conversation, hoping that I would say A, B, C, D, F, or saying this, that I would back down. Me? Allow me to reintroduce myself. You know me. When you ever see me back down from anything? I tell you, that's why I still went. I don't back down. That's why I haven't quit. And she's been telling me for years, you need to let it go. She even came, your mom wants you to let it go. You need to let it go. Stop talking about him. I was like, listen here. I will stop talking when God tells me to stop. You ain't God. My mama ain't God. None of y'all ain't God. That's when I'm going to stop talking. When God comes to me and say, peace be still, because there's been times in the 25 years where God said, peace be still. I don't want you to speak right now. And I was like, God don't want me to talk. God don't want me to talk. She couldn't hope for me to say something wrong because it was nothing wrong for me to say. She was trying to convey to whoever was listening. She was trying to shoot the narrative, hoping that I would stay quiet. And I was like, well, then you don't remember me because I've had knockdown, drag out arguments with my attorneys. Like, I don't give a what you think. This is my case. You're my attorney. You work for me. You don't tell me how the shit go. We discuss strategy and you give your opinion and I give my opinion. You give your professional this, that, the other. Please, if I did if I literally sat back and did all the things they tried to get me to do and quiet and don't say this and don't say that, please, I probably wouldn't even be here no more. I'd be done, took myself out during one of them bouts of depression. Okay? Nobody can put words in my mouth. Nobody can make me say, and nobody can make me agree. I cry aloud and spare not. That's what God says to do. Cry aloud and spare not. And if anybody ever tries to do that to you, if they're like, yeah, girl, remember you said this. Yeah, you know, it's all right. She don't be remembering, girl. Yeah, you said it. And you'll be like, yes, so, no, don't never let nobody do that to you. If you know you didn't say a thing, if you know that's not how it went, speak up. And be like, nah, you know that's not how it went, girl. You know that's not how it went. You know, people think the Bible says God is no respecter of person. A lot of people get back down into situations because it's a lawyer, it's a doctor, it's this one, it's a politician, and people are scared of people's rank or their title. Listen, in the immortal words of Bone Crusher, I ain't never scared. I ain't never scared. I ain't never scared. No, Yves, no, he ain't. No, he ain't. No, I know Jackie. He ain't related to Jackie. I know Jackie Rowe from Brooklyn, personally. In fact, when Jackie is quote unquote Mike Tyson's sister, they're not related either. One moment. Let me put y'all on mute. This is the dopest show producer. What's up? You good? Well, shit, knocked me off live.
I did?
Yes, calling. Oh, okay.
Oh, do you see my text?
out, sis. My apologies, you guys. That's the dopest show producer. And when she calls, everything stops. You know how it go. My apologies, guys. One moment. Alrighty. Forgive me. And shout out to Locked, who always got her girl. Who always got her girl's back. Why, thank you, Sugar Booger. You always got my back. And look, spoken word, everybody. Hey. Okay. Yeah, let me go find that. Eves. Where's Eves before she knocks me off of? You shouldn't have to tell your lawyer how to do their job. You're 100% right. You should not. But unfortunately, there come times where you have to, because what you have to do is not necessarily tell them how to do their job, but you have to tell them how to do their job as it pertains to you and your case. So Eves, welcome to the Dopest Nerd channel. First time I'm seeing your name in the chat. You might have been here before, but first time I'm seeing it. Sak passe. I see your name is Eve. I went to school with a lot of Eves. I'm assuming Haitian. What's up, my Caribbean massive? Sak passe, baby. And all that. But these are people, you remember, I'm Brooklyn. I'm original from the soil. I know Jackie. The block I grew up on, Jackie grew up around the corner. I know Jackie. Jackie from Union, between Schenectady and Utica. I'm from President, Schenectady, and Troy. So one block over and a block over. One block down, one block over. No. Shine not related to Jackie. They just close, but they're not related. They as related as Jackie is to Mike Tyson, and they ain't related either. Now, Jackie, in all fairness, now there's something in society called, like we say, play cousin. That's called, the technical term for it is called fictive kin. Yeah, I know she does an old New York page. And let me see what it says. Okay. Oh, okay. Nah, seen people who do the old NYC pages. They be posting a pic of juvenile adolescent Shine and her pic with her, and the caption is auntie and nephew. Fictive kin. And I get that. That's like, play cousin. My play auntie, my play cousin. She's not related to Shine. She know them. She's, Guyanese? Okay. Wapin, ba na wapin. So she's big play auntie to him. And here's the deal. That caused a rift in my trial too, because she was supporting him. And in my trial, she turned on me. Now, here's the deal. She had a brother named, what's her brother's name again? Why is her brother's name slipping my mind? Start with an A. Unfortunately, he passed away young. What? I know his name. I can't remember. It's going to come to me. But him and Mike Tyson were best friends when Mike was little too. Back in the days with the whole Cus D'Amato things. Now, you got to be a certain age to know about this. Back when he was with Cus D'Amato, but prior to that. Why her brother name slipping my mind? I start with an A. Ratid boy. Anyhow, it's going to pop back in. Him and Mike used to hang out. They used to be like this. But then Jackie kept seeing, they was cutting school, and Jackie kept seeing Mike in the street. She's like, why you not in school? Why you cutting school? And he was like, I don't have no clothes to wear. People be making fun of me. So Jackie was older, like a big sister. Jackie took Mike, Alex, but his name not Alex. Arnold, something. McCann, I don't know why her brother's name is slipping my mind. But anyway, she took Mike to this area in Brownsville, Brooklyn, called East New York, called Pitkin Avenue. It was a shopping district, just like downtown Brooklyn was a shopping district. Fulton Street, down Flatbush Avenue, Church Avenue were shopping districts in the Black community. Pitkin Avenue was in East New York, Brownsville. She took Mike Tyson to Pitkin Avenue. She bought him sneakers. She bought him a bunch of like Lee jeans, which was the big thing in New York back then. And she bought him some shirts and all. She bought him some clothes so that he could go to, she's not, take you behind the school. Don't let me see y'all in the street. I don't want y'all in these streets. Go do what you got to do. Her brother, he said, when I grow up, I'm going to take care of you forever. He was so happy that Jackie gave him this act of love because his home life was horrific. He was so enamored and grateful to Jackie, like a big sis. It was his homeboy, his best friend's big sister. That he was like, when I grow up, I'm gonna take care of you. When I be rich, I'm gonna take care of you. And so he said that. Hell if she ain't make him stick with it. Hell if he ain't live up to it. Now he did it out of obligatory love. She did it out of obligatory love. You know, he did it because he wanted to do it. When he became a rich and famous boxer, he went back and made sure he, you know, the whole time he made sure, and dudes from the street was his security and all that. I could call some names. I ain't gonna call their names. These are made men in the street. Me no want nothing to do with that. But these are OGs that I know. I don't want to call names. But when he became rich and famous, he came back and took care of Jackie. There became a time, the guy that I bought, so I had a beauty salon, Ebonet's Unisex Salon, on Bedford Avenue in Brooklyn, across the street from the old famous Bedford Bowling Alley, which is now like the science building of Medgar Evers College. But there was Brooklyn Bowling Alley across the street, and my shop was across the street. I bought my shop from a dude named Dominique. Dominique sold the shop to me. I redid it, it was a barbershop. I turned it into barber and beauty, laced it out, marble floors, did the whole shit over. And Dominique then went down the block and bought this building. Him and his two partners. It was Dominique, Mike, and what was the third partner? Oh, y'all be coming back. Y'all be coming back mad quick. Hey, girl. What you got yourself? Why? You don't want to eat? You never I forget me to start. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Love you.
Love you too. Y'all out again?
Yeah, we'll be back in like 3 minutes.
Okay. See, when the children's is all grown up, honey, they just be like, bye, mom. Be back soon. All right. Anyway. Yes, rest in peace to Nut. Oh, you know my peoples. Let me tell you something. Nut was my dude. Nut was my dude. As a matter of fact, wow. Me and Nut were hanging and we had one of the most profound conversations not long before he passed away. This is after he had got wet up with the situation at the tunnel, where him and the guy, he was this guy that was real quiet. We used to see him in the tunnel. The guy was always flossed out, but he was mad quiet. He was, I guess, from some neighborhood. I don't know, but he was mad quiet. Like everybody knew his face, but he wasn't like with any particular group of people. And he smacked this dude. They got into some words or whatever, and he smacked Fire. Now, Nut was fine. Nut was known. So you see the little kid, the Little Kim, the music, Junior Mafia of music video, Get Money. I was actually in that video, in the club scene, the part where everybody's on the floor dancing. And my homeboy that invited me and my sister to be in it, my sister was featured in it. She played one of the girlfriends of Junior Mafia, Chico Del Vecchio. You'll see her sitting at the bar. She had on like a Vance and racing jacket. My homeboy asked me to come be in it. The rest in peace to the incomparable Clark Kent. Clark Kent was on the Wheels of Steel in the video. And, you know, I let my sister be featured, but I just stayed in the club scene, you know, in the crowd scene, because I wasn't trying to be in no music video. I thought I was too fly for that. But whatever, no shade. Anyway, and so Nut was featured in that video. That's the guy that you see Little Kim. He's sitting in a Coogee, like a tannish brown Coogee sweater, rapping, and Little Kim is around the circle, rapping to him, and he's just sitting there, and that's Nut. A lot of people don't know there was an old Volkswagen commercial back in the days where I don't know, it might have been all around the country, but it was certainly in New York. It ran a lot. And I didn't know Chico died. Man, rest in peace to Clark Kent. Rest in peace to Chico Del Vecchio. Rest in peace to Peanut. And Free World as in World, I didn't know World passed away. Didn't know. So this particular commercial was some guys in traffic, and they were trying to move some furniture. They were trying to move a mattress, and they were stuck in traffic. So they decided that they were going to, New York traffic was so packed up. This is how the commercial was filmed. They were going to move this mattress, get it out of a New York City apartment, and transport it on a car before the light turned red. So them and their friends came, put the mattress on the car, they wrapped it up, and then they were like, okay, and they were going to get ready. And then they realized they had tied the doors to the mattress and they couldn't get in the car. They couldn't open the car. The guy who created that commercial, when Nut got pow-powed for the final time, and he jumped in his Range Rover and tried to drive himself to the hospital, he crashed into the guy who made that Volkswagen commercial and took him out also. This is how deep in this thing I am. So when people try to act like, oh, she ain't nobody, listen, I am Brooklyn. I am Brooklyn. That's why this thing is this deep. I wasn't some innocent bystander chick in the corner. I was a notable business owner, girl about town before I got saved, out there doing my thing. Everybody knew me. I was always a level-headed chick, smart chick. In fact, Jackie, when Mike Tyson created Iron Mike Entertainment, and he put Jackie in charge of that because Dominique opened this club, Dominique, Mike, and I think Dominique, Mike, and Sam. They opened 3 B's, 3 Black brothers in business, down the block from my shop. In fact, on some nights, the comedy, Mike, that's how I know Mike Epps and all these comedians. I know all of them from 3 B's. This was a stop that they used to come to when they all first started. And there would not be enough chairs inside the restaurant. And they would come to my beauty salon and borrow my chairs, my waiting chairs, so that there was enough chairs in the club. I'm speaking all facts. Yes, I'm really invested in this. This is me. This is my story, my life. I know these people. And these people know me. People can act like they don't know, but trust me, my memory is flawed. Why is there so much traffic on my block? Who are all these people? I live in a cul-de-sac. So much traffic. They listening to me? I keep seeing all this traffic on my block. I'm like, what is going on? I live in a very quiet, tucked away, nestled place where there should not be a bunch of riffraff. Yeah, I'm definitely crazy. I mean, crazy. I'm definitely classic. But here's what I'm saying also. When I'm sorry, where somebody tell me where I let off just now? Oh, I have a very photogenic memory because all of this is fresh. Remember, what happens to people is where you had a very traumatic event in your life, you get stuck in that time. So everything's still fresh. Everything is still fresh. Okay, so I used to take my chairs down there to 3 B's. When Mike Tyson said he wanted to open something called Iron Mike Entertainment, what he wanted to do was give Jackie the ability. I think my lawn guy is about to start cutting my lawn. Let me turn up He wanted to give Jackie the ability to make some money without just being looked at as a hanger on. That was his play sister. He wanted to give her piece of the thing. But sometimes somebody could bless you with 50 million things. And if you don't have the financial wherewithal, the mental wherewithal, the acuity, the intellect, the smarts, and the foresight, you will waste the opportunity. I'm going to leave that there. Somebody can bless you with 11 things in your hand. And if you're not of the mind fit, you will waste the opportunity. I will leave that there. So when he was telling her, he gave her a bunch of money and said, I want you to create Iron Mike Entertainment. Jackie Rowe, AKA Shine's auntie, AKA Mike Tyson's sister, came to me. Hey, Eb, I need you to help me with this because I was the business savvy person in the group. I was a business. She used to come to my shop. I was the business owner in the group. Now people was about their business, but not brick and mortar businesses. We had a few people, Manny, but not everybody. Jackie came to me. There was a music group, a group of 4 guys. I forget their names. I could see their manager in my head right now. He was light skinned. He used to live in Ebbetsfield in Brooklyn. He had a baldy. I could see him in my head. I cannot remember him name. I can't remember him name. But he was managing them. I think his name was Mike. Wasn't necessarily doing the best job with them. I don't think he was as skilled, but he was managing them, and they weren't necessarily satisfied. And they saw me making moves. I used to be in the studio all the time. They knew I was about my music game. They knew I could sing, and they were an R&B group. One of them had a dead eye. He was the artist in the group, like graphic artist. I commissioned him. Mike Tyson told Jackie she needed a logo for Iron Mike Entertainment. So I commissioned him to make this logo. I told him I wanted him to incorporate a microphone and some boxing gloves in it. Let me tell you what he created. You know how steel rivets are when they're illustrating, like if you see a picture with a beam, steel beam, and it has those rivets, and you can tell that's supposed to demonstrate steel. He created the words iron, and it was in the form of steel rivets, steel beams, and then in the mic part, he had the word iron, then he had Mike. I told him not to write M-I-K, but to write M-I-C. And the he made it a microphone, and the boxing gloves were hanging from the microphone. How he made it was, even though the top was steel for Iron Mike, the top of it was steel, and the bottom was breaking in shards of glass, like breaking down. And it said entertainment in small, bold letters underneath. Iron Mike Entertainment. When he brought me the thing and I showed it to Jackie, everybody was like, oh my God, this is so fire. This is butter. Oh my God, this is beautiful. Jackie was like, I guess. Now, I'm not going to go into my opinion and belief of why she reacted like that, but suffice it to say, she didn't use that logo. You should see this. You know, when somebody says, when you go into a museum and you look at art and people say, what is it? And they say, it is an interpretive illustration of man loves bananas and peanut butter sandwiches. And it just looked like block stain. That's what she went with. Now it incorporates everything that your boss told you to do. His name is Iron Mike. He's a famous boxer. I used an onomatopoeia instead of M-I-K-E. We did M-I-C. Iron Mike Entertainment, because it was his entertainment arm of the company. He gave her all this money. She bought herself a fancy big dog Benz, and she bought all these young girls that used to hang around the crew, and them still up on Facebook, on Instagram, and everything, and I see them all. I was looking at one of their pages yesterday. She had all these young girls that used to hang on with her because they were enamored by her. She was the big sister, and they was young sisters, and she bought all of them Volkswagen Beetles. She bought all of them Volkswagen Beetles, and they were just running around the city in Volkswagen Beetles. And I was like, and I never forget this day, there was a young lady. I don't even know where she is. If you're still out there, Alicia, who I used to model with, tall, slender, Bayesian Alicia, reach out to me, sis. There was a young girl that used to hang around my shop. She was a model. I knew her from the modeling thing. And then she was like, oh, Ab, you got a beauty salon? And she started coming around my shop, and I'll end up she was so enamored by everybody that used to come through my shop. That's where she met all these other people, and I was on the scene, and everybody knew me, and people wanted to just be around. I was cool. I had some people wanted to be around because I had a business. Others wanted to be around because I was funny and dope and cool and whatever. I was on the scene. I was Miss It. Everybody knew me. My shop was home base. Everybody used to come through. My beauty salon was next door to Uncle Ralph's Urban Gear. Uncle Ralph McDaniels, who created Video Music Box, the only video show that would show hip-hop videos, the only person who is in possession and owns all of the early hip-hop work, because remember, MTV wouldn't play no hip-hop. They wouldn't play black music. Michael Jackson was the first black artist on MTV. Everybody else went to Ralph McDaniels, and they would have to Video Music Box. You have to get it on You know how the TV had the VHF and then the other button on the top, UHF, you had to turn that button, you had to turn your bottom thing to 12 and then turn that one, and then you would get all those extra channels, and it was like public access and all that stuff. And he was on channel 31. I think it was WNYC, channel 31. You don't remember my shop on Bedford? You know, Joy to the World. You know where Uncle Ralph's Urban Gear was? I had the Washington Avenue shop, yes. But I had the Bedford Avenue shop first. If you know where Uncle Ralph's Urban Gear was, it was Uncle Ralph's Urban Gear, my salon, and the bodega on the corner. That was the 3 stores right together. And exactly, you had to go to Video Music Box. Ralph McDaniel's store was right next door to my beauty salon. So every artist, every celebrity, everybody used to come to Ralph's store. And then he would say, oh, I want y'all to meet my girl, Eb. Come next door, Eb. If they did in-store signings, if they did anything, he would bring the artist next to me. So I knew everybody and everybody knew me. I knew everybody and everybody knew me. That's how this shooting thing is even bigger. It ain't this little, I was some random innocent bystander that just happened onto the scene and got, no, this is deeper. Everybody in the entertainment industry knew me. Everybody. I wasn't there was a time where Clark Kent took me to, it was at Maria. Y'all know who Maria Davis Mad Wednesdays is. If you know the first Jay-Z album, you hear a thing when she say, who's that? Yeah, what? You being disrespectful? Get him out of here. It's a little snippet in between the songs. I want him out. That's it. Throw him out. Bouncers, get him out of here. Maria Davis, she's an AIDS activist. She's still alive. I actually saw her on something not that long ago with Jadakiss and his juice bar. Maria Davis Mad Wednesdays. This is back when Mary J. Blige used to go with KC. And this is back when she was slizzing. Casey had just come out of the hospital. Or no, excuse me. JoJo had just come out of the hospital. And Casey, they were all lit in the city. I don't want to speculate on what they were on, but they were all litty in the city. And it was Mary J. Blige's birthday. And they asked me, Clark Kent brought me on stage to sing Happy Birthday to Mary J. Blige. Listen. If I start telling y'all my stories, maybe I'll make another segment of this channel and tell y'all my old Brooklyn stories, real Brooklyn stories, Okay, I had to go up there and sing Happy Birthday to Mary J. Blige. JoJo was sitting in the spot with a hospital band on because he literally left the hospital, came to the party, was in there drinking, had to be rushed back to the hospital. He never even took his hospital band off. I got stories for days. It was my past, so I don't really harp on them, but when certain names and certain situations come back up, it's easy for them to come back to the surface. So Jackie decides, because everybody was celebrating my design, I'm going to try to recreate it. I'm going to go in Chat GPT and ask it to make a mock-up. I'm going to describe it and ask it to make a mock-up, and then I'm going to show y'all the picture. She decided she wasn't going to show, and I think she showed Mike or maybe she didn't show Mike my thing, but she used to want me to come to her office that she had set up and structure the business, Iron Mike Entertainment, and do all of that for her. Jackie, I ain't got time for all this. I got my own business. I would go there, and then I was like, okay, I would give her a directive like, okay, what is your focus? What is your vision? Get this, and this together, and I will help you structure it. Get this, and this together. And we're going to meet. We have a meeting on Wednesday evening. I'll meet with you. I got a client at such and such a time. So I'll come through to the shop. It wasn't far from my shop. I'll come through your office. We'll do this work. And then we'll structure it. So you got this and this to do. When I get there, she ain't done none of it. She wants me to do all the work. I'm helping you. You want me to do it for free? You got paid. You have a whole warehouse, a storehouse of money with Mike Tyson. You just have to sign and give it. She want to give me $1, but she wanted me to structure the company. I said, nah, man, me not do it. I'm not doing it. I will help you. I will assist you because I think what you're doing is a formidable thing. And then they would hold, these open mic audition things looking for talent. And I would be like, yo, you see that one right there? She's good. You need to get her, Jackie. This girl has talent. This girl has talent. If I made the suggestion, she ain't taking it. You ever hear them say, don't cut off your nose to spite your face? She will cut off her nose to spite her face. Every time. Every time. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, the Dopest Nerd Brooklyn channel. I should make one. Yes, that's baby Dana V. You said it. First of all, let me highlight this Sylvia thing. Sylvia said, I will definitely sub to the Dopest Nerds Brooklyn channel. I just might do that. We'll see. But Dana V, you hit it on the head, girl. She said, let me come steal your ideas. Bam! You hit it on the head. You hit it on the head. Somebody said, who's dude that started showing music videos? Who was dude that started showing music videos and the physics on his screen back in the days, y'all, he was in the comp with I know who you're talking about. That, let me tell you who that was. He would show music videos and have interviews and stuff on the scene in Brooklyn. That was, and I met his nephew years later. That was, what is his name? It's slipping my mind right now. It's going to come back to my head. He had his own little video show. Let me tell you, you going deep. Listen, I started talking to him and I was doing a video show back then called Live Behind Ebony's Chair. Behind the Chair. That's what I was doing, a show where people come in because my shop was a whole photo shoot, baby. It was a whole TV show. And what is his name? Trust me. I forget what his show was. He was light skinned, curly hair, little chubby. I don't want to call him chubby, but he was chubby. I can't remember his name. And he was black. I think he was black and Puerto Rican or black and Dominican or something like that. Trust Me TV, Tough Me TV. I can't remember his name. I know exactly who you're talking about. That was my homeboy. I was producing a show. It was going to be live behind the chair, live behind Ebony's Chair. And it was going to be different artists or customers in the chair, and I interview people while I'm doing hair during the whole process. I can't. Trust Me video, Tough Me video, something. I can't remember his name. It's bugging me now because that was my homeboy. Unfortunately, he passed away. And here's the crazy thing. I ended up. Oh, I know what you're talking about. You talking about the video. That wasn't Video Music Box. That was something else. That was a video show where you had to call the 1-800 number and pay. Like each video had a code or something like that, and you have to pay. Eves, what you talking about? You had to pay to get your video up there. You would call or you would tell them like play such and such, and you had to pay. It was like a 1-800, like what they used to call that thing. There was this thing that we used to do back in the days. Like the party line. You used to have to call. And they would put your video. I know that's called video. That wasn't Video Music Box. That was video something. Like the Jukebox Network or something. Yeah, I can't remember exactly what it is. The Box. There you go, Kelvina Moore. It was called The Box. And it was a video show and people could talk or whatever. Yeah, that was Video Music Box is something totally different. This was the Ralph McDaniels, VJ Ralph McDaniels, and his brother, his dope brother, my homie. Sorry, y'all, I keep getting a bunch of messages. Brian McDaniels, who is a phenomenal videographer himself, and he is an amazing photographer, and he's still doing that work. And his co-partner, Reno. These was my peoples. Reno, Brian, the glory days of hip hop, the glory days of New York, the glory days of the culture, the glory days. If Jackie thought that I gave an idea and more than 2 people liked it, she wasn't interested. Iron Mike Entertainment could have been a huge branch of the entertainment industry, but I don't mind helping somebody. Or you talk about the Miss Cleo, call me now for your free reading. Maybe you're talking about Miss Cleo. That's the party line thing. You could call in and she would tell you, don't step off the curb without looking both ways 10 times. Yeah. If too many people liked it, Jackie didn't want to incorporate it into Iron Mike Entertainment. Listen, this Iron Mike Entertainment could have been huge. Huge, I tell you. But because of her... What is going on? Oh. He's cutting the grass out there, and my God, it sounds like it's coming through the wall. But oh yeah, I remember Bobby Simmons flavor videos too. Yep. Bobby Simmons flavor videos. I remember that too. I'm trying to remember Touch Me TV, Touch Me videos. Tuffy. There was this other guy too. He had a video show. He was dope. That's what I was going to do my show through. And he used to come all the time. And he had somebody find this video show. It starts with a T. Oh, Bless Me Videos. I was wrong. Bless Me Videos. And his name was Bless. Let me tell you how ironic life is. I met this. So one time I was having car trouble and I started taking around when they were sabotaging my car, incidentally, when the Hackation crew, Puffy and the crew, was sabotaging my car. I was having car problems. Oh, you mean Mama Montego? Yes, darling. Call me for your free reading. You went back in the crates, Tahini. Oh, Tahini Coco, you went back in the crates. Yes, Lord. So she kept trying to get me to build this company. And she must have set this expectation to Mike that this company was going to be built. Like, oh, I could do it. And she knew she couldn't do it, but she's like, I know who could do it. But I'm not doing nothing for the glory of it, darling, unless it's something I want to do. I'm not building a company for you and you're not compensating me. Now I would have built that whole thing out, but she didn't know how to do it. And in the end, she squandered that money. Let me tell y'all how bad it was. She walked into my shop one night when she came to ask me to help her do it. And when she first came to ask me to commission the guys to do the logo and all that, she needed a logo. That I can see her standing in the doorway right now. I'm in the beauty. I am transported to my beauty salon right now. I can see her standing in the corner, walking in the door, and guess what she said? Oh, damn, Ab, your sister has grown up. She is beautiful. Alicia, the model, resembled my little sister. I said, that ain't my sister, Jackie. She resembled my sister, but the way she said it was so predatory. Oh, your sister grew up. I was like, back off her. And that ain't my sister. That's Alicia. And she's like, oh, who's Alicia? And I told Alicia, I said, watch your back in the company you keep. I ain't gonna say too much on here. I said, watch your back in the company you keep. And she was like, okay, Ab. I was like, I'm telling you, Alicia, watch your back. This is a world you ain't used to. Use a model. Oh yeah, it was never going. I hear you one chance. It was never gonna be my sister. Baby, not a chance. It wasn't gonna be my sister. But I also didn't want it to be Alicia. And I told her this was a girl who was a girl from a Bayesian family. That's the nickname for Barbados. Bayesian. We say Bayesians. We don't say Barbadians. We say Bayesian. She was from a Bayesian family. She wasn't about that life. I met her because I was a model. I used to model. And we had just done Ralph McDaniel's Fat Fashion. He did this big fashion show called Fat Fashion. And that's when we met each other at the fashion show. And then she started coming around to Ralph's shop. And she was like, oh, I remember you from the fashion show. I did the hair and I modeled. And that's when she started hanging around me. I said, Be careful of the company you keep. This ain't your world. Tread lightly. Tread lightly. Well, from that, Jackie, I could see Jackie in a yellow baseball jersey. She had on a yellow baseball jersey with some sweatpants. I could see her standing in my doorway. And she went over, she was talking to Alicia, and I said, "Oh, you're so pretty. Oh, come here, girl." Next thing I know, come to the shop. Where's Alicia? Oh, she didn't get here yet. She traipsed in hours later. She started being my shop assistant, one of my assistants. She traipsed in. I was like, "Where you coming from?" "Oh, I went out with Jackie and them, and we overslept. I'm sorry I'm late." "Huh? You went out with Jackie and them? Huh?" Next thing you know, eventually she slipped away and she was exclusively with Jackie and them. Nowhere. I mean, I couldn't see Alicia for nothing. Nothing. Well, one day, Alicia came through. This is months done past now. I would see her in the clubs and she was ride or die with Jackie now, honey. She was Jackie right hip. Everywhere the crew went, Alicia was there. I was like, I can see it now. I knew it wasn't going to be good. I knew it wasn't going to be good. I said, "Mind what y'all do, girl." Even her mother started calling me. I was like, she not with me. Her mother said, "Ebony, what's going on? Alicia sleeping out there." I said, "She not with me." She was telling her, "Oh, I'm with Ebony." "No, she not with me. She with Jackie and them, not me." Because I don't want no big West Indian woman to think I am keeping her girl child out in the street, sleeping out for days and days. Oh no, she's not with me. In fact, she ain't been to work in ages. I don't know where she is. She with Jackie? I told her mama. She was mad at me too, because she was like, "Why you told my mother?" I was like, "Listen, your mother's not going to think when you out there traipsing the road that you with me." Well, months had passed by because that life is fast life. You go from 0 to 100 real quick, crash and burn. That might have been I know it was still cold outside because she had on a jacket. But then this was, in graduation time in New York is June. This was graduate. This is how fast it happened. Months. She was high society. Everywhere they went, they went to Vegas, she in Vegas. They went to Cali, she in Cali. She flying out. She going everywhere, baby. We going to party, we in the club, we going in. I'm with Manny and them, we in the scene. She in the scene. She in the VIP and thing. I was like, okay. All of that? Okay. Well, baby. One day, it's summertime, and I got a play daughter. She's my child. Her name is Sarah. Her father's Trinidadian. Her mother was Black American. Her mother was going through some tough times, so she was living with her dad and his wife. And Sarah was, so in the Caribbean, when you have that Black and Indian mix, they call it Dogla or Coolie. Depending on which island, they call it a Coolie, they call it a Dogla. Coolie's more of a derogatory term, but Dogla is what we say in Trinidad. That is the Indian and the East Indian and Black mix, or West Indian, whatever you want to call it. So Sarah was a Dogla, and her stepmom was Black American chick who herself, her own hair never used to really be combed like that. She was going through some stuff too, and basically Sarah would always be around my shop. She would always be around Uncle Ralph's Urban Gear, and she was like one of the neighborhood kids, and she would always come to my shop, and she would be like, "Hi, auntie," and she would hug me. Oh, she would call me mommy. "Hi, mommy," and she would hug me. And one day I saw her, it was evening time, and I saw her outside. I said, "What are you doing outside this late? Where's your father? Why are you out here?" And she was like, she was all upset. She folded her arms. I said, "What is wrong?" And she was like, "Tomorrow is picture day, and everybody's hair is going to be done, and I'm tired of my hair never being done." And she's gorgeous. She had long, what they call mixed, exotic hair. Very long, tangled, matted. It took me hours to detangle her hair and wash it and condition it and blow her out and Shirley Temple curl her hair. I did it. I was like, "What's going on?" I said, "What happened? Why you didn't, your mother didn't get, nobody got money to do my hair?" I said, "Come in here, girl." I told her, let her know, like one of her brothers or somebody came outside. I said, let your father know you in here. I'm doing your hair. So they didn't care. Once they knew she was with me, they didn't care. When I tell you, when I was finished with her, she was so in love. She became my child that day. She was already my child. Sarah's my child. She was already, and she's a successful businesswoman. She has a seafood restaurant. She had an events facility. Now she had a seafood restaurant. And she always say, Mommy, I learned it because of you. Sarah was with me in the shop that day. Sarah is the one that brought us the towels the day that this fateful event occurred. Yes, indeed, Keisha. That's why I am the way I am. Thank you, my love. I appreciate it. Sarah was in my shop doing the assistant work that Alicia was supposed to be doing. Yes, the irony of it all. So this particular day, Alicia walked up in the shop. And I was like, she looked like, as they say in the South, who shot John? She just looked kind of disheveled and hard life, fast life, hard life. You know that when you're doing too much, when you outside, fast life. And I was like, Alicia, because Alicia was a good girl. I tell you, she was a model. She was young. She was a model. She was into this life. But in no time, I say, oh God, Alicia, you look mashed down. Like what? I just ran out the street. Jackie wanted me to go take care of something. So I was like, I see she whipping, I think she had the Benz. She whipping the Benz. And I was like, excuse me? You whipping the Benz? Okay. Well, that comes with stuff. Nobody just gives you their Benz, especially back then in the night. Nobody's just giving you their Benz. You whipping the Benz, that comes with stuff. Okay? But I used to try to give them, help them structure shit. And I'm not trying to be funny and trying to be shady to nobody. I'm just telling it like it TI is. If somebody say I'm lying, let them come up. They're welcome to come on my channel and refute everything I'm saying. My memory is crystal clear. I don't use drugs. I never use drugs. I ain't saying who use drugs and who don't use drugs. What I'm saying is me, myself, me, Natalia, Ebony, I don't use drugs. Nobody can give you a story, history, nothing of me using drugs. I'm not a drug addict. I don't use drugs. I didn't drink and I didn't drug. Drugs, substances. Me never use them. So my memory is crystal clear. This particular day, I know it was summer because she came, walked in my shop. So like I said, she had on a little, them like I think it was a shorts, pants, and a kind of t-shirt. You know how you just throw on some stuff and run out to the store, whatever. She walked in, and I was like, "What's up, girl? Where you been?" I hear it was all, "Oh, girl, we went out, we went this, and yeah, last night we was in Cali, and we went here, and we had this." And I was like, "Oh, well, let me see." She has some nice jewelry. I was like, "Okay, Miss Honey, what's going on? You I see you do." She was like, "Yeah, I got this one." And this was when Mike used to, now I'm not making allegations about anybody and what they did to get what they got. But if I know you used to wear, those little rubber bracelets that people used to wear, and now I see you in a diamond tennis bracelet, I have to make an assumption of how you came to that. You haven't been working. You worked for me. You're not here. So I know you didn't get it from pay, but whatever. It's not my business. I'm not judging. I am simply illustrating something for you. Back in these days in the 90s, if you're from Brooklyn and you know what I mean, oh, yes, honey, crossing state lines, Tahini. Yes, my lord, crossing state lines. So if you know from back then, if you know what I know from back then, you would know you don't participate in certain activities and get the spoils of those activities if you're not doing nothing, if nothing, now go on. But also back then, Mike Tyson would see a chick, say, "I like you, I want to sleep with you," or take you out, and then he would pay for it. There was this one chick named Emerald. She used to hang out with my play cousin Diane. He met her back in the days in Bentleys. Remember Bentleys, the red parrot? Ooh, ooh. I'm taking it back. This is 80s now, baby. 80s. He met her in Bentleys. This is the mid to late 80s. He fell in love with Emerald. He paid for her whole college education. Paid for her. Okay, just drop, but when somebody who's a multimillionaire buys you a tennis bracelet, that's equivalent to a pack of chips. There was another young lady who used to work in, not my shop, but in Manny's shop, that when I used to work in Manny's shop before I bought my shop. the shop where Shine was hanging outside rapping before I owned my shop. Her name was Patty. I don't know where Patty is. If you're out there, Patty, clock in, lock in. She was with, we were together all, we went to this party and then we all went to this club and then we all went back to this hotel. Mike had a hotel and we all was there. And he was pushing up. He tried to push up on me. He used to come to Mike, Manny's shop all the time. And he would come and bring his big old, those motorcycles that the older guys ride, the big one. And I'd be like, and then everybody on Flatbush Shop would be trying to get, Mike Tyson. And they'd be trying to get in the shop. And then everybody's at the front door and then our customers couldn't come in. We have to lock the door. Our customers couldn't come in. He'd kill your whole Saturday. And I said, nigga, stop coming around here on a Saturday. I'm a mama, a single mama at the time. Me and my husband had broke up. I got kids to raise. I ain't got time. Stop coming over here on a Saturday. You messing up our money. He was like, be quiet, Ab. You always talking about something. I said, no, you messing up my money. I need my money. So I was like, if you saying all that, you need to pay me for my Saturday. So he would pull out a few. How much you was going to make today? And he would hit you off. I was like, thank you very much. Oh, have at it. He used to actually, he used to pick my sons up and let them sit on his motorcycle, especially my middle son, Devon, because he was the youngest one and he was obsessed with any automotive thing. And he used to be on Mike Tyson's, and I used to take pictures of him. He loved, people used to say, is that Mike Tyson's son? Because my son was diesel and kind of almost looked like him. But no, ma'am. No, ma'am. No. Mike Tyson doesn't know me in that kind of way, ever. However, he knew a lot of chicks around New York like that. And he would say he wanted to sleep with somebody and hit you off. And he tried to push up on me one night. I was like, if you don't get out my face, because he was like the homie to me. He was the bro. I was like, child, get out my face, please. Go get one of them girls over there. Oh, you too good, Ab. Because guys always want the one they can't have. Especially men with money. They want the one they can't have. I said, get up out my face, Mike. Go talk to somebody else. Now, Patty had a fatty. She had a fatty, sat up high. Proportion to her body, not crazy like a BBL. Patty had a fatty. So she wasn't about that life either, but she was like, he trying to sleep with me. I said, you're a grown woman, handle your business. But don't come back with bust up in need of stitches and a wet and nothing to show for it. I ain't saying you're selling, but you have to defend your the little careless 10 and 20. Don't dead for hunger after you bust it wide open. I don't advocate none of that stuff, but if someone wants to gift you something, be sure that you're willing to receive that gift. Especially when you're going to do what you want to do anyway, let's call it what it is. She wanted to do what she wanted to do. A little something strange for a piece of change. If you're going to do something strange for a piece of change, defend your little hoo-ha. That's right, dishing with the D. Defend your, that is today's lesson. And I'm a woman of God. I'm not advocating for anything. Defend your hoo-ha. So she was all scared and acting silly. I was like, listen here. You're a grown woman. Stop acting silly. Grow up. When you're getting ready to make big moves, just know you're making big moves. Don't have to leave there and end up at Kings County Hospital afterwards. So defend you might need a stitch here or there. Be able to pay for it when you go in, okay? That's how. Let me put this disclaimer. The views expressed on the Dopest Nerd channel are based on opinion and belief and protected by the First Amendment rights as stated in the United States Constitution. I'm not gossiping, y'all. I'm just telling y'all what a TI is. I'm telling y'all what the world was back then. This is what I'm speaking. Facts and truth and facts. Facts and truth and facts. Patty had a fatty and lots of dudes was watching. She also had a broke boyfriend who used to wear her out. They would break up, makeup, wear her out. She could do hair good, but when you minding a man who ain't got nothing in his hand, it's, So needless to say, she had a situation in front of her and she had decisions to make. I said, choose wisely. You're a grown woman. When you're doing stuff, choose wisely. Make decisions that are beneficial to your life. You have a son. Half the time you owe me money right now. So make sure, say, after you do things that you do, you can pay me back my medical money. Come here, pick me for years. And so she made her decision. And as did a lot of people. But on this particular day, where Alicia walked into my shop, she was like, "What up, Ab?" And she was, you know how you know somebody and they like the little homie, but then they come back after they start mingling with people and they come back and they try to big homie you. You're not the big homie. You're a child to me. What are you trying to big homie me? She tried to big homie me. And I was like, okay, girl. I was like, well, I hope you talk to your mother. I said, I had spoke to your mother a few weeks ago. She didn't know where you was. You hitting up mommy? I'm hitting up. She always on my back. I'm not going to call her because I don't feel like hearing her. I said, don't do your mother like that, boo. Because when all said and done, that's all we got is our mother. She might get on your nerve, but when it's all is said and done, when everybody, and one of the last things I said to her before she walked out that door is, when it's all said and done, when the world got their foot on your neck, your mother will be there to help you up off the floor. So help me God, one of the last things I said to her before what was about to happen. So she was like, yeah, okay. She didn't want to hear what I had to say. Yeah. Okay, no problem. You got to go locked? It's all good, boo-boo. You got what's this? Who's saying they're being censored? You're not being censored. Somebody's complaining about censorship, and I know Locked would not censor them. I'm just saying. They feel like they're being censored now. If somebody's saying they're being censored, Locked, if they're being censored, don't, unless they're saying our forbidden words, don't censor. And people, act accordingly. There are certain things in YouTube that you can't say that will get the video flagged. Don't say them. I've even made a few mistakes, and I have to live with that. But you guys chill. Okay, so I said to her, make sure you don't be acting funny style to your mother. Call your mama, let her know you're okay. She was like, all right, because she felt like I was lecturing her. And so she just like, I'm out. Remember in Menace to Society where old dog Kane was dealing with that guy, and it was the guy with the little thin eyes, and Kane and him had a fight outside the grandparents' house, and they was like, get out of here. You're not bringing that stuff to our house. You got to go. And then they had bust up the girl that he had slept with. I think her name was Keisha, her cousin. And he came back because he didn't want to be with Keisha no more. And he came back and he did that little run. Come here, partner. And he did that little sideways little run. She did that little, she was sprawling out on me. All right, I holla. She jumps in the Benz. They are there. Oh, well then, yeah, you who got timed out, you deserve to be timed out. We don't tolerate that over here. If you don't know how it gets down at the Dopest Nerd, then this might not be your zip code, darling. Check the address, recalibrate your GPS, and see if this is where you mean to be, because perhaps you don't belong here. If she timed you out, you believe you deserve to be timed out. She just texted me, so I know why you timed out, and you're supposed to be timed out for that. Anywho, so she peels off. She swings. She wants to stunt on me now because she felt like I was lecturing her. And after you're hanging with the high society crew with Mike Tyson and all these people and Jackie, and you flying in and out, you don't want Eb, your former boss, big sis homie in the streets, to lecture you about call your mama. So she was tight. She was mad at me. She spins out, swings a Yui with the Benz, and guess what? Now, she was a young girl. She was never a good driver. Plus, she didn't have a license. But when you're with that crowd, they toss you the keys and be like, oh, run down and go do that. That's a form of love bombing. I love you too, Debbie, with the cats, with the two cats. When you hanging with a high society crew of people and you the low man on the totem pole, they do things like toss you the keys. Run down to the Regal Beagle and get us two sangrias. The Regal Beagle where Jack Tripper used to hang out. Throw you the keys. Run over to Sam's restaurant and give me a stewed chicken with rice and peas. No enough gravy. Put me little vegetables on the side them. They son you like that. So this was one of the days where they threw her the keys. Go pick up breakfast for us, whatever. Well, she tried to swing a Yui to style on me on Bedford Avenue, June. Yes, baby, the Regal Beagle. And guess what she did? Lost control of the whip and slammed into a car that a pregnant mother, this woman was 8 months pregnant, driving her children to graduation, and her husband was in the passenger seat. Now, rightfully so, the mother should have been in the passenger seat. She was huge pregnant, 8 months pregnant. The father should have been driving, but I don't know the situation. Maybe he didn't have a license. New York is very arresty, but the mother was driving. 3 kids in the back. I think a pair of them were twins, the ones that were graduating. They had on white shirts, formerly white shirts, and black bottoms. One of them had on a graduation cap. And the other kid was a little older, maybe like, so the 2 that was graduating were graduating from kindergarten. They were 5. And then the other kid was like 8 or 9, a girl. And the mother was pregnant. She hit the car. The mother had to be cut out of the car with the jaws of life. The little kid in the back that had the graduation cap on, he had locks. You know, not them fashion dreads that's super twisted to the scalp. I'm talking Nyabingi, let it fly, you know, freeform locks, where it's a little crunchy in the roots. Hey, baby, the little boy's scalp. I don't want, you know, old people used to say, don't mark yourself. The little child's scalp from here above his eye, swing round a back, was flipped off. His scalp was off. The locks was hanging with a piece of flesh and stuff from that went from like here to here that was still attached. His head was ripped off and his like a flap. Everybody, mayhem in the middle of the street. Mayhem in the middle of across the street from my shop. Mayhem. So help me God. Alicia, people go to the car like, you hit them. She runs out the car and runs into my shop and collapses. We hear the crash. She collapses. Help me. Didn't I just tell this mother lover, call your mama? I said, she collapsed. I was like, I'm telling people, call the cops. So I'm like, call the cops. So they take the phone, they call the cops. I run now. I said, Sarah came and just brought me all my shop towels. It was Saturday. Now, I'm not trying to be funny or rude or mean, but you know, on Saturday, we got tons of towels because we got tons of clients, all white towels. I had some black towels for the color. Sarah comes and Sarah's like 12. Sarah brings me handfuls of towels. I run over to the car. Alicia's on my floor in my shop, kicking and screaming and bawling and crying. I run over to the car and I give them towels. I take a towel, 2 towels folded, and flip his head back over onto the top of his head. And I tell the man, I don't know who this man was, hold it like this. Do not apply pressure. Just hold it in place because his scalp, his skull, his brain, whatever was exposed. I said, just hold it in place. Don't shake him. Don't try. The car was destroyed. Destroyed. I think one of the kids died. I think one of the children died. This should be you can look this up. I'm going to try to tell you what year it was. You can look this up, though. Promise to God. One of the kids died. The mother had to be cut out of the car with the jaws of life. I remember the father was screaming, ah! The kid whose scalp was, that white button-down shirt at that graduation thing was covered. It was so bloody. It was so bloody. I will never get this out of my head. I said, Alicia, so when I'm giving them the towels and this, that, and the man was like, we need some wet towels. And I said, stay here. I ran back across the street to my shop to try to get some wet towels. And Alicia's still on the floor, kicking and screaming on the floor, crying in the middle of the shop, laying out, screaming and bawling. I said, get yourself together. Get the insurance, get your license, get the insurance and registration together so when the cops come, you can give it to them. Bumba clock, they can't have no insurance. They don't have no registration is expired. The insurance is expired or cut off. Bomba clot, she don't have no license. And the car is addressed to Iron Mike Entertainment, Mike Tyson. Why, Lord? Why? Why? Didn't I just warn her? Didn't I just warn her? She ended up getting arrested. She was in jail and then she tried to start after that hanging back by my shop. And after that, it was like the moment had passed. Because now it feels like somebody child passed away. You got an omen on you from this. That energy, nah, man. Me no want it in yes, sir. It was like, you know how, and then they started kind of sunning her and pushing her off to the side too. And she was going through. She was really going through emotionally. It was bad. It was bad. Graduation day. So they never made it to graduation. Graduating from kindergarten. Imagine you graduating from kindergarten and you don't even make it to graduation. Come on now. Come on. This girl was a model, talented, long neck, could have been any one of these, like Naomi Campbell, like a Tyra, gorgeous, complete, slender skin. You know how they say a true model's body is like the clothes are supposed to hang on you like a hanger. They're supposed to drape and just fall. She had that body. Long neck, gorgeous. When I say proportionate body, face, just gorgeous, just a beautiful young lady. Beautiful. All for naught. All for, listen, baby. And then, nobody wants to get that on them afterwards because that's huge. And there's a karma. You're going to have somebody, the mother had to be cut out the car with the jaws of life. I don't know if she successfully had the baby. Honestly, I think the baby she might have lost the infant too. Because you ever seen somebody cut out of the car with the jaws of life? Not pretty. Mind you, your child, the top other side of the car is ripped off, so it's open. You can see the kids. The oldest daughter was injured, but she was crying and screaming and bleeding a little, nicks and scratch, but she was okay. Listen here. That was a bad day. That was it. And I can remember it so vividly. I could see it. I remember when we heard the loud crash and we was like, oh, what is that? And then she came and just dropped herself on the floor. She was like, Ebony, help me. And I was just like, oh God. When I tell you that help me is seared indelibly into my mind and in time, because I just tried to offer you help before you left. I'm telling you, here's the thing. I think life is a journey. This life is a journey. It's a school. We cycle through life, and there are things. I think each person, I believe energy never dies. It just transfers. And so someone can live their life, and like they say, when you complete your assignment, you go on home to the Lord, or you go into purgatory, or you go down to the express elevator to hell in a gasoline jumpsuit. Whichever one is based on how you do this walk. That's not the point of this though. But I think that we are all each one of us has an assignment. Our spirit, our soul has an assignment to learn. Some people's energy was so cocky in a former life that in this incarnation, you have to learn humility and death to the ego. You understand? There's a lot of people who are suffering in life because they can't die to it. Lady Classic, no lowercase God in here. Uppercase G. Always put an uppercase on that G. I know it probably was a typo or something, but you can't make no typos on God, baby. Don't lowercase God for yourself. Don't do that. Might not have been intentional, but I'm just telling you. God has to get all reverence, not lowercase. Some people have to die to their own ego and their spirit. And I think some people would be further in life and further in their walk if they die to their flesh, if they die to their ego. And a lot of people can't die to their ego, because I'm telling you, this was caused by her getting tight about me telling her call her mother, and she did one of these, whipped out and whipped a U-turn without looking. Bedford Avenue was so busy. It was graduation day. It was a weekday. We are spin out on a weekday in the daytime. People head into graduation. It's late morning. What are you doing? Baby, all I know, that I know that just like that day is seared into my mind, I know that's forever seared in her mind. Here's the thing. If she was able to hold on to her conscience, because I truly believe also, when you walk in the counsel of the ungodly, you'll get that on you. You will get that on you. Oh, she got arrested, and she definitely got arrested. I remember when she got bailed out, she started coming back around to my shop and this and that. And I was like, are you going to your, I think she had to be checking in with she got on bail, but she had to check in with she was on bail, but she had to check in with something like a probation officer or something, however the adjudication. I would always be like, whenever I would see her, I'd be like, are you keeping up with your legal stuff? Are you keeping up with your case? Because for a while she was in jail. But Just Plucks 5 said, when you uppercase God, it proves you think that he's the most important God, when in fact he is the only God. He is God. If you uppercase a first name, but you don't uppercase God, you playing with fire. And don't let them flames fall on my good carpet, because them fuzzy socks might be a little flammable, that fabric. So be careful, baby. Be careful. What up, Mocha B? I'm just saying, I got endless stories. Endless. And that was just it. The irony of it's so ironic that the guy came in here and said Jackie was Shine's aunt, and bringing that up, because these are stories that forever live in infamy and in my mind and stuff, and I don't bring them up. Had he not invoked her name, I wouldn't have invoked it. And I'm not talking about anybody, I'm telling stories. These are factual stories. Here's the thing. People are more than welcome to, because you know how the telephone game is. You say the rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain. And by the time it gets to the other end of the thing, they be like, you's a plain bitch and you be living outside in the rain. It's never going to get down the line like you gave it. You know? And so I know things get lost in interpretation. So somehow this conversation is going to get back to someone. They're going to be like, she was talking about you. I have nothing to fear. My videos are all on my playlist. Anyone's entitled to watch them. Anyone is entitled to go over the whole thing. If you feel like something is incorrect in my assessment, by all means, come on the platform, won't you? Won't you come? I don't have time to argue with anybody about the details of this, that, and the third. My mind is clear. I don't have the issue of, I can't remember. I know, so listen, my sister be like, I don't remember nothing before 96. She says it all the time. My mind is clear. My mind is clear. Yes, my teacher used to play this game in 4th grade. Yeah, the rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain. Yep. And so all of these thoughts and these memories are fresh in my mind because I just have that sort of brain. I remember everything. It's just weird. Now, there are times where I can't. You see, I was like, oh, what's the guy's name? It starts with a T. And then I was like, I'm trying to think why was I saying T? Because it's Bless Me Video. And the irony about Bless Me Video, which was another video music show, you can look up Bless Me Videos. I'm sure he got some episodes on YouTube as well. Years later, I met when my car, when the hackers and the hackation people was jacking up my car, and my car was in a situation, and I was taking Ubers a lot. And I met this Uber driver, or as the young people say, the Uber Java. I met this Uber Java, and he was mad cool, young guy. I think his name was Dante. And he was super cool. He was just a great Uber driver. So I said, listen, I got to make this trip every day. I was taking Vanna to school, and I never let her go to school by herself. So I would take the Uber to take her to school and then come back home. And then he would pick me up in the evening, and I would take the Uber to go pick her up and then bring her back home. And so I was spending a lot of money. I was like, look, let's do some flat rate stuff. Like, I'm taking this ride all the time. Give me some flat rate, charge me for the week or whatever, and I'll hit you off in lump sums like that. He was like, oh, that's word. That's cool with me. You know, that guaranteed me my money, and that's cool with me. I'm guaranteed that money. I know I got this, and I'll do more Uber work on the outside of that schedule in the middle of the day. So that worked perfectly for us. So he was from New York, and we would chat and chit chat this, that, and he was like, oh, you know this, you know that, you know. I never told him who I was as far as what happened to me. But guess what? He was like, we were talking about something. I was like, yeah, Ralph McDaniel. He was like, oh, yeah, you know, my uncle used to have a video music show too. I said, what? What's your uncle name? I know everybody in New York. He was like, my uncle is Bless Me Video. I said, Bless Me Video? I said, that's my homeboy. I said, how is he doing? Unfortunately, he had passed away. And I said, you got access to his video footage? Look in that video footage, you're going to see me. Look in his footage, you're going to see me. He is the one I was going to do my from Ebony's chair, live from Ebony's chair, behind the chair, live from Ebony's chair, something like that. I was going to do it with Bless Me Video. I could see us in the shop one day talking. We used to do, and then here's the thing. This is the good old days where a whole bunch of business owners would get together and would do events together. Like around that time when Bless Me was in the shop talking to me about that, Sam, one of the guys who had the business with thing, he had a restaurant down the street, and we were all sponsoring this big Easter jam. Smith and Wesson performed, and Queen Pen performed, which is one of my homegirls. Y'all remember it, party ain't a party till it's ran all through, and leave it to my crew. It's gonna be player proof. After 3 rounds, we gonna blow off this roof for party ain't a party. I was one of the crew. That's my homie. The late 90s was your coming of age. To this day, I laugh when I daydream. Yes, about the golden Grammy 90s. And baby, let me put this on the screen, baby. Give him a gold star lock, because this, baby, this has got to be the statement of all statements. Yes, baby. The late 90s was my coming of age. The 80s and the 90s was my coming of age, because I was grown. But that was the golden era of thing. It's unfortunate that, the 90s went out with a bang, as J-Lo said. It ended with a bang for me. But yes, the 90s was the golden era of the culture. The 90s was the golden era of New York life. The 90s was the golden era of hip hop, and it was the goal. It could never be recreated. Never will a time such as that exist again, even if it came back. It would be like, you know how your mother say, oh, back when I was young, we used to wear mini skirts or poodle skirts, and then when they come back around, they wear it again, but it almost looks costumey. The 90s could never be repeated again. Yes, listen, Freaky Ty, oh my God. Rest in peace to Freaky Ty. Listen here, baby, you is bringing up, let me see, you have to send me a picture, Eve. Send it to the chat, to the email for the channel. I know you. You bringing up all the people. Let me tell you something. Rest in peace, Freaky Ty. I remember when Ty passed away. They used to do shows with Queen Pen. First of all, can I just say that they were a rugged crew. Baby, I remember we was at a show. Queen Pen, them. I think Smith and Wesson was on the show as well. They got into an argument with some people in the audience. Well, the people in the audience was gaslighting them on stage. Somebody threw a bottle. Why they jumped off the stage and was beating the people down in the concert? You was born in the 80s. When you was born, Kelvina, I was 13. Yeah, the sun. Listen, Chance, let me put that on the screen. Even the sunlight was prettier, and it was also real. It wasn't this CERN Hadron Collider artificial sun lamp like in the show Paradise. You're 100% right. We got that real sun. That's why we all of our skin used to glow, because we was glistening. We had that true vitamin D sunlight. Yes, ma'am. What? 134th and Grybor. Oh, let me tell you something. I used to work in a beauty salon in the early 90s in Queens on Jamaica Avenue. What was that? Jamaica and I think it was why is 164th or something? It wasn't far from what was that called? The Galleria? Not the Galleria. What was that Queens thing called? The Galleria? What was that little mall? I forget where the mall name, but hey, Dana said listen, now you digging in the crates, Dana. You digging in the crates. She said, I got that Queen Pen CD for a free trial membership when they mail you 10 albums for 99 cents. Who remembers that? When you sign up for the DVD club and the Coliseum. Thank you, Eve and Calvina. The Coliseum, that's right, or Gertz Mall. Remember that thing where you would sign up? It would come in the Sunday paper like an insert and all that. You could sign up and get 10 CDs, and everybody would order CDs. You would pay that first payment because you had to pay a payment first, and nobody would ever pay the rest of the money for the CDs. We had hundreds. I had CD racks. I mean, I would pay for some of them because I would reorder again, and music was my thing. It was bill me later. There you go. Doc said, bill me later. Oh my goodness, those was the good old days. Sheesh, nobody ever paid them. Oh my gosh. Dana said they were not happy when they called my mom and learned that I was underage. She said I neither confirm or deny. Hey, you ain't lying. The DVD club, my gosh, that was vintage. This is what the D said, put it on credit. That DVD club, baby. Y'all, listen, baby. Listen, honey. Y'all taking it back now. Calvina said, I'm crying. She probably was on that Rikers Island. Yeah, Rikers wasn't nothing nice. Because I had a homegirl that used to work at Rikers Island, too. She was a correction officer, but baby, she was a correction officer that ran with the Sketel crowd. Listen, I ain't trying to tell nobody business, and I'm not going to say her name. But I had a homegirl that was a correction officer at Rikers Island, and her mama was a very important businesswoman that owned a lot of real estate and businesses in New York. It was very highbrow. And she was a correction officer at Rikers Island, and she had this Jamaican baby father, and she was Jamaican by what they say, injection. And you can tell her she wasn't Jamaican, honey. You couldn't tell her. I ain't calling no names. I will protect the nameless. I will not say any names to protect the innocent or the guilty or the whatever, but I'm not going to say names. And her baby father was outside, okay, doing his own thing. Outside. And so as a retaliation, she was like, well, if you outside, I'm outside too. And so she was outside because he was outside like, Miss Soon Come. Anybody from New York, whether you're West Indian or not, soon come is anything between 2 minutes and 8 years. I soon come. You don't know when you're going to see them again. And this particular, he would leave, go out of state, come back, weeks later, months later, whatever. And he was just doing what he wanted to do. And she was not pleased. So he was outside, she was outside, baby. She started dealing with this other dude. She made the mistake of bringing that other, because he hadn't been around for a while. So she brought the other dude home. This ninja broke into her house. Mind you, she's a corrections officer at Rikers. He broke into her house, caught her in there with the guy, beat up the guy, gun butt the guy, shoot the guy, gun butt her. I'm talking, you know what a gun butt is? Beat you with the gun. With the butt of the gun, her eye was all swole up, black up, this, that. Beat her up, beat him up, shot him, and then locked them in and took the key with the deadbolt lock. They locked in the key on both sides. Jeez Louise. And she is a correction officer. Listen here. I done seen some things in my life. I done known some peoples in my life. Because who can make that situation up? When I tell you she had so much problem at work, she had so much problem at work, and she got saved. They ended up getting saved. I think she climbed to the window and was banging on the window or something like that. And she was injured, but she was banging on the window and a neighbor heard, and they climbed in, and that's how they ended up getting them out or something like that. The ambulance came, took him to the hospital, all that. But he and she was a correct. Listen, and wait. He didn't just pow the guy. He pow the guy with her service weapon, with her correction officer weapon. Baby, that was a nasty time. That was a very bad situation for her. It was bad. It was bad. And I don't, these are people I knew. You grow up with all measure of people. You cross paths with all measure of people. It was just a bad time. But I won't call her name. But the story was crazy. She got suspended, and she ended up. They had put her on suspension for a long time. Oh, there's another caveat to the story. I forgot about this caveat. The guy that she was cheating with, that he came in, I can't call it cheating because her man was cheating too. So listen, I'm not disputing the facts of this, and I'm not here passing judgment on whoever's life. The guy that she was interacting with in her home, keeping company with, was a former inmate. Oh, that she had charge over. Okay, baby, dastardly situation. You hear me? Dastardly. Very bad situation. And it caused her a lot of problems at work too. Those who were roundabout, and you may be watching, you know who I'm talking about, and you know what I'm talking about. But I ain't gonna say no names. You know what? I think I might call this segment of Ebony's Brooklyn Tales or New York Tales. I'm gonna say, I ain't want to gossip, so you ain't heard it from me. Just like, what's her name? Kim Wayans from the Wayans Brothers. She used to tell a story in the window, and she'd be like, but I ain't want to gossip, so you ain't heard it from me. That's how I gotta go. Because, baby, you can't use these names now because some of these people are respectable members of society with degrees and such and jobs. Not jobs, careers, darling. And I don't want to drag none of their past into their present. I'm not here to do that. Because I see the chicks, baby. I'll be on Facebook. I was on Facebook on one of their page. Baby, they 613 down. They outside. There's always a little lime, as we call it, or a lounge spot. You know what it is, Calvina. You know what it is. And they be outside still. The only part of it that gives me pause, that bugs me, and I'm not judging anyone, to each his own. Everyone is entitled to do what they want to do with their lives. However, the only thing about it that gives me pause and bugs me is when I see them like, so there's how, I don't know why I kept that half a screen for so long. You know how they have like, New York is known for a lot of parties and things, that's what it was. A lot of parties, a lot of events. And so you may live in other states and it's more spacious and they do a lot of more outdoor activities and events. And I don't know why I shared my half a screen with Shine all this time. I was going to put the video back on, but then I just never did. But New York has a lot of events. The only thing I don't like is like, I'll see these girls, and they still women, they still look good. And I remember their kids from when, back when we was hanging, now their kids are grown. And now their kids in the club with a see-through outfit on. And they in the club with a see-through outfit on. I can't tell nobody what to do, to each his own. But that kind of does rub me the wrong way. Your crotch is out, your mother crotch is out in the same, nah. I'd be like, somebody didn't get the memo here. Quite possibly both. But somebody definitely didn't get the memo. And I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I can't tell nobody what to do. To each his own, but sometimes I look at the pictures, I'd be like, I mean, I knew about that right there, so. And it was for a few years, I would say like post-pandemic, it was a lot of and maybe pre-pandemic too, it was a lot of see-through outfits, them sheer outfits where it's a long dress that go to the floor, but it's sheer. So you could see like they got a bodysuit panty thing under it, and then the rest is sheer. I was like, where are you going in that? your undergarments is showing from the outside, like I'm turned off. And these are people I know. I'm not casting aspersions. They're entitled to do what they want. They have body autonomy, freedom, and First Amendment rights to say, do what they please, as long as they're not violating the law and they're not hurting another soul. But as for me and my house, no thank you, ma'am. I don't want to wear swimwear down the street or at a party or nothing. I don't need you to see my nether regions and my lady parts and none of that while outside. Like, I just feel like, why? Here's what it screams to me. It screams, look at me, here, me, look at me. I need attention. I'm not disrespecting nobody. I'm not judging nobody. Everybody can do what they want. The 613 obsession, me can't understand it. I can't understand it. Unless you are from the Solomon Islands and you were born with that, 613 blonde and golden hair. Really? What color is 613? It's giving Pamela Anderson Baywatch. Like, it's not giving natural. It's giving to me, and this is just my opinion. No one has to agree with it. I'm not casting aspersions on anyone. It is giving, I need attention. It is giving, ooh, look at me. Low self-esteem. I need attention. I don't mind. Listen, I don't have no problem with swimwear at swim appropriate events. Pool party, the beach, the pool, whatever. But in the middle of the city, with a sheer dress where your crotches, it feels, and a bra top and your dress is see-through and your daughter got on one with a different color, slightly different. It feels weird to me. It's giving I need a whole lot of attention. And there are better ways that you could get attention. Like, my thing is, here's the thing for me. I'm not telling them what they can do. They can do what they want. They're grown. They can do what they want. What I'm saying is, why do you want the type of attention that yields? Why is that the attention you want? You can't for some now. I'll be 55 in June. My birthday's coming up, guys. What you guys getting me for my? Oh, I gotta put something. Let me send it to Locke, and she's gonna put it in the chat. Your dopest show producer is graduating. Well, she graduated, but she's going off to college soon. And her and my daughter-in-law created my daughter-in-law created it for her, a Amazon wish list thing. I'm gonna give it to Locke so she can post it, because I don't know how to do all of that. So if y'all should be so inclined to listen, our baby girl is growing up so fast. My girl went from graduation to car to it is happening very fast for me, guys. I'm celebrating her, but I'm being honest. It is just 1 minute she was like 21 more days to graduation. Now she's like, I ordered this for my car, Mom. Just like, what? You should see her car. Super cute. It's so her. She bought this rhinestone steering wheel cover that matches. It's the same colors as the car. It's a rhinestone steering wheel cover, and it came with a rhinestone gear shift cover and the rhinestone thing that go over the seat belt for the passenger and the driver. And then it has the rhinestone thing that goes around the key ignition. I mean, we went to the store. I got her a good cell phone stand, so she's not holding, texting, and driving. It's a very secure cell phone stand. And then she got herself a cute look. We got the cigarette lighter and all these. And she wants these. Oh, I'm getting ready to do her, baby. I'm getting ready to do her. So you guys know, I don't know. Most of you should know. Some of you may not know. But my other job outside of this and insurance, I have a reupholstery company. So I do reupholstery. I am doing the inside door panels. I'm taking out the inside door panels of her car and covering them in Goyard to match her car. And like the handle, the pull, there's a handle in the front. I'm going to cover that as well. And I might do her headrests. So Miss Lady is going to be cute. Oopsie. Ooh, he said a herringbone necklace and a 2-finger ring. My sister had a 4-finger ring with the lion head on it. That was my sister's signature ring. I had the big, as we call it, the West Indians, the big chaparrita bracelet. I had a 2.5-inch bangle bracelet with the big flower, with that big, not a real garnet. We know now it wasn't a garnet. It was a sapphire. It was plastic, but it was a rhinestone. But it looked like a big red ruby or garnet or, sapphire stone. It was the big West Indian flower and the big flower earrings with the big stone in the middle. Yeah, baby, I was dripped out. And I had big rope chain. I got to find them pictures. Y'all gonna gag when y'all see me. Gag. First of all, I think I got the picture. Matter of fact, the photo albums are right here. I'm going to find that picture. Y'all are about to gag now. And when I tell you where I was in the picture, you really gonna gag. You gonna gag. I was in Disney World in this picture. Big dookie rope chain, huge. People was walking up to me asking me, "Are you Run DMC?" Ninja, those are 3 guys. What do you mean am I Run DMC? They were walking up to me asking me, "Are you Run DMC? Do you know Run DMC?" It was the 80s, y'all. It was early, relatively mid 80s, like 87, mid to late 80s, asking me because I had this big rope chain on. Y'all about to gag. Hold on, let me get this photo up. Y'all gonna gag. Have you guys ever started a project and then didn't finish the project? Because, child, I started a project and I ain't finished the project. My God. We still doing renovations in my house. Ooh, Lord, a bunch of pictures just fell. We still doing reno. I don't know why I started it at this time, but I can be very gung-ho and high-strung on stuff like that. I'll be like, oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to start this project. And I'll start the project and then midway through. Usually I'm pretty good now. Here's the thing. With other people's stuff, I will see it to the end. Although a couple of times I've fallen short of it, going through. Sometimes I'll be, God forbid, it was a couple of projects and I asked God to give me grace. There was a couple of projects that occurred while I was in the throes of depression that did not get completed. And it was a very tumultuous thing. And I asked God's grace. And I've asked for God's grace on it, but it was a rough period. You cannot create things for other people when you are yourself depressed. It wasn't functional. I thought I could do it. I thought I could, but alas. But for the most part, those were just few and far between. Oh, I'm about to show y'all a quick picture. This is my mom and dad and my aunt and uncle this is my mom and dad at my aunt and uncle's wedding. If y'all look at my father and my mother, God is so infinite in his wisdom because I am the definition of a full merge of my mother and father's DNA. So, remember this old commercial from the 70s? They crashed into each other. Hey, you got your peanut butter on my chocolate. Hey, you got your chocolate on my peanut butter. And they turn into Reese's. That's what I am. I am the Reese's peanut butter cup of my mother and father because, baby, do I look like them and I talk like my father. Woo, child, I used to work my mother's nerve. Wait till if y'all see this chain. I know this picture is in here. Let me look. I think a lot of loose pictures just fell out. I got these pictures when my aunt passed away. Oh, here go my cousin. We used to call her Pamela Anderson. She was va-va-voom. That girl is stacked like a brick house. This is Nati, my twin cousin. We call her Nati. She is Natalie, and I'm Natalia. Nati and Nati. And she my twin cousin. This is my auntie Eastland that passed away. I call her Judy the Beauty. And so that wasn't her nickname in the family. She was the gorgeous, beautiful one in the family. Everybody know Auntie Eastland is just gorgeous. But I call her Judy the Beauty because at her funeral, all her colleagues from work came, and it was like, Judy was so such and such. And me and my cousins and my sister, we looking around like, who are they talking about? They keep talking about Judy. And it was like, oh yeah, Judy this and Judy, look at my Auntie Sandra. And she was like, Judy this and Judy that. And they all Judy, and Miss Judy was this and Miss Judy. And I said, who is Judy? And it was like, that was your aunt's name at work. She said her name was Judy. My aunt done went and told these people, called me Judy. Her name tag and everything said Judy. But when I went in the room and I saw her name tag on her desk, on her dress, I was like, wait, she tell them her name was Judy? That was her name when she was, oh, look at this lovely picture. Me and my sisters. Which one am I? Which one am I, guys? Can you tell which one I am? I look exactly the same. Which color sweater? I'll show you one more time. Which color sweater am I? Ooh, honey, them fingers is ashy. Now, how come every time I'm not online, my fingers and my skin is so emollient? Baby, Keisha DeBow said the red. Yes, honey. You know it. Beiji Boo said Caribbean people always have two names. That is the truth. That is the truth. Ruth. Let me find all of this pic. Oh God. Oh, let's hear me talk about Vivian Amelia Mead, my grandmother. That is my grandmother. Y'all know an old West Indian picture when you see one. I want y'all to see this picture. Child, when I tell you, I was up in Disney World, these folks asking me, no, I wasn't the baby. I was the one in the red sweater. Diana got it right. Keisha got it right. I do look like all three. We look like carbon copies of each other. Oh, wow. I see a photo of me pre-gunshot. Wow. Where's this? Oh, I found the picture. I knew it was in here. Y'all about to gag. So take a guess. This is me and my little sister. She decided for her 9th birthday. My mother said, what do you want for your 9th birthday? She said, I want to go to Disney World. So we all went to Disney World. Y'all about to gag now. Get a hold of yourselves now. Look at me. If that don't say the 80s, you know what my kids always say? Who I remind them of? Rock from Growing Up Canaan. Everybody, my friends, everything. They're like, that's Eb. Look at me, y'all. Tell me that don't look like 1980s. You see me with this big rope chain on these. I got like 2 pairs of door knockers and a pair of flower earrings on. I got so much jewelry on. In Disney World. And a big bangle bracelet. These people are, and a big ring. People. Ooh, child. Thank you. How 80s is this picture, guys? How friggin' 80s is this picture? Look at your girl up in Disney World with the jumbo rope chain on. Like, where was I going? What was I thinking? And then I'll tell you the day that I got robbed at gunpoint for that chain. This is how I used to move around Brooklyn. So at the time, I might have been now 18. That's crazy because I got another interaction at gunpoint. Dang. That's crazy. I was 17 in this picture. It's ridiculous. But I was going somewhere with my play cousin Denise, and she had her sister Diane's son Mel. It was me, Mel, and Denise. And Mel was a baby. He was probably a year old. And that's the only reason why I probably relented, because Mel was a baby. And we were caught off. So here's how sharp my wit was. We're walking down the street. Now, you know, I don't care what time of the day. We lived in a life of excess at that time. You know, money was flowing and things did their boat and money did enough. I got jacked for the chain. Yes. So I got 2 pairs of door knockers on plus the big flower earrings Big rope chain, 2.5 inch bangle bracelet that we call the chaparrita. Big. They used to call them the Wonder Woman bracelets. Big bangle bracelet. All gold. We going down Flatbush to go pick up something for Diane and Denise's mother. We walking down. I see this carload of guys fly by. You know, if somebody's in a car and they make eye contact with you on the street, I was like, that's odd. They made eye contact with me on the street. Like, what the? That was weird. And I had a bad feeling about it. And I was like, let's go back. Let's walk back. And she was like, no, my mother said we have to hurry up. We got to go. And I have to come back quick. And I was just like, I didn't want to leave them. But I was just like, my mind said, go back. And I made eye contact with two of the guys in the car. 5 minutes later, five or 6 minutes later, where they're in a car, they should be 15 blocks down now. We walking, we a few blocks up, we walking. God said, turn around. I turn around. I see this guy's face. For a second, you know, when you stop and said, I stopped, I was like, that's the guy that was in the car. By the time I turned back around, he was like this. Run it. Had that gun to my head. I was like, I said, why are you doing this? I was so angry. Hear my stupid play cousin. Just give it to him. Just give it to him. Yeah. It would make you very happy for me to just give up my jewelry. Because you ain't got no jewelry. So right now I'm outshining you. My gut feeling told me go back. And I didn't listen. It seems like a theme here. Not good. That's not good on my part. It's not good. But he was like, run it, hand it over. You don't want no problems. I was like, ugh! And he tried to snatch it. I said, let me take it off. I spent money for this. Don't break it. That's stupid. I was so mad at him. And he looked at me like, you dumb. And it had a big clasp. So I opened it because he wanted me to rip it over my head. And I knew if I ripped it over my head, it would rip my ears and rip my earring. And so I unhooked it. And and I just screamed out, Arr! And then cars that was coming kind of slowed down. And he just snatched the chain and ran off. I was so mad. Well, you know, by then, I didn't care where she had to go. I was like, I'm out of here. And she was like, oh my God. And she followed me back. Now, had we turned around when I said, I probably would have still had my chain. It would have been vintage, but I would have still had it. But no. And then we ended up not going where we had to go to pick up her mother thing anyway, because now we all going back to the block. And she's like, oh my God. She's all screaming and screaming and everything. What are you screaming for? What are you screaming for? Ain't nobody snatch your chain? What you screaming for? She walking up the street. Oh God. Oh God. She went back home. We got back to the block. That girl told that story 929,000 times. Well, you know, he needed the chain. May he have gotten the life he deserved after taking my chain. I realize I have tons of stories, things I haven't even thought about. But once he said, somebody in the chat said the Dookie rope chain, and I was like, look at this picture of me. I had box braids in my hair, the 1980s box braids with the wet and wavy hair. Ciao. And my little sister. No, it certainly wasn't worth my life. It absolutely was not. But I ain't gonna front though. When you're 17, those little foolish things mean everything to you. But you know, I ended up getting something better, a Turkish link chain, which was even a better. I don't know how my boy, you know, we're gonna still give grace. Unfortunately, this episode didn't turn out to be what we thought it was. Micro braids, yep. It didn't turn out to be what we thought it was. My boy, I will consult with him at a later date, probably later on today. He might be watching. Shout out to you if you're watching. Now, I will say, it is my sincere belief that the anxiety of going live, the discomfort with going live, the triggering, the whatever, may have impacted his decision to not show up. I'll split the screen again. because he is who's supposed to be on this stage with me. Oh. What's this picture? Why is it not coming up? He was supposed to share this stage with me, and I really would have loved for him to be here, but for whatever reason, caused him. Now, I'm praying that it is, if it's based on, anxiety, nerves, depression, fear, whatever, it's okay. I pray that it's not on some saboteur stuff now. I don't want to see my brother like that. I don't think it's that. I don't want to falsely accuse him of anything like that. It better not be. I hope nobody got to him, because that's a reality of the life we live in. Now, that is a reality of this here thing. That's a reality. Somebody could have very well gotten to him. Somebody could have recognized the decor of this. Let me see. New, what did I say? New stop. Never little. I don't know what it says behind his feet. I see the makings of new. I see OP, which I'm thinking new start, new stop, new or never little. Not exactly sure what that is, but I'm sure the decor and ambiance of this place is known to the folks around New York. And so I don't know if somebody realized it was him because they've seen the picture already, or realized it was him because, we know people's essence. If we know people, we know that it's them in a picture or something. And I pray that's not why he's not here. But whatever the case may be, I don't come with judgments. I give grace. Even if someone got to him, I understand that the fact that he stayed quiet for 25 years, if someone tried to get to him and be like, yo, yeah, I will take that under advisement, Honeybee. Yes. Honeybee said the dopest nerd, maybe record a video, then post it at a later date. Absolutely. Maybe the live is too much. And that's a distinct possibility. Perhaps the live is just too jarring to have to answer questions, on the fly, on a live, unpredictable, things like that. So I get it. Either way, I send love to my brother because, like I said, he is the only other person that understands full throttle, understands wholeheartedly what this thing is. He is the only other person that I can say beyond a shadow of a doubt understands the feeling of having lived through this in this experience of being shot in Club New York that night by the two youths, the two shooters. I was trying to add a little of my cousin Vinny, the two youths, but by Puffy and by Shine. And I'm gonna add another caveat and level to it, which is why I always call his name, because people act like he doesn't exist. I refuse to allow people to act like I'm the only person that got shot. I'm not the only person that got shot. Julius Jones got shot and Robert Thompson got grazed. Robert Thompson, I don't know where in the world you are. I looked, trust me, I've tried to look. I do not see it. He may be too old for social media. He might be one of those people that be like, oh, I ain't got time for no social media. Because he said he was grown. He was about 20 years older than us when this happened. So that was, what's somebody saying? Addition with the D. What'd you say? She said, I said it. I mentioned it earlier. What? Never stop. Oh, it says never stop, never settle. Thank you, baby. Hey, dishing with the D. Where is this? You know where this is? Is this Brooklyn Chop House or something? I'm not sure where it is, but go, girl. You could have been on whatchamacallit. What's the Wheel of Fortune? Because it makes total sense now. Because I was like, Never Little. Why would Never Little doesn't even make sense? But yes, thank you for that. I won't stop. Here's the thing. He is the only other person that can relate to what I went through that day. That's why you got that. Dishing with the D said, I love Wheel of Fortune. That's why you was able to get that like that. And you're right. You don't know what's going on in his mind. He has a whole other world. He's married. He got wife, kids. You know, the people at his job don't. I mean, he said to me before, they don't know he's the guy that got shot in the club that night, especially in light of the fact that all of this is going on. It might disturb his normalcy. I mean, like I said, he called me and he said to me that he wanted to be on, and he actually sent me this picture. Like he had never, this is the closest we've ever got. This has to be our sixth or seventh time, and he's never sent a picture before. This time he sent a picture, so he's working to it. Maybe that's what he's going through. He's working himself up to it. And if that's what it is, I totally understand and give total grace. This is a big thing to jump into. It's jumping out of the frying pan of anonymity and autonomy and jumping into the fire. He might not want all his people at work to be like, that was you? Oh my God, I ain't know. You know, sometimes the other folks look at you crazy if they know you connected with something like this. There's a lot of moving parts. Who knows what it is? Honestly, I'm not really sure. But this is the closest we came. And if nothing else, I give my brother love and I give him props for that. This is the closest we came. Because he called me. I know where I was. I was sitting on my couch. And he called me. He was like, what up, sis? And he didn't just call me. He FaceTimed me. What up, sis? How you doing? He was watching the game. And he was like, I'm checking on you. You good? This, that, the other. And we talked. And he was like, I'm ready to come on. I was like, oh, what? I said, oh, let's do it. Let's do it. I was gung-ho. And I was like, okay. I said, I said, Nirvana, I need you to make me a thumbnail. And he was like, yeah, put my picture. I said, I'm going to promote it. He said, put my picture. I said, no, I ain't going to put your picture. I'm going to say mystery guest. He was like, no, put my picture on it. I said, oh, he ready. He said, I'm going to send you a picture. And even in spite of that, I told Nirvana, because like I said, he had flaked out of, and with all due respect, he had flaked out of about 5 previous interviews. One with Tisa Tells, him and I and Tisa, and she can verify this. One with Art of Dialogue, I politic something for us. Mighty he can verify this. A few on my channel, one with somebody else we were supposed to do, which was a smaller thing. Yeah, there's been quite a few. But like I said, it's intimidating. I know my walk has been this. Everybody else's walk is their walk. He does have a wife and kids, and I'm sure he had to take into consideration what jumping into this out of the frying pan into the fire of this, at this point in time, the effects that it would have on his wife and his kids too, his family. So it's big steps, It's big steps. So I'm not, like I said, no judgment. I hope it's not that anybody got to him. But if in fact that's what it is, then, by all means, everybody has to do what works for them and what's best aligned with their life and what the goals that they have for their life. It's not easy. This is not easy. I was really, really hoping and praying for his voice to be heard, because all too often people forget about him. And y'all know me. I scream from the mountaintop. What about Julius Jones? What about Julius Jones? And I'm going to always continue to call his name because, I don't want anybody to forget him. I couldn't imagine. Listen, after everything I've endured with this situation, I couldn't imagine someone overlooking me. And I know what I've dealt with in regards to, like I told you, I went through that little period where I was feeling so overwhelmed and I couldn't understand why I was feeling so overwhelmed. And then, what up, Jay? And I was like, I had to come to terms with what I had to sit with God and pray on it and find out, why am I feeling like this? And then I realized that I was feeling like that because I was feeling like justice was eluding me. That other people who came after, even though I had been, drumming the beat of, hey guys, beating the drum of, hey, he did this to me, he did this to me. And then somehow other people somersaulted over my justice and are getting recompense and justice when I didn't get justice. And so justice looks like different things for different people. And clearly God is still using me, and he saved me for a time such as this. And justice delayed is not justice denied. We know that. Justice delayed. Listen, ironically, that is a line from, woo, baby, Father God, you so almighty. Father God just showed me something right here while I was talking. Guess what that line is from? Guess what that line is from? Justice delayed is not justice denied. I read this play in the 6th grade. Computers are buffering. Yeah, it feels a little slow. I feel like mine is a little delayed too. But guess what? God is so infinite. God just put it in my head. Justice delayed is not justice denied. It's from Lorraine Hansberry's A Raisin in the Sun. You know why that's profound and poignant? Who starred in the Broadway version of A Raisin in the Sun in the mid-2000s? None other than your boy Puffy. Hey, justice delayed is not justice denied. The irony. Woo, baby. My God, my God, my God. You got a baby. Father God got a sense of humor, honey. You hear me, child? Oh, Lord. One Chan said, at the dopest nerd, I appreciate this because I've endured some things. Let me put you on the screen, baby. She said, at the dopest nerd, I appreciate this because I've endured some things, and without sharing it, you know how it feels and what it does to you. Same it was to me throughout my life. I needed to hear this. Absolutely, my love. Listen, to God be the glory. I'm so happy that it is giving you what you need, that it's giving you respite from the pain inside. You got to get that out, because here's the thing. You may not want to tell it to anyone, but here's what I caution you to do. I caution you to write it down. There's something online. You go on a TikTok shop or something. You can find the Shadow Work Journal. Look for the Shadow Work Journal. It's like $6, $9, something to that effect. But trust me, worth every penny. Get that stuff out of you, because dis-ease in your spirit and soul becomes disease in your body, in your flesh house, baby. Bad feelings. You know what? All these people with cancer, that's unresolved pain, unhealed anger, lack of forgiveness. That's unforgiveness in your cells and turning into dis-ease. Dis-ease in your spirit and your soul, baby, turns to disease in your body. And that's the truth, Ruth. I promise you, get it out of you. It will turn to, God forbid, cancer and other illness. Get it out of you. Don't keep it in. Write a letter, write it out on a paper. Get yourself a spiral notebook, write it out, or black and white hard concrete notebook. Write it all out. Get it all out of your system. Read it one good time, and then sit outside in another box and burn the pages then. You ain't got to share it with a soul. Now, if you want to keep it and you want your children to know and to, be able to read your story and know. And here's the deal. There is something very redeeming about your children knowing your story. Now, of course, when it's age appropriate, I'm not saying tell your kids your story when they, 4 and 5, but when it's age appropriate, especially for your daughters, I'm not saying hold that story until they're 22 either. It may be something that you endured as a child and they need to know as a prepubescent or adolescent child. Tell them your story, because a lot of young women have angst with their moms and the young guys have angst with their moms or their dads, vice versa, because they don't know their parents' story. There's a lot of unhealed, there's a lot of no contact. And listen, some need to be no contact. I'm not disputing that. Some have chosen to go no contact with their parents. And while it is not a choice I would make, they reserve the right to do so. And I believe in their right to do so for their own peace and mental health. There are some people that are just inherently toxic. Perhaps they were inhabited by a demon or something, and they did very vile, horrific things. And baby, they can't experience what they've already experienced, and they need to go no contact for their peace of mind. I say that usually permeates when you've yet to heal. And so, because trust me, when you heal, see, the first thing you have to remember is the healing is not for the other person. The forgiveness is not for the other person. It is for you. And that is one of the biggest things I did in this case. Baby, there was a time I was livid. I didn't want to hear no, baby, if I heard something from Bad Boy, I'll lose my scrambling, turning off that radio. I don't want to hear none of that. But I'll tell you something. I had to get over it. It was annoying to other people. It was annoying to me. There comes a time where you have to get over it. It was permeating in my soul, and it was so bothersome because I'm not traditionally a person who holds a grudge. That's not me. I don't hold grudges. Just God created me, and he didn't wire me in that way. I don't hold grudges. I know people that have a lot of unforgiveness in their spirit, and they're miserable. I got a homegirl. I ain't gonna say your name. I haven't seen her in a while. That sucker could hold a grudge. Oh my God. She'll tell you about, that sucker hold a grudge. Now I will tell you about a situation. I will hold you accountable. I will discuss a topic and hold you accountable. But I'm not sitting here pining and burning your image in effigy and making no little, voodoo dolls and stabbing you with pins. I ain't doing none of that. Because baby, there ain't nothing I could do to get my lick back like my God can. Oh my God, his lick is a lick, baby. And if you mess with me too much, God got that lick back for him, for me anyway. Like the things I've seen people, it got to a point where I started feeling bad for people who did bad things to me. I would say, don't do it. Don't do it. And they'd be like, who you supposed to be? God does not play about me. I heard, what's her name over down the, a certain flying creature down the internet superhighway over there mocking me. Oh God, she's over there saying God don't play about me and telling people, telling about the girl who stole her first fruit and God took her life. And I was like, this fool has the audacity to mock God. You over there blaspheming and mocking God because you hate me so much that you want to mock me. And let me tell y'all something about this internet thing too. A lot of these content creators that you see relentlessly posting, they seem like every single thing under the sun is breaking news. Someone stepped on a Cheez-It and cracked it into 12 places. Breaking news. Or, y'all come breaking news. Somebody's twisted their fork and got 22 strands of spaghetti in one sitting. Listen, it's too much. When you water down the value of your message like that, it becomes nothing. What I've come to learn is through not trial and error, because the people came directly for me and were like, give us your passwords, give us your pins. We are going to drive your channel. You'll be making like $25,000, $30,000 a month. We'll do this. Just give us all your information. We'll make the thumbnails. We'll do this. We'll do that. And then they own your channel and own you. Baby, allow me to reintroduce myself. My name's Natalia. Nobody owns me. Nobody. I have walked away from corporate jobs. I've walked away from careers. I walk into a corporate situation and be like, honey, this doesn't resonate with my spirit. My spirit doesn't feel valued and seen here. Bye. This is not for me. But with all due respect, thank you for the opportunity. It was a pleasure while it lasted. Have a great one. Good luck in finding a replacement. No malice, no nothing. This don't resonate with me. Me nah do it. I will honor myself and walk out. I'm not one of those people where your boss gonna come in because he mad about his wife and this, that, there. He coming, he's screaming in your face, and flakes of spit is flying off of his lip and hitting your face, and you just stand there because you don't want him, you don't want to wipe it because he might think that's an aggressive gesture. What? Baby, I'm not her. With all due respect, I give grace and mercy. I understand. I'm not one of those people that rush to judge somebody's behavior. I say, her heart is closed. Can't be. Something's wrong. Something else is going on. Her heart is closed. His heart is closed. I'm not going to jump to react, but I will check you. Excuse me, sir. You seem to be projecting. You seem to be having projectile spit coming off of your lip. Back up. Don't let none of that, not one drop, get on me. Oh, first of all, it won't even get to that level because people know, don't play with me. I hold myself accountable, and I'm always accountable to God. No one else. I don't care who it is. I will honor my mother, but if she get past a certain thing, I'll be like, oh, with all due respect, I'm grown. I answer to him. I don't disrespect people because I don't tolerate disrespect. I don't tolerate it. But I know some of these YouTube people that are always posting, they don't own their channel. Now it's their name and it's their character or their moniker or their platform they created, but it's owned by a corporate entity that is slave driving them, making them post. Yeah, they're making money, but at what expense? They're making your thumbnails. Do you see some of these ridiculous clickbait, ridiculous? And then you click on it, and guess what? This story and the little live with them don't have nothing to do with the clickbait. It's half of it is AI, listen, I'm telling you, listen. And I think that's probably what pushed me away, because they was trying to push me so hard. Oh, give us your passwords. No. Why would I give you my password? Why would I give you my password? I don't know. I don't need it that bad. No, I got this. When I come, I'd rather come and add value. When I come, you know what's coming out of my mouth is the truth. Here's the thing I used to say when I was a kid to my own mama. I'm too fly to lie. What I need to lie to you for? For what? The woman who could put the belt to me and whip me, I wasn't scared of her retribution. So what am I scared of somebody in the street for? What I gotta lie to them? You can't beat me. What, you gonna beat me? Try. You can't whip me. So it's pointless for me to be, let me tell you a lie because I'm scared. No, you can't whip me. You cannot put your hand on me and whip me. You cannot discipline me from my point of view. You can say I don't like it. You can say I'm not going to deal with you. You can say all of those host of things. But what you're not going to do, is mete out any type of what you deem to be retribution or punitive measures against me. Ain't going to happen. No, thank you. You're welcome, baby. It's all good, one chance. You don't have to. Oh, no. It's okay, honey. I'm not talking about you. You don't have to share online. You absolutely don't have to share online. No. This is not for the faint at heart. And I would not tell anybody to betray their privacy and for this online thing. Out here is the wastelands, okay? Trust me. YouTube ain't for the faint of heart. There's a whole YouTube mafia, and all of that is a whole YouTube mafia. It ain't for the faint of heart. You see, there was another person who used to call me a Haitian voodoo priestess that got mollywopped at the courthouse, okay? Trying to not just report the story, but be the story. Because you cannot go through life doing that internet. See, as they used to say back in the days, your mouth is writing a check, your ass can't cash. You got to hold it down. You can't be internet thug gangster and think you're going to take that into the real street with real people from New York. Where's Donut from? He's a country dude. And no disrespect to the country, but he's not about that life. Why are you taking to somebody whose professional career has been as a bodyguard, bouncer? You're asking, you started with that man? There's also some people in this world who like people to beat them. It's like those guys that go in the hood and run up on somebody and snatch their phone and be like, it's a prank, it's a prank, it's a prank. No, you're a sadist and you want someone to beat you. You need someone to be pouncing you so that you can feel a sense of release, which is very sad and very sick, but to each his own. To each his own. If that's what you choose to do, by all means, do so. But I know that that's a trope. Those people like that sort of behavior. They want somebody. It's sadomasochism. You're forcing someone unwillingly to enter into a sadomasochistic relationship with you because they don't understand what you're doing. They just think that you're gaslighting them. Whole time you want them to hit you so that you can make yourself this. It is friggin' main character syndrome. He out here all over the internet screaming. You know how many friggin' YouTubers has got video footage posting him all over the child? You know how many YouTube videos is out there? Child, him a big waist man. Him is a big waist man. He all screaming in the camera. No, because it looks so aggressive. It looks so foolish. It looks so, ooh, look at me. Ooh, look at me. Like, come on. Trying to provoke people, it's so bizarre. It's so, this is my one big chance. I've been waiting for this chance all my life. See, he wants to be an actor. And so this is his biggest grift of all. This is his biggest grift of all. All those cameras in one place, baby. He is in I need attention heaven. What? When will he ever be somewhere where that many cameras are focused on him? Never in life again. Never in life again. Out there cutting up in New York. And yes, Lisa Bruno, they don't play that in New York, honey. There was another man who was screaming outside the courthouse while other like news organizations and stuff. I got this little cramp in my hand. All these news organizations and stuff was doing their stories and doing their telecast, and he'd be in the background screaming, free puff, baby. You know, freedom of speech. They can't lock you up for freedom of speech, but he was yelling so hard because he was trying to get his point across. And I think he had on one of them $20 an hour free puff t-shirts where he was paying people $20 an hour to wear them shirts. Like I posted that on my IG. I said, this ninja will do everything but tell the truth and be accountable. My God. But $20 an hour to wear a t-shirt to say free puff. You got all the homeless, the dope fiends that was in a dope fiend lean, unconscious to the world, in a dope fiend lean with a free puff. Like, dude, do you understand that that's not helping you? Not in the slightest bit. Not in the slightest bit. But like I said again, to each his own. Far be it from me. That guy was out there cutting up, screaming up while everybody was, all these major news stations was trying to do their telecast, and the YouTube people. Next thing you know, the paddy wagon rolled up. He was like, y'all can't take me to jail, free speech. They're like, oh no, we're not taking you to jail. It seems as though you're very agitated and you're a danger to yourself and others. You know what they was taking him for? A 72-hour hold, baby. Lock you right up in the psych ward. Don't give them the reason to do you like that. Why would you give them the reason to do you like that? It is a circus outside there. Have y'all seen videos of other people who just kind of film the antics that's going on outside? One whole circus. A circus is out there. And then I got people in New York telling me that a whole lot of the content creators are sleeping outside. Like I literally, I'm not going to name the person, but they told me, and they called names of the people sleeping outside. It's a circus out there. And here's the thing. Here's what people don't understand. As crazy and circus-like as it is out there, you have attorneys, defense attorneys inside saying, but if he treated you so bad, why would you come back? Because it is like that neon zapper in the backyard at your auntie's cookout. As soon as the fly or the mosquito flies to it, they're zapped, but they're attracted to the light. It's a moth to a flame, burnt by the fire. My love is gone, can't you see my desire? It's a moth to a flame. They're attracted to the light, baby. But when you get too close, your wings are burnt off. And it is magnetic like that, and it draws everything to it. Dana said, at Locke, there's only so much that can be said to really help, but offering a reference so that they can help themselves seems productive. All credit to Natanya, the gift from God, and her 80s gold chain. Thank you, Dana. Listen, girl, I was feeling nostalgic. I was like, oh, I should still have that chain, girl. I would rock it. I actually have one. We went to like a costume thing one time, and everybody had to dress up like an 80s party. And I went to the little, the gift shop kind of thing and got one, a gold, like a rope chain. This one is bootleg though. I still have it upstairs though. I actually wore it one day when I was going out. It was cute, honey. I've been throwing my accessories on. It looked very cute. People was like, okay. But I went to a concert that was like Curtis Blow and all these old school artists, baby. I put that rope chain on, and remember the old school, they used to either call it a leather tam or a kufi, a leather kufi, and it was shaped like almost like this, but it was round. And it had like the kente cloth around it. Baby, I made one of those. Nirvana was going to a costume party, and she decided to do 80s. And so I had the rope chain. So I had Adidas. She had on an Adidas t-shirt. She had on some Adidas leggings and some Adidas with one leg pushed up to the knee. And she had on the rope chain. And I was like, and then I gave her the asymmetrical bob hair with the wet and wavy hair like Salt and Pepper used to wear back in the day. She was kind of Salt and Pepper. And I promise you, I sat right. She was like, I just feel like my costume needs something else, mommy. And they was on the way to pick her up. Baby, I went in there in my work studio in the garage, pulled out I got some leather fabric out. I got some kente cloth and all that out. I sewed her the leather tam right there. I put it on her head. Bam. Now the picture. Matter of fact, where that picture? I might have a hard copy of that picture. I'm going to find it, though. Vonna was flying that picture, baby. She was flying. She said to me the other day, she's like, I love you so much, mommy. It is so much fun having a mommy who's with the shenanigans. My family nickname is Nanny. I said, you can't spell shenanigans without Nanny. And she started laughing. She was like, it is so amazing to have a mom who's with all the shenanigans. Girl, we've been running around like two girlfriends, hanging out, having a blast. And I absolutely love it. Cannot get enough of it. All right, guys, we've been out here for a long time. It's 4 hours and 43 minutes. We were waiting for my brother. I really wish him peace in whatever he is experiencing today that caused him to not make it here. At $3,000 per ounce, we're all looking for our door knockers. Yes, honey. Yes, honey. I got some door knockers upstairs too, some bamboo door knockers. It's shaped like a heart. And I promise you. Oh, wow. I just found a picture. Y'all saw that picture? Wow. I didn't even remember this picture. Look at this picture, y'all. I'm going to cover the other faces of the people in the picture. But you saw the picture Leah Gordon put up of me? This is my mother. I had a picture almost like my mom. I don't recognize this picture. I got this picture from my aunt's pictures when she passed away a little over a year ago. Wow, God is doing something. Because whenever God points things out to me, like if I see a video of something and then later on something else connected to that thing will pop up, something, I don't want to say it like to forecast it, but I'm going to say it because this is how he gives me, this is a knowing that comes over me. I think we need to pay attention to the Bahamas. I was watching something earlier and this, I came across this YouTube content creator and she does these compilation videos. She'll talk in the beginning, but then she just stays out of it and lets the different videos play. And I like her style. I like how she does it. She's funny. She's engaging. And she was like, these are horror stories from Bahamas. And I was like, I love the Bahamas. Like, I've been to the Bahamas. I love the Bahamas. But I know some Bahamian people. For all intents and purposes, they're cool, but they're a very shady bunch when they're ready. Shady. And we had an experience, and now I'm just, how I came to, you see how God connects the dots? The only reason I took out the picture of me in the Dookie chain is because I think it was Eves that was talking about the big gold chains. And I was like, oh, I got a picture like that. And I went to this thing to pick out the gold chain. And then here I come across this picture of me in the Bahamas. The back of it says 2003, me in the Bahamas, riding a scooter. Now they told us don't go across the bridge because when you go across the bridge, you end up interacting with the natives, the people of the island. And some of them are going to work and they're, struggling and this, that. And so there's a lot out there across the bridge. However, and this was back in 2003, but there's a lot across the bridge and there's a lot of fun things to do, but there's also regular working people who don't want to see you in your cute little vacation clothes. I was with somebody, so help me God. You could see his thing. Why they ran him off the road. They ran him off the road. And I'm talking, we were driving around the circle. They kept saying, don't go across the bridge. Don't go across the bridge. They literally skinned the side of his scooter and he fell over on the bike, scraped up one whole side of his body. Had on a linen pants, shred up the linen pants, scraped him. You know how you get that road rash where you get scraped? Messed up. He had a new sneakers on, messed up these sneakers, the rip up, shred the linen pants, road rash on his leg, all of that. They not happy to see the commoners. And now that we got and this was pre-Instagram days. Now that we in social media days and everybody is living their best life and we about that life and they don't want to see Americans come over there and be, I'm telling you, listen, I know some Bahamians, a bunch of them, relatively young. They got a little thing with them. And I'm not coming against all Bahamians. I'm just telling you my experience with these people that I know. I've seen quite a majority of them do some shady-ish. And I was like, what the? Listen, I even helped one out. No shade. I'm not going to call your name. She needed a hand at a time. She was going through. And she kind of, you just come to somebody's house that day and then you end up staying. They didn't have nowhere to stay. They had to put their stuff in storage and they came to my house. She was like, can me and my girl stay? And listen, I know what it is. I don't ever want anybody to be homeless. And if I can be of assistance, I'll try to be of assistance. But I pray that doesn't happen. God doesn't put me in that predicament again because I don't want nobody in my house. Whenever you bring people in your house, they want your help and then they be mad that you have to help them. And I'm letting y'all stay at my house. Sometimes I had some assignments to do where I would, if it's just me and Nirvana, I complete my assignment. I got a work to do for one of my clients or something. I'm building something. I'm going to do it. This mug will look over my banister and be like, when are you going to stop that? I'm trying to sleep. What? Excuse me. This is my house. I'm not trying to be rude or nothing, but this is my work. You want me to stop doing my work that I use to make money to pay my bills so that you can luxuriate up in my house? You're gonna tell me I'm disturbing your sleep? You're right. But I had her do that, Bahamian chick. Another time she was running out, her daughter's school she would head to work and her daughter's school was right by not far from Nirvana school. And this particular morning, Nirvana woke up late. This heifer talk about, you're gonna have to send her in an Uber. I'm leaving. Mind you, Nirvana was probably 5 minutes behind. I said, if you leave this house to take your daughter to school, a few blocks up from my daughter's school, and my daughter has to take an Uber, you can't come back. So decide what you want to do, because you're out of pocket now. You want to tell me my daughter must take an Uber going behind you when it's just 2 blocks away? I said, you're mad. You're mad. You leave this house, you can't come back. And that's it. Take everything with you. And I'm not that type of person. But tell me if I'm the a-hole for that, guys. This is a kid. Nirvana was 6th grade then. You leaving to go 2 blocks away from her school to drop your daughter off at her school. You gonna tell me I must send her in an Uber? Plenty of times I had to do stuff and I had to wait for them and help them and do. You out of pocket. I said, baby, you walk out that door, you won't be coming back here. And I don't never like to put nobody in that predicament or make them feel no type of way, but my God. At that point, it was just too much. Well, I'm finding all the old. This is a picture of my beauty salon. I know the picture is, it looks like the picture was taken in motion. It was a lot of glass. And another picture. Y'all know back then everybody used to call me Ebony. So I had an E, a marble E put into the front of my floor. I had the whole shop. I did the whole shop over. It was so dope. Your girl was out here. Your girl was out here. Guys, you know I could talk to you guys forever. We are coming up on 5 hours. That is entirely too much. I'm going to have to snip this video and cut it up into chunks. And some other ones too, because we do pretty long videos. But, you know, I could talk to you guys forever. It's so easy to talk to you guys. I love you so much. But alas, we must bid each other adieu and come back another day. I'm so sad that, you know, our original intended thing did not work out. However, whenever he is ready, and I'm saying this because he might very well be watching, my brother, Julius Jones, who shared this life-changing, horrific event with me on December 27th, 1999 in Club New York, through no fault of our own. Total innocent bystanders who unfortunately have to continue to walk through the remainder of our lives here on this earth, bearing the scars, the metal, and the brunt and the weight of what two reckless individuals, Sean Puffy Combs and Jamal Shine Barrow, did on that fateful night. We belong to a club that neither one of us signed up to join, but that we can never exit. We are lifetime members, shot by celebrities, high-profile celebrities, which forced our lives to be in this chaotic turmoil space where, had it been any other story on the news where we were two innocent bystanders shot by two guys, the whole world would empathize with us. I don't know anybody who would call us names and talk junk and be like, you just want money and all this stuff. Minding our Black business, having Black boy and Black girl joy around the holidays, minding our business. And we ended up bearing the forever scars and indelibly marked in time connected to these people who we didn't ask to be connected to. We didn't ask to be. You think I woke up one day and was like, you know who I want to be inextricably connected to for the remainder of my days? Sean, Puffy, P Daddy, Puff Daddy, P Diddy, Diddy, this, that, knick-knack, patty, I give a dog a bone, but certainly not no goddamn love. You think I wanted to be connected to this man for the remainder of my days? Not for one of my days, but certainly not for the remainder. And yet I can't escape it. I can't escape it. I tell you guys, I always think about Clara Peller, the old lady from the Where's the Beef commercial. And I can see myself right now standing in our dining room where that little TV that we used to watch Video Music Box was on. And it said, in today's news, breaking news in today's news, the woman made known, Clara Peller, passed away at 80, whatever, let's say 83. You may not recognize the name Clara Peller, but you do recognize this. And they put the picture, they put the thing, and she's like, where's the beef? Where's the beef? And Wendy's, where's the beef fame? And I was like, oh my God. I said, I was awestruck. This woman lived 80 something years and y'all have relegated her down to the where's the beef lady? Bomba clot. When I got shot, I promise you, that's one of the first things that came to my head. I said, oh my God, I'm going to become the where's the beef lady. I know when my Lord and Savior calls me home and says, come home, job well done, my good and faithful servant, the news blurb will be breaking news. The woman infamously known as the woman who was shot by Sean Puffy Combs or P. Diddy or whatever you want has gone on to glory today. That bothers me. I am so much more than that. But yet, that is what the world will harp on. And so that is why I do what I do. That is why I cry aloud and spare not. That is why I speak truth to power and make sure that not only am I not forgotten, Julius is not forgotten. I'm never gonna do an interview or talk about it and not say Julius. I'm sorry, I can't. I can't leave him out. Hold on one second, guys. Sorry about that, guys. Duty calls, and we are brought closer to our 5 hour mark. We are at 4 hours and 58 minutes. As always, guys, I love you. I love you so much. Shout out to your dopest mod, Locked. Make sure that you smash the subscribe button and make sure all your notifications are set to all so you don't miss a live. Please, if you should be so inclined, send some love to your girl. Oh, matter of fact, I was supposed, you know what? That's what I was looking in the thing for. Let me send it to Locked right now so she can post it. Your girls. You know, my head is, I'm doing 700 things. There it is. College list. I'm going to send it to Locked. Post that in the chat, Locked, so people can take it and do what they will. She knows how to do it. I'm not great at that stuff. Like, I'm looking at how do I get it from there to my computer. Lock is going to put it in the chat. Please show your girl Locked some love. You know, it's on the ticker is on the bottom of the screen. Her Cash App is $Budda, Budda, Fly, FLY, Blue, BLUE. And as always, you see mine, $, the dopest nerd with an A, because there's a dopest nerd with an E. And I know y'all be sending some of my tips over there to the dopest nerd, but I'm the dopest nerd, THA dopest nerd. So by all means, if you should, and listen, if you are not so inclined or you do not have access to the ability to share and show your love like that, your time has value. Time is money, and we appreciate your time as well. We love you. Thank you so much. Show your girl the people's champ. There you go. The people's princess. See, Locke know how to do all this stuff. Shout out to your girl. Y'all make sure you send something to Locke, because the people's princess, baby. That's her little wish list. My daughter-in-law, I told my daughter-in-law she needs to go into business and do this, because the wish list is a great wish list. And she'll be off to college soon. So, you know, that's her little registry or whatever. Anybody wants to indulge and get her something off the registry, by all means. And then Amazon will do whatever not magic, but do their thing, and the shipping ferries will send it off to Nirvana. So salute to all of you guys. I will have Locked also place it on the community tab, and your girl gonna get together. Listen, I love you guys, and I love what we do here on YouTube. I will admit there became a time where I was disenfranchised with YouTube because of the YouTube bullies. They threw me off because I was very active. I was coming on regularly. And them YouTube bullies got together because they are so threatened by anybody who comes in this space and is getting notoriety and is getting seen. They're so, come on now. They're so threatened by anybody who is experiencing what they perceive to be fame or growth or whatever. They're threatened by it. And so they will throw a monkey wrench. I mean, ironically, that the thing on YouTube is a wrench, because they will throw a wrench in your stuff quick, fast, and in a hurry. And their main goal is to take people down. They cannot stand the notion. They cannot stand the notion of someone coming to a space where they feel like they have ownership and having a foothold. And they try to push that over here. And you know me, I don't start with nobody. I'm a woman of God. I stay in my lane, but I'm not going to play those childish games. Show some love if you should be so moved to show some love to Locked via Cash App, $BUDDAFLYBLUE. I am not going to get in the mud with anybody. I'm not going to get in the muck and the mire. I don't like it. And it was really turning me off. It was a bunch of them. Oh, they think they slick. Listen, I was on somebody's thing the other day, and there's a couple that everywhere I go, they pop up. And if I'm on somebody's thing, they pop up because they don't want to see a foothold. And God already showed me and told me that they go and susu and don't put on your channel. God already told me. I know who they are. I know who y'all are. I even got some people that's watching. Make sure you like, share, subscribe, guys. Let us know that you're doing. Let the algorithm know that we're doing something great so that YouTube can continue to push the video out in the For You page, and your channel this channel can continue to grow, because not just my channel, it's our channel. It's our channel. But here's what I'm telling you. There are some people who will come into your life, and I think I'm going to go do a few shorts and put them up. There are some people who come into your life and try to gaslight you, and their biggest qualm with you is that they hate the way other people love you. Okay, Lady Classic, we'll see you, my love. Sleep well. They hate the way other people love you. That is their biggest complaint. They have nothing other tangible, no other tangible complaint. You haven't done anything to them. You don't do anything wrong. They just can't stand the way other people love you. It's so detrimental. You're experiencing that in your own personal life too. It could be somebody at work, one of your neighbors. They ain't got no justification and no justifiable reason why they shade you, but they just can't help their own jealousy. They can't overcome their own jealousy. Here's the thing. I always tell people, reserve your right to throw shade and preface it with what the road I had to walk. You mad because I'm getting notoriety on Facebook? On YouTube? You're angry because I'm getting notoriety on YouTube. Would you prefer to have this bullet too? No. Also, people, get it straight. I didn't get hit with fragments. I was full on shot with an entire 9mm hollow point bullet smack dab into my face. A hollow point, once it hits contact with bone inside, it then rips up and spreads all over. And that is they call them cop unalivers. They don't use the word unalive. You know that's for the benefit of YouTube. They call them cop unalivers. And most people that get shot with a cop unaliver doesn't survive. Also, most people who get shot, only 5% of people who are shot in the head and face survive. The 3% have cognitive abilities, and the other 2% are considered vegetable, aka brain dead, or no cognitive abilities, no autonomy in their cognitive abilities. They cannot do, think, act for themselves. They are in a vegetative state. So I am 1 in 3%. And I don't know if that makes anybody else happy, but it makes me ecstatic. I know I have purpose. I know God has laid out a foundation and a format for me, and I am going to continue to cry aloud and spare not. Now, I know that bothers some people, and all I can say is, bless your little heart. Bless your heart. Take that to the altar, baby. Ain't got nothing to do with me. It's above me. Take that right on to the altar. You're going to have to talk to my father about that. Clearly, he saw something in me and imbued me with something, a level of resilience. Like I tell y'all all the time, this has been a faith walk. I need, if anybody, and there are people watching who will never type in the chat. There are people watching who can't stand me so much they would never give me the dignity and the benefit of hearing their response. They'll talk about me. They'll sit there and sue, but they ain't gonna comment. But I want to leave you people and all the good, lovely people who do show love and come here and participate with me. I want to leave you with this particular notion. Do you think, or do you personally know someone, there's a saying in the Bible, offense may come, but woe unto him from whence it comes. Well, guess what? How many people you know wait 25 years, who can do a 25-year faith walk? How many people? How many people? Let's say this gunshot is equivalent to a slap. Let's say he punched me in my face. You ever seen somebody that punched you in your face and you wait 25 years to punch them back? Huh? All the while saying, he punched me. That guy over there punched me. He punched me. And you just got a faith walk in your mind, body, soul, spirit, flesh, because you know you could continue to live. You could have joy in your life. You could have exhilaration. You could have all these things in your life, because guess what? You know the Most High got your back. God got your back, and God is going to get them. They're not getting away with nothing. God is not going to let them have. Listen, Calvina Moore said, only my grandmother, Pastor Thompson. I don't know many people. I have people in my family like, I don't understand how you just do this thing. God made me with a special pot of ingredients. I do not harbor malice. I don't hold grudges. Now, I will hold you accountable. Oh, you best believe that you're going to get. But I don't harbor malice. I hold people accountable. I give it to God. I at one time was seething with rage and anger for Sean Puffy Combs. Seething! And it became too heavy for me to bear. And I think I only carried it for about, I would say, maybe 6 years. Probably 6 years. I had to go to the altar. I don't even know if it was that long. I had to go to the altar and lay it at the altar. I said, I can't carry this. I think it might have been less time than that, probably 3 years. I couldn't carry it. Pardon my French, what church? They were supporting Trump? Tell me your church, sis. Oh, thank you, Keisha. Look at my girl, Keisha. Listen, one thing, Keisha always gonna have something inspirational to say to her girl. You know how I feel about Keisha, baby. You ain't got a party. You ain't got to get together. You ain't got a kickback. You ain't got a nothing. It ain't a celebration if it ain't a Keisha in the house. And that's just, I believe that with my heart and soul. Keisha said, the Most High, at Natalia, the Most High God made you with a purpose and a plan. Thank you, Father God. Ashe-o. Ashe-o. Indeed, indeed. And it's not lost on me. It's not, listen, when I tell you, I say, I know that. Harvest Pastor Greg Laurie. I'm not familiar. I'm going to look Pastor Glory up. Pardon my French. He said, I'm having trouble continuing. Excuse me. I'm having trouble continuing going to my church after seeing him going to support Trump and was invited to the White House in the inauguration ceremony. How could a man of God condone this? Here's the thing. Here's a perspective. So while I don't endorse or support that, any Trump support, I don't endorse or support it. Consider this perspective. Now, we all are responsible for the shepherd under whom and under which we sit and receive salvation or receive shepherding from. Men and women of the cloth and women of God are shepherds. They are doing the work of herding God's people and leading them in their kingdom walk. So they are a shepherd, like unto a shepherd with his sheep in the field. People have a level of responsibility under whose shepherding they sit. If you know you're past the file, there's a lot of scandals coming out. I watch this channel called Dawson Speaks TV because you know I'm a woman of God, honey. And he talks about everything that's going on in the church. And baby, when I tell you he has no shortage of videos, there's a lot going on in the church. Y'all copy this link right here that Locked put up here. Copy and paste it into your, clipboard or whatever. This is the dopest show producers, or as I say, trusty dusty show producer, but the dopest show producer, Nirvana's college Amazon wish list for her off to college. So you guys she has things, and you know how wish list works, guys. I don't have to explain that to you. But here's a perspective to consider. I'm not sure why Harvest Pastor Greg Laurie went to support Trump. Some people love adjacency. They want to be adjacent to power. They think they're going to get some. Some people are sellouts, and they will turn on their people for 2 crumbs and a slice of bread. Some people will sell his flock over for 20 pieces of silver, if you catch my drift. And some people have the gift of eyes to see and ears to hear. While I do not in any way support, condone, endorse, believe in Trump, here's what I do believe in. If God is in it, you will see the glory and the goodness of God come to pass through it. And here's what the glory and the goodness of God is in this. While we would have loved for Kamala to win, and that would have probably been a very ideal situation, I am glad we're in the age of Aquarius. I am glad we are where we are. Whole lot of people had to be shaken out of their coma. Remember, not only do we not support and endorse Trump, there are a lot of people who have now had to wake up. You remember them ladies that was coming on my channel, and those guys when I did the Trump playlist thing, and it was in my, they saw Trump, baby, they came over here harassing me. Well, some of those very people hate him now. Some of those people that was like, Trump all the way, they hate him now. See, let me tell you something about the goodness of God, baby. You may not see it. You have to have eyes to see and ears to hear. Many are called, but chosen are few. And I was able to kick back and relax because I said, oh, I see what you're doing. You're breaking it all down. Because sometimes, listen, sometimes the building is constructed so poorly, the only way to save it is to break it on down to the foundation and rebuild it. And that is what we are presently undergoing. I kept telling y'all, every superpower nation has fallen except America. It's our turn. It's our turn. But what it's doing is like layers of an onion. It's peeling. You got to get that hard, crispy, flaky onion layer off first so you can get down to the onion. But then, you got that cellulose kind of membrane on the outer core. You got to get past that. And then you can get you some good onion. The crispy is the outer shell. It's a little cellulose membrane. You can kind of peel it after you get off the crispies. And then you get down to the onion. So like layers of an onion. God is peeling this thing back like layers of an onion. Only thing, he's making America go through their recompense. However, everybody in the world is having to simultaneously experience this. And the Band-Aid is being pulled off. We are getting to see, I always say, and I've said this for years. I remember 20, 30 years ago, I used to say, this is not a wholesale endorsement of him because there's no one person in the world that I agree with 100%. Nobody, not even my children or my mama. Nobody. And I say something sometimes, and then I evolve, and I don't agree with what I said 2 years ago. And I have no problem coming out and saying I stand corrected. But here's what I have to say. Al Sharpton deserves, and I've said it on this channel before, he deserves a collective apology from the whole wide world. You know, all those, oh, you guys are pulling the race card. Racism doesn't exist anymore. That's over. Really? Y'all see the climate that we live in today? Racism don't exist? Baby, you had a man cuss out a 9-year-old girl who was in his neighborhood selling candy. You dumb B, you lucky we wasn't home or I would have pew-pewed you, you dumb AB. A 9-year-old, and put her face and posted this on the neighborhood app, for God's sakes, and Facebook, and thought he was getting away with that. You know why? They're comfortable doing that because they've never stopped. They've been doing it all along. But now that they perceive themselves to be in power because of who they have in office, they want to speak freely. But guess what? Guess what? They are getting the life they deserve. You know, I used to say, may you get what's coming to you. May you get the life you deserve. You see all those people that are belly aching now? Oh, my farm is going away. Well, guess what? You want to know, you see the white South Africans, immigrants that they are bringing, the refugees, those thick, healthy, chunky refugees? And I'm not body shaming. I never seen refugees so supple and full in my life. One man said, well, gosh darn, I had to leave my 5-bedroom house. How are you talking about? 5 bedrooms? You was a refugee? There's another guy that said, I'm coming to be a farmer. I was a farmer. Me and my people farmed. And he said, but you know what? I might just buy a piece of farmland and then I'm going to work and buy some farmland with the money they give me. And then maybe I'll open an IT company. It took one of his neighbors to come out and say, you liar, farmer. You're not a farmer. I've never seen you farm. You've had an IT company since 2003. And she put 2008. She put all this stuff out there. She showed, she took a picture of his LinkedIn and everything. He owns an IT company and his family is all, and they refugees. A thriving IT company since 2008. You're a refugee? Well, guess who owns all of those farmers when they cut the USDA? Let me tell you how planned this was. When they ended the USDA and all those farmers that have been generational farmers, because farming, baby, that ain't something you just pick up and be like, you know what? I know I work in IT and I make quite a bit of money and I handle the entire IT for the, this segment of the government, but I think I'm going to go grow tomatoes for a living. Nobody says that. If they do, they far and few between, baby. But you want to know something ironic? All those generational farmers who've been doing that for years because that's what they grew up in. They were so happy. They're so short-sighted. This is to tell you how blind and short-sighted they were and how they were willing to cut off their nose to spite their face. They're so racist in their heart and soul. God is listen, Father God got a sense of humor like there is no other, baby. Okay? He got a sense of humor that is unmatched and unrivaled. God said, oh, okay, you're going to get what your hand called for. Oh, immigrants, this is America. This is our country. This is our country, America. Now, European white Americans is the number one immigrants in America. They came here and they found black bodies. What they consider to be Native Americans are black, copper-skinned people. And some Mayan, Inca, Native Americans, but baby, make no mistake, a large part of America used to be Mexico. While they put Mexicans out, this is their country. You see all these names, San Andreas, Powhatan, Kicatan, all these things. These are native names. These are Mexican names, Hispanic names. Come on. Like the games they playing. But y'all fall for that okie doke. California, y'all fall for this. That was Queen Khalifa, who was a black, what you want to call Indian, Native American, black Native American. Queen Khalifa, look it up. I'm going to play this series called, y'all going to get some education up on this channel. I'm going to run this series called Hidden Colors. You are going to love it. We have to do it in segments. But baby, when I tell you I love Hidden Colors, oh, people used to get sick of me. When they come to this house, they gonna watch some Hidden Colors. But the recompense that's being had is you're so full of hate and racism, and you grew up generationally on a farm, and you say, this is our country, America first, and then you're using the labor of the immigrants that are brought in, the migrant workers that are brought in because Americans think they're too good to plow a field and pick a head of cabbage and throw watermelons. And they think they're too good. They're not going to do the work. And so they have to bring in migrant workers, make a deal with these countries to bring in migrant workers and make a status for them so that they're not deemed illegal for them to come and do your work. And you so racist that you vote in a flagrant racist who says all these things, that he's going to do all these things, and you're just celebrating, oh, we're going to get rid of the illegals. You're not thinking about the ones that work your farm and do the work you yourself don't want to do. So now when they put them all out, you didn't see the Supreme Court just okayed Trump's thing? They ended 87,000 asylum refugee applications that deaded them. Even the ones that was here that had legal status to live here and stay here, they deaded them all. Over 500,000. They are all getting ready to start facing deportation. So those are the, I will vote for Donald Trump. I will vote. What you gonna do? You finally realize that seat at the table that you had was only because you was bringing the rice and beans to the table? Stupid. You let yourself be fooled by the fact that you had adjacency, you was close by, and your skin was similar to their skin. You fool. We warned you. We warned you. I bet you the happiest people in the world, they used to be the maddest people in the world. The I know black-eyed Dominican. Those used to be, oh boy, they are so angry in the world. I bet you they're happy they look black now because they're not getting profiled as much as the white-skinned Latinos or the brown-skinned Latinos. The ones that look like regular, not regular, but like typical black people are sliding under the radar. Before, the Sammy Sosas of it all, baby, they used to slap you. I know black, I'm Dominican. If you call them black, they lose their mind. Now, I'm black. They quiet as a church mouse. But what they did was vote in a man whose team, Doge, and you see Elon, they done sent him sailing with his black eye. He got mollywopped by somebody. They sent him flying out of town. But in the meanwhile, they ended the USDA, which was the biggest middle-class welfare in the world for farmers. All of that money they got, the USDA handed all those, hi, my love, all of those supplemental forms of income and stuff that went to the farmers to prop them up, to keep them with a source of income. They lost it all. Whatchamacallit had gave me some. It's still in the corner. Some of these too.
Really?
You got it from down there?
700.
How you doing? What you got? Oh, I love you. I just gave them your
What?
Your college wish list thing.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah, Locke posted it. The dopest show producer says hi, everybody. You want to say hi to the peoples in your college graduate face? Excuse me, high school graduate. Now, you hear me speaking it into existence, child? And listen, with the way this CERN and this Hadron Collider is working, it'd probably be in a year and a half, the college graduation. Everybody say hi to the high school graduate. The dopest show producer. Locke said, shout out to you, Nirvana. I told him you got a car, Vana. Yeah. No, take him out now. She got a car, y'all. But they ended, Doge and Trump and his team ended the USDA, which caused all these farmers to not get the subsidies that they would get, which maintained their lifestyle and paid their bills. They're all losing their farms. And a company came and bought up all the farms. Guess who owns the company? Baby, I'm about to cash app somebody who knows who owns the farm. You got to say it in 20 seconds. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nope, not Bill Gates. Not Bill Gates. Think closer to Trump. It's not Bill Gates. Everybody's saying congratulations, Nirvana, not Elon Musk. Your vice president. The vice president he created a company and bought everybody's farm that lost their farm. Some of them that didn't just lose it, they wrestled it out of their hand while they were trying to hold on to it. The vice president owns the company that bought all the farms, and he is orchestrating the let's go get a plane and go get the white South African refugees to work the farms. They're gonna do a sharecropper lease thing with them for the farm. Baby, you can't make this up. You cannot make it up. You can't make it up. Do you know that this is a violation of something called the emoluments clause? You cannot earn money in a private company that you either owned previous or started while you were in office as the president, vice president, speaker of the House. You cannot earn money, especially the president and the vice president. You cannot leverage your position as the president and the vice president to earn money. You have to, if you own businesses before, you have to sign over the rights of the company to someone else. You cannot earn while you are the president. These suckers violate. This nigga giving out $1 million refugee card. What he said? If you pay $5 million, you can get your green card and come to this country. My God. Thank you, honeybee. That's my baby. Hey, Shushu. He is rattling off green cards or gold cards, as he's calling them. Kelvina said, I'm not going to lie. I tuned out when it comes to those guys. I know that's bad, but I can't take it with life. Listen, let me tell you something. It's dangerous. Yes, honey Leilani. Yes, the vice president owns the company that bought up all the farms. I'm talking about from election day till now, all those farmers that lost their farms, the vice president bought them. And he's doing a sharecropper deal with the refugees, and they're downright giving some of the farms away. It is more than, and now all these people that wanted to mete out a level of indignity and horror and violence on a bunch of people that don't share the same DNA molecular structure and melanin level in the skin, they wanted them to suffer, and now look what they got. Because let me tell you something about poverty and disenfranchisement and all that. We gonna make $1 out of 15 cents. If you ever been down bad, you know how to survive. You know who don't know how to survive? People that ain't never been down bad. When you're used to the good life, they don't know how to preserve no meat or nothing to be able to. Baby, listen, if I had to get stuck with a bunch of people, I'd rather be stuck with poor people than wealthy. Wealthy people will descend into chaos. They do not know how to do. You don't remember when we had Black Friday? Black Friday from 1987 when the stock market crashed. Black Wednesday, I think. When the stock market crashed, you know what they were doing? Jumping off the buildings in Manhattan. All of the stock market people. When they lost their money and they called it the second, they were jumping off the buildings. They all was just, there's no way to recover from this. The amount of money I lost, let me just take a dive. These suckers was belly flopping off of the buildings. Oh, absolutely, honeybee. No different than Cheney and Halliburton. You're right. Baby, Cheney and Halliburton. Listen, let me tell you something. Out of everybody in the world of politics, Cheney was the most thuggish, ruggish bone. He shot one of his chief of staff or something in the woods and made the man come on TV and apologize for stepping into the line of sight and causing himself to get shot by a bullet from Cheney's gun. Now that's, baby, you don't know thuggish, ruggish bone until you know that level. The man said, I wasn't wearing the appropriate color. I should have had on an orange jacket. And it was not the vice president's fault. And it is my fault. And I'm so sorry I caused this level of stress upon this man. You mean to say a man can't shoot you and you come and apologize? I am sorry that I got in the way for you to shoot me. And I feel like you shooting me is causing stress in your life. And I don't want to be responsible for that and take my apology. Listen, baby, that's a level of thuggish, ruggish bone most thugs will never see. El Chapo don't know that level of thuggish, ruggish bone. Okay? People always think the guy who's making a lot of noise and looks aggressive is the bad guy. We are now living proof to see that there was a shiny thug in shiny suits jumping around doing the running man and the Cabbage Patch in shiny suits, and he's the real thug. And the big burly guy with the list tongue that's if you want to be a star and you don't want the executive producer being all in the videos, all in the stage and your shows, come to death row. We let a shiny suit dancing background for Kwame and the polka dots with a Gumby slope, with a oral fixation and a mouth that can't close, with a deviant mind, fool us into believing the guy on the West Coast was the thug and he was the good guy. That is a level of diabolical, baby. That's Lucifer level, honey. Lucifer level had everybody fooled jumping around in shiny suits. Nobody believed he was the bad guy. He wears shiny suits. He's fun. He's parties. He's shiny suits. He waves his watch in the camera. Hey. And here we thought the thuggish, ruggish looking guy, it's the same old, I feel threatened for my life. I bet nobody said they felt threatened for their life with a guy with a shiny suit on, with a tinfoil outfit in a plethora of colors. But if you see this big 6'8" diesel black guy with a big chest, only because he was a big guy and he played football and he was a defensive lineman, I think. And he's 6'8" and he's big and he wears all black, you easily would say, he's the bad guy. Not this short, guy over here. He's not the bad guy. That one, that big burly one is, and that's why there's cemeteries all over the world with big black burly black guys who don't mean no harm, but they in the ground. While it's a bunch of shiny suit wearing, running man dancing, fast talking deviants walking the earth. So I'm going to leave y'all with that. I ain't going to hold y'all no longer. It's 5:33. We were supposed to get off at 4:58. Guys, as always, I love you guys. Thank you so much for spending your time. You could have been anywhere in the world, doing anything in the world, but you chose to be here with us. On behalf of myself, Miss Renee, Locked Hair Don't Care, a.k.a. the dopest mod in the land, Trusty Dusty show producer, a.k.a. the dopest show producer, and the dopest dog. We love you like there's no tomorrow. We thank you. We honor you for spending time here with us, for thinking it not robbery to be here with us. We appreciate you for all the gifts that were sent, all the super chats, all the cash apps. I ain't hear no cash apps come through, but whatever y'all want to do. But by all means, give your love, sow your love to Locked, and sow your love to Natalia, Nirvana's wish list. And thank you for being here. Be sure to like on the way out, share this video with 1, 2, or 10 people you know. Tell them to subscribe and come on back now. You're here. We got some good stuff we need to talk about. One of which is Desiree Perez and this lawsuit that was filed against Desiree Perez, Roc Nation, Jay-Z, and this whole host. Have y'all heard about this lawsuit? One of the people in the chat, I think Honeybee might have said it. Somebody said it earlier. Baby, if y'all think Puffy and Jay-Z bad, Desiree is Zedeva. She is Zedeva. Baby, this thing reads like a who's who. I might come back on tonight. What time is it? It's 9:01. No, I'm not coming back on tonight, but I will come back tomorrow because I want to talk about this Desiree lawsuit. This thing needs to be addressed. The things that people have alleged in the Puffy, Jay-Z, and all this stuff, and all these things they've done, and I know some things have done to me. I heard it in the reading of that lawsuit. So let me tell you something, baby. And the person who filed the lawsuit is her daughter, baby. And let me tell you something now. There's another person. There's another facet to this. Most people don't realize who Desiree Perez is. You see the movie Sofia Vergara did right before the end of the year? She played Griselda Blanco. That movie came out for a reason. Guess why? Guess why? You see, when Griselda had to get away from her husband and she went to America with her kids and she stayed at her friend's house, the lady who had the travel agency, that's Desiree Perez. The lady who had the travel agency that kept saying, I know you're not messing with the yayo. You bring the yayo in my house. And then she started dealing the yayo. And then she turned state's evidence, or she flipped and became a federal informant. Why is she a known federal informant for Griselda Blanco that went to jail for the federal to the feds? Why is she the CEO of Rock Nation? Can somebody tell me what in the Brooklyn reject story is that? Because me never hear about that. I never heard of no mad thorough from the only original borough having no federal informant as the president of a company. Now that's just crazy. But I don't want to keep you. That we will defer that to another day. But baby, the stuff she has done to her daughter, baby, the lawsuit is brought by her daughter against her and her husband. And guess who her husband is? One of Jay-Z's best friends. Oh, the rabbit hole is deep, baby. I'm gonna pull that together because we're gonna use video footage and everything. And let me tell you something. One thing I will say is, and I have my feelings about this individual. But shout out to Tyrone Blackburn, because he has single-handedly changed the way lawsuits are being presented now. My girl she followed the Tyrone Blackburn presentation of the lawsuit with the pictures and the proof in the thing. Baby, the receipts is great. Her mother had, I'm not even going to start it. It's too much to start now. Wait till we cover this tomorrow. My God. This woman is Kaiser Sose. She is Hasatan. She is Shaitan. She is Lucifer. She is the devil. She is foul. My opinion, protected by my First Amendment right to free speech, because I know they are looking a-holes watching too. Excuse me. I said the wrong word. I abbreviated the wrong word. Looking a-h's too. I know they watching. Because I can tell by the things that are said after the fact out in Never Neverland, aka the internet. But we're gonna save that for tomorrow. But stay tuned for that, because baby, my God, if we thought these monsters were bad, Desiree is a mad woman. All right, my phone's ringing again, guys. I gotta go. I love you guys. As always, tomorrow, please God, I'll see you all there. Sleep well, hug your families, tell them you love them. I'll see you soon.